No, I hit it once and then.
Hi, everyone. Weezy got the belt. Nice job, Weezy. We're about to start the show right now because we were yapping and lost track of time. Here we go.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines. And for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Vibes are up on the best day of the week, man. He's James. I'm Kyle. No Joe Brazil today, but Joe going to be back with us tomorrow, and then sounds like maybe the next day, and the next day.
Forever and ever, amen.
And the next day, salute to our guy, Joe Brazil. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon. Look, here's the deal. So the Kings won last night, obviously. If you were listening to the program, hopefully you know that. 118-101 the final, and we'll get to it.
The NBA Sentinel drama last night was great theater. So if you're unfamiliar, there's a parody account on Twitter. So that, well, hang on, pause that. There's a aggregation account on Twitter called Dunk Central.
Okay.
The NBA Central. And a fake account parodying that account.
Okay.
Called NBA Sentinel, CENTEL, gets people all the time. They post fake stories. National people will retweet it, thinking that it's Dunk Central aggregating something legit.
Of course.
So NBA Sentinel got the last time I got by Sentinel was the Luka Doncic jersey story.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Colin Cowherd got by this one. Basically it's a story that said, is a fake story that said the Mavs weren't letting Mavs fans wear Luka jerseys into the arena anymore. And they were going to turn those people away because they're trying to move forward from the Luka era. And I sent that to a friend, and then immediately after sending it was like, nope, got Sentinel, dang it. So anyways, that account got suspended from Twitter.
Yeah.
And I don't know what started it, but like the Kings tweeted hashtag RIP Sentinel and then dedicated the beam lighting from last night to Sentinel. The Pistons did the same thing. My Pistons, by the way, smoking the Boston Celtics.
Are they up to 8 in a row?
Yes.
8 in a row.
117-97, I think the final was.
Hottest team in basketball.
Cooking, bro. See a Sora Thompson put Jason Tatum on skates?
Uh-oh.
Come on. Let's go, boys. Anyways. So all these teams like tweeted about it. Stephen A. Smith tweeted about it. It was confirmed this morning the NBA Sentinel is back on Twitter. They've done it. It was big time. Elsewhere in non-Kings news, real quick off the top. The media drama at the NFL Combine is the most fascinating part of the NFL Combine.
It's amazing.
First of all, Mike Florio wrote about this at Pro Football Talk. If you want to read a masterclass in blogging about an unserious thing, go read Mike Florio's story in Pro Football Talk on this. But here's the gist of it. Jordan Schultz.
Yes.
Heir to the Starbucks fortune.
I had no idea that he was Howard Schultz's son.
Yes, dude. This random NFL insider who has worked for like Bleacher Report and Fox and The Score.
He usually has like good stuff.
Yeah. When he reports something, I'm like, oh, okay, that's a thing. Like he's legit. I just always forget. I think he's at Fox Sports now. I'm pretty sure he's at Fox Sports now. He reported yesterday that Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford met at Tom Brady's house in Montana. Ian Rapoport later reported that they didn't meet at Tom Brady's house. They just happened to both be in Montana and ran into each other and like exchanged pleasantries, had a little chat, and then went their separate ways.
Okay. I often am in Montana, and sometimes I bump into other media members that I, don't normally see. Like when you're in Montana, sometimes you run into Woj.
Yeah, dude.
I don't
It's
know.
just- that's how it goes, man.
It is.
So
There's like 14 people in Montana.
that
Go ahead.
who among us has not been gallivanting around Montana and run into a famous person?
That's right.
I'm trying to find, because the story now eludes me. I want to read this directly. Here we go. The headline is Jordan Schultz verbally accosted Ian Rapoport at a Starbucks in Indianapolis. Not just any Starbucks, though. The Starbucks inside the JW Marriott in Indianapolis, where like all the stuff is.
Where the combine is.
I don't think the combine is at there, but
It's probably the media hotel.
right.
Yeah.
This is according again to Pro Football Talk. We're told that Rapoport, again, because Rapoport sort of refuted Schultz's report. We're told that Rapoport was talking to an agent. Schultz approached Rapoport and said, "We need to talk." Rapoport replied, "We don't need to talk," which is an incredible response in itself.
Of course.
Schultz then made accusations about Rapoport, we're told. Rapoport regards the accusations as unfounded. The two men were essentially face to face. Quote, "If you have anything to say to me, say it to my effing face," Schultz said, or specific words to that effect. "If this continues, we're going to have an effing problem." Schultz said he did not use profanity, but Ian Rapoport calls security, NFL security, because he saw this as a physical threat. And so now the NFL is investigating Jordan Schultz for accosting Ian Rapoport at a Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis. NFL insider drama, baby.
That's awesome.
Incredible. What a jerk.
Yeah.
What an ass. This does not make Jordan Schultz look good.
No.
Whether he's correct or not doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He might be right. In fact, I'm inclined to believe he's right.
I would probably agree with him that he's right. I think he's probably pissed because his integrity is being questioned by Ian Rapoport.
Yes.
And he just he's not down with that.
Yeah, and I get it to an extent, because he's not like Jordan Schultz for as much work as he's done to get to the point he's at. He's not Adam Schefter. He's not Ian Rapoport. People take what he says credibly.
Yeah, he breaks stories. Yeah.
But he's not like, we don't put him in that category.
No.
When we say, hey, who's going to break this major news? We used to say it's going to be Woj or Shams. It's going to be Schefter or Rapoport. Nobody's saying it's Jordan Schultz. So I get where he's still like climbing that hill and he's trying to punch up. But dog, this is not the way to do it. Let your reporting speak for itself.
I enjoyed reading the play-by-play of it because
so good.
It's so good. And like, as someone who worked for NBC forever, I'm surprised that thing didn't get edited down, because there is a whole lot of not F star.
Oh yeah, no, it spells out the F word
again and again and again.
A lot of times.
Yeah. And then to just throw the barb, son of like the Starbucks fortune, Howard Schultz. You're like, whoa, wait. Yeah. I did not know that Jordan Schultz was the son of Howard Schultz.
Yeah, the fact that it happened at a Starbucks provides an intriguing coincidence. Schultz is the son of former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz.
Just like, boom, just gonna throw that in there.
Drop that in.
And then the cup. Have a nice day. Yeah, I think it is the picture of a cup.
Incredible work. It's amazing. Look, I'm not a Mike Florio guy. I think he's I'm not a huge fan.
Okay.
He's very I think he has a lot. He's really smart, especially with like contractual stuff. This was a masterclass in blogging. Yeah. And I'm inclined to think that if he's in Indianapolis, this was published at 12:53 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. So my guess is Mike Florio was enjoying himself quite a bit.
Oh, got it.
Would be that's my inclination. Again, I don't know. I just wouldn't be shocked if that was the case. So if you'd like to keep up on the latest media drama at the NFL Scouting Combine, hit Pro Football Talk and read about it.
I'm also thinking he probably sat there and was in the Starbucks and watched it all unfold.
So I don't think he was.
Okay, you just think this
because if he had seen it, he would have written it right away. I think this is a thing that the story was floating around that like, oh, this thing happened. And I think Mike Florio went to work hitting sources to find details.
Okay.
And found them and then published them.
It's wild.
Incredible. Amazing. Speaking of incredible and amazing, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Kings won again last night, 118-101. Basically kind of what we said. Can you get a win where you maybe don't win by 40, but just control the game for the most part?
Yeah.
Which I think they did. They're 2-1 through their first 3 coming out of the break. Keegan Murray scored 20 points. That's big time for our guy Keegan.
Yeah, season high 26 points. It's the 4th time this year that he scored 20 or more, and the first time since before Thanksgiving.
November 24th.
His season high came in on opening night, right?
I think so.
I think it was. It was 23 on opening night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hit you early. I'm like, oh my gosh, I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, this was only had like 12
13
points.
He had 13. Yep,
okay.
Yep. It was at halftime. And we, of course, went back and forth with witty banter like we do. And then he just kept going. And it was, for me, like the Kings just need him to be that player and to be a refined 3-point shooter, someone who, get to put back dunk here and there, somebody who every once in a while takes the ball off the dribble and goes. Like they are a better team when Keegan Murray is rolling.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, he has not been able to be that player this season. And so for me, this is exactly what the Kings needed. It's a huge, huge development for them. But one game does not make a,
So that's it.
Yeah.
That's where, and again, I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer, but we've said this a million times about Keegan. We have said this. We've been doing this show for the better part of 2 seasons now.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have we been like, wow, what a great game from Keegan. That's the Keegan they need. When he plays like that, they're really hard to beat.
Too many.
So many. It reminds me of was it Mark Twain who had the quote, "Quitting smoking's easy. I've done it hundreds of times." Like it's that's what, so I see Keegan have this awesome night, and he was excellent on both ends of the court. I'm not trying to take that away. It's just like, I know he can do that. My concern was not, hey, is Keegan Murray capable of scoring 20? Like, no, we know he is.
Yeah.
We know Keegan can go do this. We know that Keegan is a good enough offensive player that when he goes and takes, I think, 16 shots, the second most shots he's taken in a game this season, when he goes and takes, it's like, yeah, that's kind of what he should be doing on a night in, night out basis. My question with Keegan is not the ceiling. My question with Keegan is, can I get that every night?
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge problem. And I'll continue to say this. The Kings didn't do him any favors at all this season. Because this is a kid who is in his, he's extension eligible this summer. They did not do him any favors. Adding DeMar DeRozan as opposed to anyone else, like a Cam Johnson type, just really took away opportunities. When they made the move to put Malik Monk into the starting lineup, just took away more opportunities. He went from a guy who was potentially your 3rd leading scorer coming into this season, and you pushed him all the way down to 12 points a game. And I don't think that it was intentionally, although it's not like this franchise hasn't done that in the past.
Sure.
But it was the byproduct of the acquisitions that they made and the byproduct of promises that may have been made to Malik Monk. And at the end of the day, Keegan Murray just kept dropping down the pecking order. And that's just a really tough thing for a young player, especially a young player who, averaged 15 points a game last season. He was on the rise.
Yep.
And then
he
all of a sudden,
shoot it as well from 3, but I mean, just offensively last year, you saw him expand the bag a little bit, and you went, oh, at some point he's going to start hitting 3s again.
Well, that, and at some point we thought he'd start taking guys off the dribble a little bit more. We thought we would see more of the development, right?
Yeah.
And then to just have the rug ripped out from underneath you as far as a player and as far as who you are and where you fit into a system, it's tough. We talked the weird gardening metaphor we used yesterday.
That's strong. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, I think we did that at the break, but it's like you have to understand, like when you're gardening, that there are certain things that go together and certain things that don't. And again, like like a tomato plant has to have nitrogen. It sucks the earth dry of all the nitrogen. And so you put basil around it. Number one, they don't like eat nitrogen the same way, but also they help replenish the ground and they keep bugs away.
Sure.
And so there are different plants that work with different things. And it's very similar in basketball. Like you can't just randomly throw a bunch of things out there and think that everyone is going to grow and everyone's going to prosper in the same way. And in all honesty, the roster creation this season has hampered the development of Keegan Murray. I didn't think it would be this dramatic. And I also thought that there would be this point where DeMar DeRozan was way up here and Keegan Murray was here.
Yep.
And we would start seeing this shift and where DeMar started to, age.
Take more of a back seat.
Yeah, take more of a secondary role and Keegan would elevate. Keegan just became an afterthought in this entire season. Like of all the drama, of all the things that have happened this season, he's kind of skated by because he's the one that didn't take the leap offensively that everyone thought. And again, I'm not blaming him 100%. He needs to shoot the ball better and stuff like that, but he also needs the opportunity. He needs to be in rhythm. I really do think that this is probably, when we get done with this season, one of the biggest true disappointments of this season will be the lack of development of Keegan Murray.
Yep.
And that's with you trading De'Aaron Fox. That's with you firing Mike Brown. That's with all of the other things that have happened. One of the biggest disappointments of the season is that he hasn't been able to elevate. And hopefully this is, maybe this is a moment where he starts to.
He took 10 threes last night, tied for his most of the season. He's only done that twice. He's taken double-digit threes twice. And no coincidence, they're the two highest scoring games of his season as well. So it's like, that's great that we saw it for one night, but I don't need to see a Keegan cook for one night. Before I need this on a little bit more regular basis before I start to get excited about it. So it helped them win last night, 118-101. They took care of business. They're 2-1 through their first 3 out of the All-Star break. I think probably take that, but we'll dig into that. We'll dig into plenty of other stuff from last night. John Lynch spoke at the Combine. We'll talk about that. And I have a question about the Kings that we'll get to as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back. We're clear and such.
Cool. What's going on, everybody? I definitely think that Kevin Huerter's shooting at the start of the season impacted this year. Boy, Kyle's headphones are really loud. Yeah, R.I.P. Gene Hackman and his wife and his dog. I don't know how that's all going to play out. He was 95 years old, and him and his wife have been married since, I think, 1991. Yeah, I think we'll find out more here in the next week or two about what exactly happened, but they're saying no foul play was expected. Well, Sam, you think it was carbon monoxide poisoning, but I wouldn't say obviously. Yeah. It's possible it was carbon monoxide poisoning. It's also possible that, bad things happened in the home and someone might have passed away and somebody else went with them. So, well, if it's suspicious, that would be a bummer. Yeah, I'm just reading through the chat as you guys are putting stuff in there. Oh, you're not leaving today, Rustdog. We got you. Steven Castaneda, I have not watched Survivor yet, so no spoilers. Casey Tucker, I heard a neighbor called for a wellness check because they hadn't seen them.
Got him.
I shifted my eyes slightly. Yeah, we're discussing the passing of Gene Hackman. Yeah, absolutely incredible actor.
One of those guys that, like, if he's in the movie, I'm like, oh, okay, this has some gravity.
It's a legit movie. Yeah. I love the movie Uncommon Valor from the 80s, war movie. Boy, now we're getting dark, Stephen Castaneda. How would you want to go? I don't know. Let's
Go where?
I haven't thought of that. Oh, see Crimson Tide, Hoosiers. We were talking the Royal Tannenbaums. He was so good in that. Lex Luthor. Yeah, lots of war movies. The Firm. He was really good in The Firm. Mississippi Burning. Oh, The Replacements. He was good in that. Enemy of the State.
All right, we're back.
This is one of those, like Shams just reported.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
What did Sham say?
Shams right now is reporting that New York center Ariel Hukparty has suffered a torn meniscus in his left knee and expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. I've never heard of that person at all.
No whom?
If I were to put on a list of names and put up Ariel,
how do you spell this?
Hukporti.
Oh, okay.
Porti.
Okay.
If you would have said this is a real person, I would have said erroneous.
Hails from Stralsund, Germany.
Okay.
As one does. Second round pick in this year's draft. He's played in 25 games for the Knicks this year. So this knee injury that has him out 4 to 6 weeks, he will not be eligible for All-NBA.
Oh, that's true.
That's tough. He's playing less than 9 minutes a night and averaging 2 points and 2 boards.
Yeah, it's my bad. I had no idea that this person actually existed. 7-footer, 246 pounds.
Averaging 8 and 8.5 per 36.
I wonder if he's German or if he's because his parents were in the military,
right?
And he was born in Germany.
I have no idea. I could not even begin to tell you because I didn't know this person existed until 40 seconds ago.
I also did not know he existed either. He was a two-way
I wonder why
player.
Shams tweets that. Like you said, it's not. So he started for the Knicks against Philly and played 16 minutes. He played 19 minutes against Cleveland in a blowout loss and played 17 against Chicago the night or their previous game in a overtime win. But it's not like he was a regular rotation piece before that. Do you think it's like an agent favor? Just getting his name out there?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, to
No
me,
clue.
that's odd. Either way, like, hopefully he's all right. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
fingers
a bummer,
crossed.
especially for a young player.
Yep. Yeah, fingers crossed he's okay. And maybe he'll come back and he'll be a factor in the playoffs. That's certainly the hope. Getting back to the Kings, I want to talk about some of the games that happened last night around the league that had an impact on the Kings. But I'm trying to help me here. I did not walk away from last night. I was not moved. The Charlotte game, I watched that and went, okay, there's that. I didn't see anything last night that made me feel like, okay, and it's not going to happen. Again, this is not a linear thing. It's not just going to be, oh, hey, every game they're going to get a little bit better and that's how it's going to go. So this is not like, oh my God, they're awful. But last night was like, okay, you kind of took care of business. You checked the same box that you checked against Charlotte. That's better than not checking it. Okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like now it feels like here's where the rubber is going to actually meet the road over the next 8 games. You needed to win last night, no doubt. But I wasn't moved. These last 2 games might just be those games I remember in early December where they scored 140 points in back-to-back games against the Spurs and the Jazz.
Oh, yeah.
They beat the Spurs by 27 and then beat the Jazz by 44. And we're like, okay, here they are. The Kings have arrived. And then turns out they hadn't. That's sort of what I'm afraid this is.
I think it's funny because we came into this game thinking that, like, I think I said I believed it would be between like an 18 and 20 point.
Yeah, you pretty much
win,
nailed it. Yeah.
Right. And so when you get into that game, if it was 16, it was 17, it was 18.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
They control the game.
Yeah, you control the game. And I think what we're hoping is that they would start cleaning things up, that they would look better here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest with you, they didn't. They were just a much better team. They were just a much better collection of players. And that's what I keep finding. There are games where they just look like five dudes who just randomly walked out onto a basketball court. And and so you're always waiting. Like, again, I think some of the good stuff that we took from the game before, the Hornets game, it's not so much that they won by 40 something. That was really, really like, okay, good. You won by 40
They
something.
got to 40 because Zach LaVine went insane in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and the game was, like, either way, they were up 16 going to the fourth, right?
Yeah.
So the game was never in doubt. But I think what we liked from that game was that they ran the ball through Domantas Sabonis the whole first half.
Mm-hmm.
And so the game started looking easier and easier and easier. And all of a sudden there was a flow to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these things that started to piece together, I just felt like some of that wasn't there in this game. And, again, I like the fact that Keegan Murray had a moment where he stepped up and had his breakout game. And to be honest with you, it might have been intentional. It might have been the Kings saying, hey, tonight we're going to work really hard to get Keegan Murray going because we know we can win this game, but we need him to figure things out. And so we have him for the stretch run here.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was the intent. Let's run more actions for Keegan Murray. That's possible. But I think what stands out to us, to me, to everyone who watched the game, was that Domantas Sabonis just was not very good for a second straight game. And I believe this is only the second time since he joined the Sacramento Kings that he's gone back-to-back games without a double-double.
I certainly don't remember.
There was one other stretch like 2 years ago where he had 2 games where he did have a double-double. And so it's not that that's the end-all, be-all, that Domantas Sabonis has to have a double-double in every game. But it's like he didn't get a double-double because he didn't score in double figures. And that
was 2 nights ago.
Well, last night. Oh,
last
no,
night
you're right.
12.
You're right. He did get to 12.
Here's what jumps out from last night. And again, you hit the nail on the head there. You say it's not the end-all, be-all, and that's correct. But his first half stat line, 4 points, 7 boards, no assists. And then the second half, 8 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists.
They're not repeating the things that are working.
Right. I don't. And again, we're hyper focusing on Domas here. This is not the only thing that we're taking away from last night, but it's certainly a big one.
Yeah.
And he is their best player, correct?
I certainly think he's their best player.
If you think Zach LaVine is their best player because he's going to put the ball in the hoop more, okay, that's fine. Domas is still extremely important to what they're doing. And you cannot have these stretches and where he's just a non-factor if you're going to reach the heights that you want to reach.
Yeah, and he dropped under 20 points per game last night for the first time in months.
That's crazy.
So over his last 12 games, I know we checked yesterday, his last 11 games, he's averaging 16 points. I'm going to guess he's at 15.5,
mm-hmm.
like 15.4 points per game over his last 11. It's just like you're waiting for this moment where he takes off again
mm-hmm.
and he starts to look like himself. And not only that, but Walker Kessler just destroyed him.
He cooked him, dude.
That's was
crazy.
Shocking that, Walker Kessler has not played well against Domas throughout his career. And to watch him, that's the problem, is that Domas doesn't look like himself.
Mm-hmm.
And, it started in the first play of the game.
Yep.
He got all the way, and he flipped the ball up in the air and, missed, and then...
He smoked, multiple layups last night.
I think he smoked a dunk.
He looked lost defensively.
Yeah, there's also a moment where early in the game, he went to throw a pass on the baseline to DeMar DeRozan and just threw the ball out of bounds. Everything looked weird. They turned the ball over the first 3 possessions.
It was ugly.
Yeah, although one of them was a team turnover because it was a shot clock violation.
Mm.
But even the shot clock violation was because Malik Monk was over dribbling and thought somebody kicked it and watched the ball, took 2 seconds to roll out of bounds, and then they had 0.7 on the clock. Like, just the basics of the game, it took them like 4 minutes to score 2 baskets.
And that's what I think that's what's bothering me. Because we asked for them to blow out the Jazz, and that's what they did. They tied the first quarter, they won the next 3 quarters, and they won the game by 17. There was never really a point after the first quarter that I thought they were going to lose.
Yeah.
So I'm walking this weird line because I'm not trying to discredit what they did last night. But at the same time, if you play like they did in the first 15 minutes of that game against a good team, you're going to be down 15 points.
At least.
And that goes for the game against Charlotte too. And like you said, it feels like they're winning these games. And this is my concern. And again, they have an 8-game stretch coming up where we're going to learn a lot more about them and where exactly they are on this NBA hierarchy. Because if they go 6-2 over those 8 games, we're going to feel a lot different. At least I sure am.
Mm-hmm.
But what I've seen the last couple of nights is, okay, you took care of business. That's great. But I want something to grab onto where I go, this is okay. This is better. This is the thing. This is their identity. This is the thing that's going to catapult them moving forward. I see the vision. I see where they're going. Right now, they're just out-talenting bad teams.
Yes, that's exactly what happened last night. They were just better because the other team decided to sit their 3 top scorers.
And also, Jordan Clarkson went 1 for 14 from the field.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, surprisingly, they started Jordan Clarkson, where they didn't the night before, or a couple of games, the 2 days before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, that team not only were they resting their top 3 scorers, they they started their 4th scorer in Jordan Clarkson, who couldn't hit anything, and their 5th highest scorer, who averages almost 17 a game, was coming off the bench as well. Like, it was just an odd game because we're expecting them to like roll, and they did roll, but there's still some clunkiness to it, and you're hoping that they clear up some of that issue. And I don't know if they will or not.
So that's where if you're trying to go, hey, I'm optimistic, be optimistic. Okay, well, that's the optimism.
Yeah.
The optimism is they boat race these 2 teams, and then instead of sneaking past them like they did against the Pelicans.
Well, and I think the optimism is that in one game, Zach LaVine clearly found himself. In the next game, Keegan Murray clearly looked like the Keegan Murray that we've seen at least part of the time last year and a bunch of times in this rookie season. He looked more like the player we expect.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't mean 26 points. It means he looked confident. He looked ready. He looked like he was part of the plan.
There weren't massive stretches where I forgot Keegan Murray was playing.
Yes.
That was the difference last night. One of the other things I really liked from last night, again, if we're looking for just little things for reasons for optimism, I loved the shot distribution from the starters. Malik Monk 12, Domas 12, DeRozan 14, Keegan 16, LaVine 18. That's more to me what it needs to look like instead of Keegan 6, Domas 8.
Yes.
LaVine 22. Like, I think the maximized version of the Kings looks more like that statistically, where it's a little more democratic. And then you have Keon Ellis coming off the bench, going 4 of 5. You have Jonas Valanciunas, who was awesome last night, going 6 of 7. He knocked down his only 3. Keon continues to stay hot from beyond the arc. He had 3 out of 4. The other thing I'm trying to take away and spin forward is I think they have a really effective bench.
Yeah, it's starting to piece together, and even the fact that Markelle Fultz played 4 minutes, and Jake LaRavia didn't score again.
Yep.
Jake LaRavia, whether he scores or not, he has a major impact on the game. I mean, I know a lot of people were super concerned about whether the Kings were going to be able to retain him or not. I told everybody, look, that will take care of itself. He did not want to be in Memphis, at all. It's very clear he did not want to be in Memphis.
Interesting.
But he plays with the same sort of motor that the players from Memphis play with, which I think is something that really helps the Kings.
Big time.
Right now, he's averaging 1.7 points and 2 rebounds, and he's playing 13.3 minutes a game. He's shooting 26% from the field and 18 from 3. 18% from three. Like, he hasn't found his offensive game at all, or where he belongs. And that, I think you can look at the way his season has gone with the Kings so far and really highlight the fact that a role player doesn't have any idea what his role is, except for the hustle. And I think everything that he's doing on the court is great, except for scoring. And it's okay that he doesn't score, because the Kings don't need another scorer. But what you do notice is that there are way too many times where it's like he just doesn't look like the player that he has in the past. And that's because he's trying to find his way. And it really is sort of when I think Jake LaRavia puts together a real game and ends up scoring 12 points or something, that's going to be the game where you're like, oh, okay. The Kings are figuring it out, not Jake LaRavia. The Kings are figuring out like how this group of players works together.
I told you when they signed Jake LaRavia, or excuse me, traded for Jake LaRavia. I told you when they traded for Jake LaRavia that he was going to have a frequent impact outside the box score. And last night, no points, no rebounds, no assists, 0 for 3 from the field, 0 for 2 from the 3-point line, 1 turnover, 4 fouls, plus 11.
The game before he didn't score, he was a plus 28.
Dog.
Yeah.
And so this is not Jake LaRavia as their most important player.
Nope.
If they got to the playoffs and Doug Christie said, hey, Jake LaRavia is going to play 6 minutes a night, it would make sense when you're shortening the rotation. So this is not. But when I say the bench is coming together, it's stuff like that. It's just, this is an impactful player that they have that is taking some of the onus off the starters, whether it's defensively, whether it's making plays offensively. Last night, Keon was knocking down shots and Valanciunas was really, really good. So they didn't need a tertiary scorer on the bench. Just, can you continue to have an impact in these other ways? And that's what I think the Kings are missing, or have been missing. Just those players who
glue guys.
They're gonna affect winning outside of shots and points.
Yes.
And outside of even rebounds and assists. What are the other little things? Hustle plays, tipping out a rebound. There's
the ball where he saves the ball from going out of bounds, flicked it behind his back to Malik Monk, who hits Valanciunas for a hammer.
Yep.
Like he saved 2 points. Awesome. He gave them 2 points that were not going to be there.
Yep. Just creating possession.
Yeah. And that's what I like. Again, whether the Kings can keep him or not, it just depends on if he wants to stay. And if somebody gives him like way more than the $5.1 million the Kings can offer. But I certainly think that we're backing down off of this idea that there's no way they can keep Jake LaRavia. He's gone scoreless in 4 of the last 5 games. And the one game that he did score, he had 3 points. The game before that, he had 2. So over his last 6 games, he's got 5 points. But it doesn't matter. Like, what matters is that he's impacting winning.
Yep.
And the same way that Jonas Valanciunas came in last night, what he did to Filipowski was just like,
that was tough.
That was tough.
Welcome to the NBA.
He just threw that kid around like a rag doll.
That's one of those things where Kyle Filipowski is going to be on a podcast in 15 years and he's going to get asked about his welcome to the NBA moment. And he might have a couple other ones. I have not followed the career of Kyle Filipowski super, super close.
Nope.
I've seen him at the Kyle meetings, but haven't really gotten to talk to him. I could see him being like, man, we played this game. I think it was in January or February against the Kings and Jonas Valanciunas. I could see that.
Yeah.
That's what last night looked like.
Yeah, he just got destroyed.
It was tough.
But that's the nice thing about having Jonas. When you have an off night from a player like Domantas Sabonis, now you have a player. I mean, I also point out Trey Lyles did not play last night, got a DNP CD, and he was did not play coach's decision in the previous game in the first half, and then came in and scored like 8 points.
DNP Christie's decision?
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Christie's decision.
DNP DCD did not play Doug Christie's decision.
That's right.
Yeah. Sorry. Keep going.
They realistically had like an 8-man rotation last night with a little bit of Markelle Fultz.
A smattering of Markelle Fultz.
Yeah, a tiny, small
sprinkle
smattering.
Of Fultz.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think that's their best 8 dudes who played last night. And they were the like I said, the bench was really good. The starters, I love the shot distribution. There's some things they still have to clean up, and maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. That's why we watch sports.
Yep.
Because if we knew for a fact, it would be way less fun. but I'm not sitting here going, wow, hey, this is the favorite for the 6th seed now because they've won these last 2 games. So that's where I'm standing. Over these next 8, we'll learn a lot. I'm more optimistic now about the next 8 games than I was prior to the last couple games.
I agree.
So we'll see how that goes. We'll take a look around the NBA scoreboard. And John Lynch talked at the Combine yesterday and addressed basically all of the major things going on with the 49ers. So we'll get into some of that news as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program, and it's on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Claire.
What's going on, everybody? If you guys don't mind, can you hit the thumbs up button for us, please? Loki Trickster, can I explain the cap issues for the Kings next year? I tried to do the math and wasn't getting them into the first apron. Is it due to the cap holds that they're in the first apron? I don't think they're a first apron team yet, but they are well above the cap and approaching the luxury tax with 8 players. So, yeah, they're going to have some issues. The apron issue, I don't think that they're going to be in the apron. And, the luxury tax goes up. I think it's going up 10% a year. So it's going to go up a sizable amount. No, I think I'm okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think that they're all right. I mean, they're going to have to piece together the backside of the bench. But I'd also say, if we're saying they have 8 players under contract, Devin Carter, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis is under contract. Levine, DeMar DeRozan, Valanciunas, Domas, Keegan Murray. All that's, I believe, the 8 guys under contract for next season. So that's a lot. And then I also think that there's going to be a like Isaac Jones will likely be on the team for next year, and that'll be a league minimum contract. They do have some ways to build this thing out. It's gonna be a little tight on the back end of the roster. But even right now, like, how much of an impact is Doug McDermott making? How much of an impact is Jay Crowder making? I'm not sure. Nick V, like, Chris Haynes isn't a scummy reporter. Chris Haynes is a good reporter. Maybe he had like some bad intel, but that's very unusual. Like, Chris Haynes is a very good reporter, and he's a local guy now. He lives in Elk Grove. He's a good dude. I've known Chris for a long time. He was a Portland Trailblazers reporter for a long time before he went to the national side. And I think he'll pop up on one of the big, once all the dust settles with who has what games and all that stuff, I think he'll be back in the league. Brian Cruz, do I think Ben Simmons will cost more than $5 million a year this summer? I think $5 million, like 5 to 10, like, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does get better money. But I also think he's going to go wherever he wants to go. I think somebody is always going to be willing to pay him.
That's so funny. Did you see what Dan Hurley said? Someone asked him if he thinks that. Someone asked if he thinks he's handling the press better now. Meaning, like, on the court. And he said, I think the press has been assholes to me all year. Oh, you meant on the court.
Oh.
That's funny.
Oh, breaking news from Chris Haynes. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich addressed the team today for the first time since suffering a stroke to update them on his recovery and to inform them he's not returning this season. League source tell Chris Haynes.
Makes sense. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Hey, something I've been meaning to do since Monday, and I keep getting sidetracked, so I'm going to do it right now before we talk about what John Lynch said yesterday. Went downtown with some friends this weekend, and we dropped by Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an ad. I just wanted to shout them out because that's a good spot. It's a good indoor-outdoor seating. They have a King's wall. No disrespect to the Applebee's on Arden, but their King's wall at the local at Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen was significantly better. Tons of TVs, really good beer selection. I think it was like 34 beers on tap, a bunch of them local. The food was really good. So if you're looking for a spot to watch a game, Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen, salute. We had a good time out there.
I don't think I've been here.
Yeah, it's been a bunch of different stuff. When my friend was describing it to me, it's a few blocks from the arena, walking distance to the arena for sure. But yeah, we just had a really good time sitting there.
Okay. No, it looks nice. I'm looking at pictures, and the food looks wonderful.
Food was good. Beer was good. Vibes were up. Shout out to Mojo's, man.
Nice.
Like I said, not even getting paid for that. Just wanted to shout out a local business. Okay, so John Lynch talked at the Combine yesterday. Said a bunch of stuff regarding all the offseason storylines that we're following. Said the negotiations are underway with Brock Purdy. Talks are in their infancy, but negotiations are underway. I think hopes that anything is going to get done. Matt Barrows wrote about this in The Athletic. I think hopes that something is going to get done soon are out the window.
Yeah, that's weird because if they're in their infancy, that means that like it's going to take 6 months before they learn how to crawl, and then maybe they take steps by 9 months if you're lucky.
I hope it's not that.
Yeah,
no, there's
ridiculous.
still. I think the goal would be to get something done before the offseason program starts. But Purdy has been in the building every day. That's what Lynch said. He said he's been around. He's talking to everybody. It's not this weird, hey, I'm soft holding out thing until I get a deal. I think there's mutual interest in getting a contract done.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked about this ad nauseum. My concern is way less the dollar amount, because whether it's 100 million guaranteed or 150 million guaranteed, like it's going to be expensive. Like it's going to be tough for the 49ers to retain high price players, to sign high price players. Like they can't have as top to bottom as expensive of a roster if you're housing a quarterback that's making 55 or 60 million annually, right? But on the other hand, the bigger deal to me, because that's going to be a hurdle regardless of what Purdy makes. The bigger deal to me is just getting it done well before training camp.
Yeah, is he playing on this deal this coming season? It won't supersede his final year of his contract. It won't overwrite the final year.
I doubt they would structure it that way.
They'll probably give him a signing bonus that will help
like
bring down the price of everything else.
Right.
And I think we've talked about this. The guaranteed money situation is always going to be the biggest question when it comes to quarterback play, it seems like, because it's so much of the contract. And then what we learned about that through, conversations with our friends in the media world that cover the 49ers, is that they have to put that money in an escrow account. So whatever again, Brock Purdy's going to get $100 million plus in guaranteed money. That has to be pulled out of one bank account and put into another bank account, so it's there.
Yep.
Right, and that's a lot of money to lose, to just have it go away. And so maybe that's why they keep doing this. But I don't know. It just feels weird that they always put themselves in a situation where they drag it out, and this isn't one where they should.
Number 2.
Okay.
The 49ers are in talks with Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw.
Okay.
That's kind of interesting. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the 49ers safety situation with you all because I think it would probably bore everybody to tears. But it looked like Talanoa Hufanga was going to walk, and that's how they've operated. They've drafted safeties in the last 2 years, and it looked like that was going to be. But then Hufanga got hurt twice this year after tearing his ACL. One of those safeties didn't play as well. So I think the door is more open to a Hufanga return than it was going into last season. The interesting thing with Dre Greenlaw, we knew they were going to try and bring him back, but apparently Robert Saleh is need him.
Yeah, he's adamant that they need him back.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, I totally agree. Because look, over the last 2 decades, the 49ers always have great linebackers. Whatever, they've done such an incredible job.
Yep.
Whether it's Navarro Bowman and Patrick Willis or, even before that, the Ken Norton era. And then, they've had all of these eras of great linebacker play. But when you have Fred Warner out there without Dre Greenlaw, it's just different. Your whole entire defense is different. Those two together are something special. Now, Dre Greenlaw has to be healthy. But that doesn't change the fact that those guys together, they make you a top 5 defense most of the time. And I'm not sure that you can get there by bringing in, guys who quit on you late in the season and just some randos thinking that you're going to be able to fill the spot.
Yeah.
But, maybe we're wrong. I hope that there's a common ground that they can come to, especially Greenlaw coming off a bunch of injuries and not really being able to perform at the highest level.
So it's going to be interesting because the Niners signed him to an extension a couple years ago because he had dealt with some injury stuff, and they got him at bargain basement price. He just wanted some long-term security, and he got it. So it'll be interesting to see. And John Lynch said yesterday they're hoping to get it done before free agency. They want to get a deal done before that. But they would also understand if he wants to go see what's out there and see what his market is so the 49ers can act accordingly. The injury stuff is the only question I have with him. If he's going to go get top 5 linebacker money, all right, go get it then.
No, totally.
And you can hope that one of your younger guys, D. Winters or Tatum Bethune, or maybe you're drafting somebody this year to replace him. Because I agree with you, man. We always talk about the defensive line and their pass rush, but their ability to control the second level in the middle of the field has just been huge because so many modern offenses are built on, hey, get rid of the ball quick. Over the middle, easy throws. And when you can take those away and you force the quarterback to get to read 2 or 3 or 4, that's when your pass rush starts to get home. And when those linebackers that are that good in coverage are also very good at getting downhill and sideline to sideline, all of a sudden your run defense looks awesome. And you're absolutely right. It's not a coincidence that you removed Dre Greenlaw from the equation last year. You try and plug in 47-year-old Devondre Campbell, who may or may not even like football. And hey, look, your defense is way worse. They got worse at several spots, to be totally sure. But I think that was a big one.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't surprise me at all that Robert Saleh is looking at this and going, man, we need this guy. If we're gonna maximize what we're doing defensively, we need Dre Greenlaw in here.
Yeah, and I agree with him 100%. And I like that he's that's the position that he's taken. Go give me my guy. And if you got to pay him a little bit more, he probably deserves a little bit more because of what's happened. Yeah. Now, again, if he's going to get top tier money, there's nothing you can do about that.
No doubt.
But he's still a very, very good player.
Speaking of injuries, Brandon Ayuk's injury recovery is going well, according to John Lynch.
Okay.
There's a follow-up test coming soon that I guess, according to Matt Barrows, is going to shape his recovery timeline. So after this follow-up test, whenever that is, I think we'll get a better idea of, do they expect him to be back for training camp? Do they expect him to be back for week 1? Then we'll have a better idea. But right now, it's all up in the air. There's not been a setback, which I think is as good as you can do right now, or as good as you can hope for. They're not going to come out on February 27th to be like, yep, he'll be ready for week 1. Here we go.
Yeah.
Or sometime before that. Like they're just not going to put that on it until they know for sure. Okay, now that the healing has happened, now you get into the rest of the recovery.
Yeah, I think it's amazing too what they can, because the history of the ACL tear and the history of the specific injuries that he has outside of the ACL tear and the knee, you can track progress and where someone should get to and where they're at every step, and whether they have a setback or not. You can track that like so easily now.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, just watching like range of motion testing and stuff like that I've seen the Kings do, and they start to see when a player is, when things are going wrong, like well before, like predictors.
Mm-hmm.
And you like either pull back or you've got to push through. You got to like more weight training or less weight training, or like, hey, like we don't like what's happening right now, we're going to let it cool down for 3 weeks. I think there's a lot that, you know, we'll learn about what's going on with his knee, but also like it's so refined now as far as like an injury.
Yeah, for sure. A couple of things real quick. Trent Williams is going to be back. John Lynch confirmed that. And they're hopeful Christian McCaffrey is going to be ready to go for the offseason program, but it doesn't sound like he's going to participate in all of it because they want to make sure he's healthy, which makes sense, but that's going to be a huge question mark because he's 28 going on 29. And he had Achilles and knee injuries last year. So
yeah,
that'll be something to watch moving forward. All right, let's get back into the Kings. Did they get any help yesterday? We'll have more takeaways from yesterday's game. And I have a big Kings question that I think we're going to need to answer here over the next couple of weeks. But before we do that, I didn't have an underdog lineup last night, but I've got one tonight, fresh off my win on what night was it? Tuesday night? I got a win on Tuesday. Here's the lineup I'm rolling with tonight. No Kings game, obviously. So I'm looking at the Warriors and the Magic game. I'm going Stephen Curry lower than 33.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I think the Magic are really good defensively. They have the kind of length that can bother Steph. Paolo Banchero, I'm going higher than 34.5 points, rebounds, assists, because I don't think the Warriors have a player who can effectively guard Paolo Banchero. So I think he might have a big game. And then Bradley Beal, just 18.5 points for the Suns against the standby. I lost track of who the Suns are playing. Here we go. I think it's the Pelicans. Yeah, it's the Pelicans. So Bradley Beal, 18.5 points. It looks like he's back in the starting lineup for the Suns. So I'm going to go Bradley Beal higher than 18.5 points. That's what I'm doing on Underdogs Daily Fantasy. Underdog Pick'em. It is my favorite way to watch sports, and I think you'll enjoy it as well. So join me. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code Kyle M to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code Kyle M. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. All right, we're diving back into the Kings next. He's James and Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Was it Greenlaw that you said is 28 going on 29?
No.
Okay.
McCaffrey.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Greenlaw is 27 going on 28.
I love when people do this. Like, okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
We talk about more stuff here than the Kings. Sorry, Steven.
Yep. Yeah, Jay, you're bringing up, you thought Levine looked much better, more engaged, and better effort on defense last night. Like, all of these dudes are trying to figure out where they belong. It's like when you hire somebody and you throw them in, you know, and they don't know the job at all. They just progressively get better. Like, once they settle in, they start looking better and more comfortable in what they're doing. I think that, you know, of course, we're going to see him get better and better and look more like the player that he has been for 11 years in the league. Yes, Brian, the Garden guy, 420, you did miss Garden Talk yesterday.
Hate to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great trio. Even
oh yeah,
Chris Borland, anyone? Thanks, Polo.
Yeah. Who is the dude? Reuben Foster. He lasted like 5 minutes, and that was a mess. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've told that story a bajillion times. When that story broke, because he had his domestic violence case.
Yep.
And then he brought the girl who he had the domestic violence case with to the team hotel when they were in Tampa Bay.
Oh.
And it became a whole thing.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you guys later.
Oh. Are we back?
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. D-Lo's already in the building. Look at that. Hey, Damon.
There he is.
He can't see us. That's fine. Also, coming up at noon, that guy Steven in the chat, who was really upset that we were talking about the 49ers or something.
Oh.
I don't know.
We should just keep talking about the 49ers then.
Everybody
Steven.
Locked in. Taking a look around the league last night. The Kings helped themselves with a win. Unfortunately, they didn't get a ton of help above them. The Clippers held on to beat the Chicago Bulls 122-117, so the Kings did not gain a game on the number 6 seed, but 6 through 10 in the West remain separated by 2 games.
It's crazy how close it is. This is the same thing it was last year, right?
Yeah.
Like every game mattered so much,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got to keep winning. You got to hold on. It's going to be really difficult.
I'm trying to decide. Somebody in the chatty house asked a question the other day. Do you prefer the play-in tournament or just the top 8? And I prefer the play-in because I like the games.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the one and done nature of the games. But man, can you imagine if let's go back to the old ways. Where 1 through 8 just made the playoffs. There's no play-in. Right now, Golden State would be a half game up on Dallas for the last playoff spot, and the Kings would be 1 game back. The race for those playoff spots, and the Kings would be 2 games back in the number 6 seed still. The race for those playoff spots would be insane. That would be so fun down the stretch.
Yeah, but I think that what you're doing here now with the 10 is you're allowing Phoenix and Portland to at least have Phoenix, Portland, San Antonio. They still have a choice to make, right? Mm-hmm. Whether they're going to go tank or whether they're going to play and try to get back in it. And in all honesty, I'd rather have like a sprint to the finish with as many teams as possible.
Sure.
But
I like the play-in for sure.
Yeah.
It's just we talk about the Kings are now 3 games up on the Suns. It really looks like, okay, we know the 10. We have our 10. Just what order are they going to be is still anybody's guess.
Okay, I would make the argument. I think we know 9 of the 10, but I'm not convinced that Dallas is going to be able to hold on. And again, Sacramento's schedule is brutal. But I'm not convinced Dallas is going to be able to hold on. They're just like in a bad place.
Okay.
And so there's a possibility that they fall out. But that would mean that somebody else would have to step up, and no one else seems to be stepping up at this point.
Yeah, man. The Suns have not been playing well. The Blazers, they got a win last night. They beat the Wizards. They're still 4.5 back of the last play-in spot. And then the Spurs, they lost to the Rockets 118-106. De'Aaron Fox struggled again. They're now 5.5 back of the last play-in spot.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox has been a mess the last couple of games, and I am wondering if they are not going to shut him down.
I have a theory.
Uh-oh.
He will be shut down on March 8th.
After?
Yes.
Okay, after he plays in Sacramento.
Yes.
Okay.
He's going to keep playing. He's going to make his return to Sacramento. He's going to do everything he can to beat the Kings. And then they're going to shut him down.
What if they shut him down the game before, let things cool down, and then don't even have him show up in Sacramento, and then do their tribute video next year, the first time he comes through Sacramento?
Whack.
When things have,
I hate it.
When things have cooled down.
No, there was booing for the promo the other day. I need this game now.
Yeah.
Next Friday, baby. Lock in. I can't wait.
I'm with you. I'm excited to see what happens. But, I mean, watching him last night, he goes 3 of 12 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3. He has 7 points. 7 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 turnovers. Yeah, he was a negative 20 on the night. The entire starting lineup was bad. No one scored in double figures. But still, that's just one of those ones where you're looking at like, man, is he okay? Is his hand okay? And does he have other things going on besides that?
Over his last 3 games, he is 12 of 49 from the field. That is less than 25%.
That is less than 25%. That's wild.
And 3 of 18 from 3.
So, yeah, that's
1 of 6.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's not good.
He has 37 points in those 3 games. 37 points on how many shots did I say? 49?
Yes.
Ugh. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, and maybe it's just the Spurs are really, really ass without Victor Wembanyama, and that's playing into it. We talked about it when he was here. It's got to be the hand, and it wouldn't shock me at all if he's waiting to play here, and then gets whatever he need done to his hands.
I'm here for it either way. Like again, I can understand shutting it down and making sure that you're healthy for next season. The Spurs are not going anywhere this year, especially when Victor Wembanyama was ruled out for the final, 27 games, whatever. Like they're not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
I want to see what they look like down the road.
So the Kings did get a little bit of help last night with the Spurs losing, but I think they are way out of it. The Clippers and Blazers winning is not super helpful for Sacramento.
Yeah, the Spurs are 5.5 games back. I mean, they're not really like in it at this point.
No. I have a question for you.
Okay.
And I please take this the right way. Are we sure the Kings are better under Doug Christie than they were under Mike Brown? Or did they get hot for 2 weeks? Because if you take out the 7-1 start, the Kings are 10-9 under Doug Christie.
Okay.
If you take out that hot 2 weeks where they won 7 in a row, they're 23-28.
Okay, but then I feel like in order to get to the true answer to that, it's like what do we have to do? We take out the 5-game losing streak for Mike Brown and say, okay, like
Sure.
what were they before?
Okay, so let's take that out. Now they're 23-23.
Okay, so they're a 500 team before the 5-game losing streak, and they're a 10-9 team. Since
they were hot for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they were
I don't either.
a rudderless team before, and now I don't consider them a rudderless team as much as a team that doesn't have like a true pecking order, and they're trying to figure each other out. Like I think, again, we said this a bunch of times, like Doug and I have been friends for a long time, but when it comes to the basketball side, if he makes mistakes, if he doesn't play, if his team isn't playing well or anything else, like we have to ask the tough questions. We've got to have the tough conversations all the time. The fact that a coach took over a team in turmoil and goes 17-10, like that's really impressive. Like it doesn't matter whether we take away the losing of the win streak or not. Like this is a team that has gone through like major trauma multiple times already this season. Again, like the Mike Brown thing in NBA standards is a trauma. De'Aaron Fox basically making it known that he doesn't want to be there and then being here for another 3 weeks or whatever it was, 4 weeks. That was a trauma that they were enduring, which is why it was surprising they went on a 7-game win streak. But at the same time, like once he's traded, that's another trauma. And so this is a team that, like to be, I don't know how he's kept them together and the wheels on the bus as best as he can. When we talk about like some of the problems that this team has or what they have long term, it's not so much like whether they're going to win or lose the rest of the season. Like the strength of schedule is what it is. You can't get away from that. But I would say that if we really want to look at this, like Mike Brown, the reason why the Kings' strength of schedule is what it is right now is because they played the easiest like first half schedule in the league, and now they're playing the rest of it. And so I think that they are a better. I think they're a more talented team right now. They're not as cohesive, but that's because they have too many moving pieces. Has Doug made all the right moves? Absolutely not. Are there things that he can do better? Absolutely. But when Keon Ellis, last night plays 33 minutes in a game when he came into the day questionable with a rolled ankle, I mean, he's trying to put his best players on the court. He's trying to find the combinations, and it's not easy. It's not easy to tell Trey Lyles, hey, man, you're not going to play, and I'm going to put in Jake LaRavia, who scored 3 points in the last 4 games. Right. He's going to play, and you're not. That's not simple to do. And so I do think he's doing a good job. He's trying to get everybody through like the tough time and what's happening here. And I think like if there's a player who's having like an existential crisis, it's Domas right now, trying to figure out where he fits in this new world order with the Kings after signing a massive extension and, knowing he's going to be here. So you're seeing all of these things play out at the same time, and it's not always easy.
That's kind of okay. So what I was getting at, this was not a Doug thing. At least I didn't want it to be. That was just kind of the point of the like line of demarcation of, okay, here's the next part of the schedule. I guess the reason I ask this is because when I'm trying to suss out what I think the ceiling is, or what the next 8 games, because again, there was those 11 games coming out of the break, right? They're 2-1 right now. So can they go 5-3 in the next 8? And like the answer is always maybe. Again, we don't know. They might go 8-0.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows? Like that again, that's why sports are great. The thing I keep butting up against is I have this thought in my head of, man, there's this ceiling that's really high for this team, because remember when they won 7 in a row, they just need to get back to that. But the team now is a lot different than it was during those 7 games. And if you look at the 7 games in the scope of the entire schedule, that looks like more of a hot streak than, hey, they figured it out for those 2 weeks. What did they figure out? They need to get back to it. So the thing I keep running up against is I want so badly to find reasons that this team is better than about 500. And I can't. Because the further away we get from that 7-game win streak, and the reason I bring this up now is because they've now won 2 in a row.
They've won 5 out of 7.
Yep. They've won, and they won their last 2 coming out of the break, and blowout wins. Like, okay, that's awesome. But I don't think there's another like 7-game win streak coming, because I don't think that this collection of players is capable of that.
I don't know that they've ever had a collection of players here in the last couple of years that were capable of rattling us 7 in a row in this schedule either. So like I think when you really get down to it, like it's the 7 in a row, it just happened, and they lost the last game. Like the ability to win 7 in a row. They had won 3. They lost to New Orleans. If they would have won that game, that would have been 4. Then you had a marginal team in Golden State. If you could have got that win, this was a 7. Last night's game, and Charlotte, that's 7 in a row that you could have won. And they win 5 out of 7 in that range. That's still really good.
Sure.
It's just you would have hoped that looking at the teams, 4 14-win teams, or 5 games against 14-win teams, and then a Dallas Mavericks team in complete shambles, and then a team like Golden State, like you would hope 6-1 or 5-2 out of that, and even more like 6-1. But that didn't happen, and we talked about how that was such a huge little window But still, I think that there is positivity here that they're actually getting the wins. It's just, what do you look like against good teams? And we're gonna see that play out here very quickly.
Can you get 5-3 in the next 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everyone says, "Oh, you beat Houston twice already this season." It's like, yeah, this isn't the same team, and
No.
Houston is.
No, for sure.
Although Houston isn't playing as well as they were before.
You can get Dallas, you can get Phoenix, you can get the Spurs. That's 3. I think they'll get. And then you need one of Houston, Denver, Clips, Knicks, and Warriors.
Yeah.
Maybe they can.
You got to beat up on the Clips. You got to find a way, and you've got to beat the Warriors, because they have a 2-1 advantage on the Warriors right now. I think they're 0-2 against the Clippers. But the Dallas game has value too, because you're playing a team that.
Oh, they're all going to be huge.
Yeah.
Pause.
But I think when we're talking about like strength of schedule is one thing, but also tiebreakers is another. And the Kings have tiebreakers against lots of teams around their range. The one team, again, they've beat Dallas 2 already. They've already won that season series. They've lost to Denver twice. They have 2 more games against Denver.
That's not going to matter. Denver's way up.
Yeah,
there.
Denver is way up there. You're not going to worry about them. But the Warriors, you're 2-1. The Rockets, you're 2-0 with only 1 game left. You've already won that season series. The Clippers, you need to win the next 2 to split. The Grizzlies aren't going to matter at all. But the Timberwolves, you split the Timberwolves series, and that's big. So there's all of these other series that you've got to like keep your eye on. The Suns, the Kings are up 2-0 on the Suns.
Yeah.
And so if the Suns make some rally here, you got 2 more games against the Suns, but all you need is 1 to win the season series, which gives you not just like a 3-game lead over them, but it gives you the tiebreaker, which means a 4-game lead.
The Suns are so miserable.
Yeah.
They're not even a factor in my brain anymore.
That's funny. I think what's interesting is Portland. You've lost to Portland twice.
Ooh.
So you're 1-2 against Portland, and you got 1 game left, which is on the 27th. The Spurs, you're 1-2 against the Spurs, and you got 1 game left with the Spurs. Like these are things like, I don't think that those teams are truly going to make a run at the Kings, but if they make a run at that like 9-10 spot, you need to win all of the games against those teams.
Let's get James Ham's 6 quick thoughts on the game last night. We'll also do some scoreboard watching tonight, and then we'll have the handoff. That's coming up with one of D-Lo or KC. I'm guessing D-Lo because he's here. I don't know. One of D-Lo or KC will join us in about half an hour right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
And people keep asking, the trailer for Sacramento just came out, the first trailer, which should be interesting. It's the Sacramento movie. Michael Cera, Kristen Stewart, Michael Angarano, and Maya Erskine. I think it's getting released. Oh, it's releasing in theaters on April 11th. So Sacramento, we have our own movie. There's also a second film, according to our friend Sean Cunningham. Paul Thomas Anderson has a mega cast film, One Battle After Another, also shot in Sacramento and throughout Northern California, which is set to be released this year or next. No, this year. See, what do we got in the chat? I like Michael Cera. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, Suns are terrible. I agree, Michael Gallery. They also have this situation that everyone now knows that they're going to trade Kevin Durant, and we'll see how that goes.
Future Sacramento King.
Oh, there you go. I'm guessing this is the Paul Thomas Anderson movie that DiCaprio was was working on. I'm not sure. He was there was one day where we were leaving practice and they built a fake ATM at the train station and he was doing like a scene in front of an ATM or something. Leonardo. Huh. I did not see him. But
oh, there's still 30 seconds. I thought we were coming back right now.
Yeah. Like, if you guys think we hate this team, like whether it's Kyle or myself, you guys are wrong. We're just disappointed in the way the season's gone. At least I think that's how I would describe it. Like, this season was supposed to be about building, about getting back to the playoffs and all that stuff, and it hasn't turned out that way.
Sorry. Sunshine, rainbows.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I don't think there's any reason this team can't go to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's funny, like, there's this idea that, like, everything is negative and, like, we're trying to be as honest as possible. Like, you wouldn't want us coming on here and you know, spouting out that, like, this is the greatest team the Kings have ever assembled. And I've said it multiple times. I think this roster is more talented than it was in December.
Yes, I agree with you. It is certainly a deeper roster.
Yeah.
I don't get the roster. I'm not going to get the roster.
Nope.
To understand what they're doing with their current roster, I'm going to have to see them win like several games in a row, or at least play really well several games in a row against like really good teams. Mm-hmm. And if you're fine with, yeah, hey, they're going to win about half their games, that's going to be awesome. Guys, they're going to make the play-in. What are you worried about? Cool. I had higher expectations for them. Excuse me.
It's okay to have higher expectations. We do have an official statement that just came out from the San Antonio Spurs.
Great, please.
Head coach Greg Popovich. I've decided not to return to the sidelines this season. Mitch Johnson and his staff have done a wonderful job, and the resolve and professionalism the players have shown sticking together during a challenging season has been outstanding. I will continue to focus on my health with the hope that I can return to coaching in the future. Greg Popovich.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, man. Rooting for Pop.
Yeah, me too.
For sure. We'll any updates with that, we'll obviously have them for you. But it sounds like we're not going to get another one until he decides to return.
Or if he decides he can't return.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, look, he's the oldest NBA head coach right now. He had a stroke. And, you know, we wish him the best.
Yep.
But it's not easy. It's not easy to recover. And the grind of an NBA head coaching job is just absolutely outlandish.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, man?
Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
Chilling, bro.
TC.
Oh, man, just vibing. So I like what I've seen last night. I know it was the Jazz and whatever, but I like what I've seen. What I mean by that is I like how the team is getting into a flow. Zach's found his shot again. You know, it like he wasn't even touching the rim, bro. It was just all net last night. Valanciunas, I like the team camaraderie, bro, how they're coming together and playing together. That can be scary. So my take right now is I'll take how bad we've been, just have the last laugh later when making the playoffs and all that at the end of the season, bro, in my opinion. Also, question, though, I'm being honest right here, Kyle and Ham, answer this. So if Monty was let go at the end of the year, I think it would be a good fit. Do you think Bob Meyers and Doug would be a good fit?
Thanks, TC. Appreciate it.
You know, I don't know.
Can I keep it a stack?
Yeah, go
on
ahead.
Bob Meyers?
Okay.
I don't know that Bob Meyers is that good of a GM. Bob Meyers benefited a lot from the presence of Jerry West. Bob Meyers was awesome with people. he was awesome at keeping that group together and that core together. I think he was a big reason that they were able to do that. I don't know that Bob Meyers stepping into this situation is like auto fix. The Kings are ready to go because now they have Bob Meyers. I just don't know. I don't know how impactful he would be in this spot where you kind of need to make some pretty significant changes. But like, you go look, it wasn't like Golden State was just pumping out draft pick after draft pick and man, look at all these awesome players they're developing. And like, no, they had Steph and Clay and Draymond, and they just knew exactly what formula they needed to put around them. And he did, like I said, he did a good job there. I just don't know that he is like home run slam dunk. He's going to fix the Kings.
I would agree. Like, I do think that Bob Meyers, because Bob Meyers has connections all over the league, right? He was an agent for years. He is well liked, well respected.
Yep.
So that might get you somewhere. But at the end of the day, like, his draft pick, like, history is proven out to
not
be
great.
A pretty big disaster. And his ability to make the big trade and stuff like that, sure. Like, he did come away. He's the one who traded for Durant, I believe.
They signed him.
Well, they signed him. They signed him. They were able to get him in the building. But outside of that, like, the core of that team was built by the group before, which was, it wasn't even Rod Higgins. It was, I can't remember who their GM was before.
Larry Riley.
Larry Riley. Yeah, he's the one who made the draft picks. He's the one that built, like, the core of what that team was going to become. Like, look, at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing that I would point out with Bob is that I think Bob and Steve Kerr had a very symbiotic relationship and a very strong bond. And when Steve Kerr needed something, the general manager would go out and try to address that need. And that's why they won 4 championships, outside of the fact that they had great players to come into that run with. So I do think that there is a way in which Bob Meyers can work with everybody, and Bob Meyers might be able to be a guy who can like bring everybody into the same room and say, hey, let's get this done. But I'd also point out, like, the great combo that the Kings had of Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman. There was a huge trust because they had known each other for decades. They'd played basketball together as pros. They were together in Portland as coach and assistant GM and coach and general manager. They had this long standing. And when they got to Sacramento, when they both landed in Sacramento, of course, Petrie was earlier than Adelman, but they worked together to, like, figure everything out as a group. And that's something that I think we just keep missing here in Sacramento. So whatever it is, whoever it is that you want to connect, if it's going to be Doug Christie or if it's going to be a different coach, but if you're going to bring in Bob Meyers needs to have his guy that he feels, or a guy that he feels comfortable with and can break bread with, and they can grow together.
I wonder if there's somebody with, if there's somebody with like GM experience who Doug played with. That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Joking. Anyways,
but that was
I know that there was
Divac.
There you go. Here we go. We're on the same page now. Same page, same line, same word, same letter. No, the one thing with Bob Meyers specifically is if he had the ability to get to run basketball and it was just him and the people he hired, because the ownership group has a level of respect for him where it would just be like, hey, this is your bag, you go do this.
I hope so.
That would be the single biggest benefit to bringing in Bob Meyers.
Yeah.
I think he would have that level of gravitas with not only the rest of the league, like you pointed out.
Yeah.
But with the Kings organization.
The cachet within the building where he could literally say, hey, look, this is my show, back off.
Yes.
Like, I'm not dealing with all this other stuff.
We're not doing assistant GM. We're not doing anything else.
And if he's hired the assistant GM. We're not doing a magical guy in the sky, Joe Dumars hire that is like complicating the power structure. We're not bringing in this other piece unless it's someone that Bob Meyers says, hey, I want to bring in an advisor that's like whoever it might be.
Sure. And but it has to be his hire.
Exactly.
It can't be, and this is true for any GM, by the way. I just think Bob Meyers would have the cachet to ask for that and get it.
Okay.
Which that would, I think, be the biggest benefit to bringing him in. You want to squeeze 6 quick thoughts in here?
Sure.
Okay, great. We're going to do that right now.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Thumbs up.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
James Ham, 6 quick thoughts from last night's game. Number 1.
Keegan Murray came to play.
Boy, did he.
You know, he had his first 20-point game since November 24th, literally 2 days before Thanksgiving, I think, or right around that. His season high 26 points. Like, we need to see more of that. We need to see more of him being assertive and him taking 16 shots. But we also need to see his teammates understand that this is the future of the Kings. And if they're going to be good down the road, that the pathway to being good is still through Keegan Murray. And if they don't understand that, then that's on them. And when they struggle, to end the season, or they struggle next season and keep wondering why they don't have that other guy, it's because you basically turned off the grow lamp. You did.
Sure.
You did. You starved whatever it is that Keegan Murray was going to be, and you didn't let him become the player he should be.
It's almost 25. And we're still sitting here on February 27th of his 3rd year going, now, if he can do this every night.
That's tough.
That's really tough. I hope he can. I am a big Keegan Murray guy. I am very skeptical. But last night was incredible. Last night was awesome. Would love to see it tomorrow night as well. And then the night after that, and the night after that.
I think your skepticism and my skepticism are slightly different. I think that your skepticism is that he's 25 and almost 25 and that he might just be who he is. And my skepticism is that the Kings keep adding players that don't allow him to become any type of player other than, a 12-point per game, 14-point per game guy. And the roster construction itself is as limiting as anything else. So,
That's fair.
Yeah. Either way, it's a good discussion.
Number 2.
Zach LaVine kept it going. 22 points, 8 rebounds. I think the 8 rebounds were really impressive. He's hitting his threes, but I've seen this a couple of times. When Zach LaVine wakes up in a game, it's because he gets some big fast break dunk or big fast break layup or my goodness, Malik Monk, that half court pass
that was sick.
to Zach LaVine for a gigantic alley-oop dunk. That woke up Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
And I find that there are moments in a game where Zach just becomes a lot more engaged overall, and it's predicated off of him getting to do something that gets the crowd excited, that is like an oh my gosh moment. And you got to find those oh my gosh moments for him early in games and see if you can, sort of pull that out of him.
Number 3.
Yeah. What's wrong with Domas? 12 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. Is a second straight game without a double-double. And my biggest concern wasn't that, is that he got smoked by Walker Kessler. And none of that to me was okay. He needs to figure out where he fits into the grand scheme of this team. And, him and Doug have a very close relationship. They spent 2 summers together. They need to get on the same page about what this looks like next year and the year after. And how do you build this thing? And it's tough to do that when you don't know if that coach is going to be there next year and the year after. But for right now, I think Domas is a little lost in who he is to this team.
Which to me can't happen.
No.
And we have a bit. Okay, so like Keegan, and I saw somebody say, are these guys only watching half the game? Isn't Keegan the best defender on the Kings? Justin Quarles asked that. No, Keegan's awesome defensively.
Yeah.
We've talked about we've talked about this a lot. The ceiling for him offensively is starting to fluctuate some. And I think it's coming down.
Yeah. Well,
defensively, he's awesome. He's going to be a really good NBA player for a long time. Just how good is he going to be?
No, I totally agree. But like when you drafted him, a player with the 4th overall pick, you didn't draft him to be like a slightly better offensive version of Dorian Finney-Smith. Right. You drafted him to be a very, very good 18 to 20 point per game scorer at the NBA level.
Yes.
And, he showed signs that he was going that direction. And that stopped and then like someone threw it in reverse and went backwards. Defensively, he's been great.
He's outstanding.
Yeah.
Really good player. And he's going to be a good player for a long time. Should be part of the Kings for a long time. Just adjusting where he fits in that hierarchy, in that pecking order. Anyways, wanted to clear that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know that there's a world for the Kings where Domantas Sabonis is putting up like 12, 9, and 5 consistently, and they're the best version of themselves. It seems like the best version of the Kings is one where he is just consistently involved offensively.
Yeah, the best version of the Kings is where you don't pencil in, you write in like permanent marker 2014 and 6 for Domantas Sabonis. And the variable on what that is like a little bit here, a little bit there. Some nights it's 24, some nights it's 18. But at the end of the day, that's not what we're seeing right now.
He's also not been shooting it great from 3.
No,
he's starting to come down to earth from beyond the arc.
He's just lost.
Yep.
Yeah.
He has to be better for sure. Number 4.
The other Lithuanian, Jonas Valanciunas, was absolutely incredible.
He's really good.
15.7 rebounds. He changed the whole complexity. Just imagine the Kings bench right now with Alex Len as the center and not Valanciunas. Mm-hmm. And I don't think we would like what that looks like. Mm-hmm. And that's why we asked for the front office to go get a backup center for the entire season.
Specifically him.
Yeah.
Jonas Valanciunas is the guy that we in the Chatty House and Kings fans ever were asking for in the offseason.
It's amazing how having somebody who is a very, very good backup center, helps your team get better.
They should just don't hire a GM. Just crowdsource the fans.
That's right. Just listen to the insiders.
Yeah.
Monday through Friday.
That's what I do.
10 to noon on ESPN.
It's a hell of a lot cheaper.
1320.
What was that? Yeah, Jonas Valanciunas, good player. I don't have a lot to add. Number 5.
DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk were solid. I think their end stat lines were better than their actual production on the court. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, like, you're okay with the production. Monk has been in a shooting funk.
Can we stop on the Malik Monk thing real quick?
Yeah.
It felt like he was forcing a lot of shots last night.
Yeah, and again,
especially early, like just crazy step backs and like driving into the lane and trying these acrobatic layups through like four defenders. It's like he's trying to shoot his way out of whatever little funk he's in.
Yeah, I just think it's another sign of this team not being like fully gelled. Mm-hmm. And he's a guy who looks like he's trying too hard. Mm-hmm. But trying too hard, he finishes with 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists.
Yeah.
So that's good. And DeMar DeRozan finished his game with 19 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds, and 2 steals, and even had a block. Like, again, they didn't stand out as the reason why the Kings won the game. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the end stat lines, you're like, okay, if you can get 19, 8, and 6 with 2 steals and a block out of DeMar DeRozan, okay, that like I would take that for the next 5 years. I don't care how old he is.
No doubt.
That's like, hey, look at that. That's a really good outing.
But that's kind of when we talk about the cohesiveness of this team. If this is kind of what they were getting night in and night out, where somebody shines, maybe it's Keegan, maybe it's DeMar, maybe it's Levine, maybe it's Monk, maybe it's Domas. You got somebody shining, and then everybody else chipping in. Zach Levine, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. Malik Monk, 9 boards, 6 assists, and a steal. He had 13 points. Domas, not his best night, 12, 9, and 5, but he had a steal and a block. It's like, if that is where you start to go, okay, if they can consistently figure out how to do this, that's when I'll start to buy into whatever this collection of players is.
Yeah, exactly.
I need to see more before I'm like, oh, okay, they're good now. They figured it out.
Yeah, and it's weird. You see all these stats and you're like, oh, this should have been incredible. And it was really good, but it wasn't incredible. And that's where you're still wondering, like, how can they piece it together and just smooth the edges off, right?
Yeah, we talked about this. It feels like their floor dropped. Well, okay, now they're raising their floor. That's good. But their ceiling has not moved for me. And that's what we're talking about. Can you raise that ceiling?
Yeah, well, I think their ceiling came crashing down, and now the ceiling's much lower than we thought it was in the beginning of the year.
Right.
And can you push it back up a little bit?
Yeah. Number 6.
Keon Ellis, he was questionable coming into the day with a sprained right ankle.
Was not questionable coming out of the day.
He played 33 minutes, which is crazy. And not only that, but his early buckets in the game, he had a 3, he had a 2, and then another 3.
Just keeps doing it.
They were in huge moments where this team was teetering and did not look good. And he, to me, is somebody who helped change the momentum of the game multiple times, not just with his defensive effort, but also with his ability to hit big shots in big moments. And like, look, I just think he's such a talented player that the Kings need to make sure is around for a long, long time.
Yeah, for sure. 6 points in the third quarter, had a quick bucket when he came in. But the final 6 minutes ish of the first quarter, it's Keon hits the floor and the Kings look different.
Mm-hmm.
It happens every day. Plus 22 last night.
It's not a surprise, right?
Not a surprise at all.
Yeah.
But no, I don't want to get into it. We got to step aside. We all know where we land on the Keon should start. He's James. I'm Kyle. The handoff. It looks like Kenny Caraway is going to join us next on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 and it's Sacramento Sports Center. Ooh, if this is, I don't know if this is for me or Kyle R, but I'm going to answer it. Local is in Sacramento. Urban Roots for me. I like Urban Roots a lot. But Track 7's really good. Urban Roots I usually go to because I like their food. And it's just easy. The parking situation down there is pretty easy typically. And I just know where it is. So that's if somebody asks to get a beer, that's where I say. But I love Track 7 as well. If you start getting up into Auburn, Moonraker is fantastic. I know I'm leaving. Oh, Moxa. If you can get up to Roseville, Moxa is.
Where's that at?
Over kind of near Topgolf, down 65.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I rock with Moxa.
I'm not a big beer drinker. But we did. What was that place? The place in Loomis is crazy cool. Shoot.
Oh, Bike Dog's really good. I do like Bike Dog a lot. Have I been to? I think I don't know if I've been to Device. Oh, buddy. Do not get me started on the Cuddies. I've had some great days with Cutwaters. They sell a lot of those at Petco Park.
Oh.
And Petco Park is hella dangerous because they have and I'm sure a lot of stadiums have these, but they have the thing where you just like scan your credit card and it opens the door for you and then you can grab whatever you want and then leave and it just charges you for whatever you grabbed.
Oh, wow.
So you don't even have to like stop and talk to anybody. You just scan your credit card and you don't have to pay on the way out. So you're just.
Yeah.
Love Cuddies.
Okay, so High Hand Brewery in Loomis, it's one of the coolest venues that I've seen in Sacramento. It is a huge, huge interior building where they have live music and they've got brewery setups on both sides. Like really, really cool spot. So I recommend it. Again, I'm not a big beer drinker, so I'm drinking old fashions and other liquor.
I'm turning your mic on.
Last like 3 years, like I'll drink me an old fashioned.
Dude, if a smoked old fashioned is on the menu, I'm getting it.
So, 100%.
Come to my house, I'll make you smoke old fashioned.
Let's go. Let's go. We're pulling up.
Yeah.
But here's my thought on alcohol, right? Because people are like, oh, this is good. This is it's fine, blah 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 blah. To me, it's all disgusting. So if it's all nasty,
except for your McQueen and the Violet Fog gin,
that actually is really good. Look, they don't even pay me. These just my people. That's the one drink where I was like, oh, this actually tastes good.
My favorite thing when the Kings win is going to your social media and waiting on your video. The tags are just the funniest, dude. The tags are always killing me.
I believe alcohol in general it doesn't taste good, right? presentation and everything. Plus, champagne and the campaign a little bit.
Here we go. Oh,
Insiders with James Ham and
Back to the
Kyle
Insiders.
Madsen.
Here we
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube
That's
on
fine.
ESPN 1320.
I don't want to. We were talking drinks at the break,
Mhm.
and Kenny Caraway is here for the handoff. In fact, hang on.
It's time now for the
Yeah,
handoff.
it is.
Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today.
Oh.
Here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
Hey, there he is, Kenny Caraway in the building. No, but Kenny, you said that lately you're in a spot where sometimes you'll order an old fashioned.
Yeah, almost always. Like that ends up being the go-to. If they don't have cranberry and vodka, or I'm like at somebody's house and they're like, "Hey, do you want an old fashioned?" Shout out to my man Elias. He always makes some really good old fashions. Ultimately, yeah, sure, it's cool.
I'll also, if I'm out and just need, I will. Wild Turkey 101
Mhm.
is outstanding.
What is that?
Just neat. It's just whiskey, just strong
Okay.
whiskey.
Okay.
It's outstanding. It's bourbon. But yeah.
Yeah. I have
Yeah,
a bottle at home.
I'm not a
Kyle.
liqueur connoisseur, so I end up just drinking anything.
All right, that's
Now
fair.
I did say, and like I said, this is for real. Like ain't nothing to do with money. The McQueen is really good, and you know why the McQueen is really good? Because you can't taste the alcohol. That's why it's really good.
Well, that's,
So
I
then-
mean, typically vodka doesn't have a bunch of taste, but gin does.
Mm.
And so it is good. If it's a smooth gin, I'm not a huge gin drinker.
I'm not a gin guy at all.
Yeah.
I don't think I am either, but I can't taste the gin, so it's
There you go. So it
great.
just doesn't matter.
It's awesome.
The Kings won last night.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Did we get a video last night?
We did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't
Keith
see
Van
it.
Horn was in there. Alex Smith was in there. Who else was in there? I got to check that out. Yeah, a couple. There's not a lot going on.
Do you
in
plan
Utah.
this ahead of time, or do you just hit at and just start thinking?
Just start thinking.
Okay.
Just kind of freestyle the whole.
We got
thing.
Houston. We got Houston coming up. So Beyonce,
Beyonce
course.
definitely. Lil Flip will
Gonna get
probably be
tagged.
on there.
nice. I love that.
Bun
Bun be a Houston guy?
B is a Houston
Yeah,
guy.
let's do that.
Pimp C, R.I.P. We're gonna get him. I
Mm.
mean, here's the thing. Nowadays, R.I.P. to some of the legends. They can get it too. The
Sure.
other day against the
Earl
Hornets,
Campbell, maybe?
Earl Campbell for sure.
Yep.
Travis Scott, he'll get some of that.
Mm-hmm.
The other day, Dean Smith got it.
Oh, he did. I saw that.
Oh,
That was
So,
tough.
It's just, but
tough.
it's out of respect.
No doubt. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
you're a
out of
legend.
respect.
I
Yeah, yeah.
associate you with this.
Absolutely.
thing.
Who else got?
For sure.
Oh, some Utah. The Utah football team, the Utah Hockey Club. They got it.
Oh, yeah. No, they have an
yesterday.
NHL team now.
And then one of the AAU Utah teams. Oh, and Karl Malone too.
Ew.
Yeah.
Nah.
That was not out of respect.
That was out of blatant disrespect. All disrespect.
But yeah, they got that dub, man, and really, they kind of handled business in this little stretch of 7 that I was looking at. Now it turns up a little bit.
I have reached a point where when Keegan does what he does last night, I almost get frustrated because
he was
you see-
outstanding last night.
he was awesome.
Yeah, he was outstanding.
And James and I talked about this earlier. And again, this is two separate things. In the scope of last night's game, Keegan was excellent. A huge reason they won by as many points as they did.
Mhm.
Right. But on the other hand, zooming out, you're going, why can't I get something like that or a close facsimile to it every night? He's aggressive. He's knocking down his shots. He's always really good defensively. But he's knocking down his shots. He's taking the second most shots on the team. I'm just waiting for. I'm
Well, I
still
think-
sitting around waiting to get
I
it.
think you're gonna be waiting forever. I just don't think that's not in his veins. It's not in his DNA. Sometimes he's gonna fall back a little too much. And I've accepted it from Keegan. I've accepted it. Like it's
Sure.
I think he's
Sure.
a good ball player. I want him here. I think
Mhm.
James says it best. You need more Keegan Murrays on your team.
For sure.
So it's not like move on from him or anything else like that. But as far as expecting something like that every night or the majority of the nights,
Mhm.
until further notice, like, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. For sure.
I think his career path could look very similar to what Cam Johnson's has looked
Ooh.
like, where there will come a point in his career where he might be one of the better offensive players on a team, just by default because other players are no longer there, whether it's in Sacramento or somewhere else. And he might average 19, 20 points per game. People are going to be like, man, he finally arrived. It's like, well, no, just the opportunity is different, right? And so I think that there's going to be moments like that. But I really hope that he gets back up to like the 15 to 16 point per game area as a pro, because I think he's better than the 12 point per game guy.
Yeah.
And I honestly think, like, again, the Kings have played a huge role in him not being that guy this season. But if they're going to be a good team moving forward, he's still the avenue to, it's him and Keon that are your young players, maybe Devin Carter, maybe not, like, who knows? But like, that's the way that you get better, is to have those players like raise you up.
Yeah.
And if you don't allow them to raise you up, then you're just going to float about what you were before. Yeah. And that's where we kind of got stuck here.
Like a lot of people, the joke in the chatty house, everything is, I don't like Keegan Murray. I like Keegan just fine. Outside of him missing too many wide open threes this year for the shooter I believe he is.
Yeah.
I had the greatest season. I'd give it like a B. Like, he's been fine. Like, he's fine.
That's just it. That's it. Is his ceiling as a player is just not where we thought it was.
That's the only thing I ever say is, like, I don't look at him the way maybe others do, as far as like, oh no, he could be this and that. No, I think this is me. He's about where he's gonna be, and that's okay. Like,
he can be a starter on a championship team.
Yeah, he's cool. Yes, like 100%. Keegan is just fine. Yep. He's just fine. I think he's had a good season, and last night he was spectacular. You saw it from the start. Like I said, that first half, I remember I tweeted it out. He was damn near perfect in that first half, just on both ends, the way he played, and
then kept it up in through the second half, which is a big one.
I think one of the problems I think one of the problems that we see is that you would give him a B, and then if you look at Sabonis, you probably give him an A. You give DeMar DeRozan probably a B. I think we can keep going down the list, and like individually they grade out okay, but as a collective, they're a C. And that's the problem.
Yes,
it's that it doesn't matter how good we grade each individual player. The collection has not worked at all.
That gave me an idea for a bit. We're gonna flesh that out tomorrow.
Damn
it. About 4 minutes here. Here's who we're rooting for tonight.
Okay.
First of all, you brought this up the other day about how nobody talks about Giannis as the MVP of the league. They do on ESPN. They have players to watch, and they have the top player from each team and just their basic stat line: points, rebounds, assists. It's Jokic, because it's Jokic v. Giannis tonight. Bucks Nuggets in Milwaukee. Yeah. You have Jokic at 29.2 points, 12.6 boards, 10.4 assists. Giannis, 31 points, 12 boards, 5.8 assists. Silly how good those dudes are. Anyways,
those dudes are crazy.
Kings fans, here's who you're rooting for tonight. You're rooting for the Magic against the Golden State Warriors.
Absolutely.
You need Golden State to get knocked down a peg. You need them to lose in Orlando. The Mavericks are at the Hornets. Big Hornets fans tonight.
Big Hornets fans. I mean, that's
big Hornets
so
fans.
Look,
here we go.
I'll put it to you real quick. If I was a Mavericks fan, MFFL, you know what I mean? Hashtag MFFL.
Yeah.
I'd be like, man, they're not gonna keep getting beat up like this. I'd be a little nervous. I'd be like, man, they're not just gonna keep getting.
You're not gonna lose by 40 every night.
At some point, they're gonna like play a good game, and you hope that their one good game in 5 games was the Laker game.
Yeah,
but I'd be a little nervous if I was a Mavs fan.
No doubt. You're rooting for the Pelicans over the Suns. You need the Suns to keep losing. Don't feel great about that.
The Pelicans, they won like 3 in a row or something.
The Pels are rolling a little bit. They've punished.
And the Suns, I think, all hate each other. The Suns might just collectively. I thought it was just a Brad Beal thing. It might just be everybody.
At the very least, I don't think they like Bud.
Yeah.
Man, again,
that's good. He's gonna stay. But if they moved on, that'd be like 4 coaches in 4 seasons, right?
Are they? Is he though?
I think just because of
I could see Matt Ishbia.
That'd be crazy. Like, you got to at least let him start the season next year. That'd be crazy. 4 coaches in 4 years. Wow.
Can't imagine anywhere that would do that.
They don't even do that. SAG don't even do that.
And then you got the Timberwolves
real
at the
coaches,
Lakers.
Not like interim, like 4 real coaches.
The Timberwolves at the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, all right. I mean,
you know what you have to do,
man,
Kenny.
Come on, man. I'm just saying. Like, what you want me to do? I don't like them, but what you want me to do? I need the Kings. Lake show. I'm just saying. I need the Kings to move up.
You do. You need you don't need the Lakers to win. You need the Timberwolves to lose.
That's all I'm asking for.
That's it. Just a bad
Ant-Man, my
game
dude, too. I hope Conley has a bad game. I hope Ant-Man has, because Ant's my boy.
Yeah.
Well, that and a loss to by Minnesota would put them tied with the Kings in the loss column at 28.
This is a big one.
Yeah.
Need that Timberwolves loss.
I need that. Yeah.
So that's where Magic, Hornets, Pelicans, Lakers. That's who the Kings need to win.
How many do you think we get tonight? Well, that's 4 games, right? I think we get.
I think
2.
the Wolves lose
2.
to the Lakers.
Yeah. Orlando's a little sneaky.
Orlando could beat the Warriors.
Yep.
It's in Orlando.
They're 6-1.
The last time they played, it would end up being close, but that was before Jimmy, so it really don't even matter.
God, Golden State's gonna roll on right now.
They do.
Is Zion
Orlando
playing?
might just be a bad matchup.
Maybe so.
They got a lot of size, and the Warriors do not.
They don't score enough. Though.
That's true. That's true.
A tough one. I don't know which. I
think
don't know
you
which
get-
game is the Zion game because it's a back-to-back. So I don't know which one is the Zion game.
We asked this question yesterday. We have 50 seconds.
Okay.
Who? I think. Hang on. 50, 10, 40, 50. Oh no, we're good. Okay, now we have 50 seconds.
Zion's playing. Let's go.
Here we go.
So
Here
they
we go.
gotta
Let's
get
go,
this one.
pals.
They gotta
Let's
get
go,
this one because
pals.
they ain't gonna be there
Come
tomorrow.
on, boys.
Yeah.
Let's go. Somebody asked this in the chatty house yesterday, or called. I forget. Somebody asked this yesterday. Would you rather have, like, you're going to acquire one of these players? The league says you have to trade for one of these 2 players, Kings.
Okay.
Would you rather trade for Zion or Joel Embiid?
Zion.
I think that's where I'm at.
Joel, as great as he is, he might.
Is he playing 100 more games?
It's tough to see.
Yeah.
Especially with the type of surgery, the procedure they talking about.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's tough. All right.
Yikes.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back with you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, drink water, be nice to people. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Bye. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Good show today, guys.
Thanks, Chatty House.
Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. How we feeling? One more time. All right.
Come on, man. Yeah. Hey.
I know what it is. Kings win. We like the bean.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. If you reppin' that
2 in a row,
like the beam now.
Might as well.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the
Young Zell, we welcome you in here to the Thursday, February 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
But it's not so bad after a couple of Sacramento Kings victories. Kings do what everybody asked.
Yeah.
Go out there, handle business against the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, man.
They did that.
Yes, indeed.
It wasn't pretty, but they did it. I guarantee you, I don't guarantee you, we all heard it, or at least those that watched saw the post. It's not good enough. Hey, but we're taking our steps.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did last night. Took care of business against the Utah Jazz, 118 to 101. And we're looking for stories out of these games, particularly, when playing against these bad teams. You want to get the victory, but what are we taking away from it? Zach LaVine, really great night against Charlotte. Thought he had a really good night last night. Keegan Murray, arguably, question mark, his best game of the season. I mean, I know it was his highest scoring output, but it felt like last night was the best night of the season for Keegan Murray so far.
He's balling on both sides of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling the insiders during the handoff, man, after that first half, man, I had to tweet it out. I was like, man, he played damn near perfect in that first half and on both sides of the floor. And he kept it up throughout the game, kept up the aggressiveness, kept up the defense. The defense was so on point last night, man. And it was good to see that from Keegan. It was good to see that. That was much needed. And much like Zach LaVine and what he did, what was that, Monday night against the Hornets?
Yeah.
Hopefully, this is something that catapults Keegan down the road. He doesn't have to play just like Zach scoring 42. You don't have to do this every night, but this level of aggressiveness and this level of two-way play, hopefully this is something that catapults him.
You know what number, man, is you talk about Zach LaVine and kind of game to game. The number people should be excited about, like the 22 points, terrific. The 50. The 4 of 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's the number, because when Zach LaVine got here, you play those first 4 or 5 games or whatever it was. It's like, how did he get, why does it feel like people come to Sacramento and just forget how to shoot? And it took, LaVine a little time to kind of find that rhythm, find that flow. And now he has a stretch. We laid it out yesterday. Was it 4 games? I can't remember if it was 4 or 5. I think it was 4. I think it was 4 for LaVine, 5 for DeMar. He's back to shooting, 40-something% here from 3. And, last night, we said this the other night, he's not going to shoot probably 8 of 9 every night. But if you can shoot 4 of 8, 3 of 6, something in that range. Keegan Murray, same thing, 5 of 10 in that game. Those are the numbers you need from those guys from behind the arc.
Absolutely. Once again, tweeted it out. LaVine starting to find a stroke.
Pause.
I paused it.
I know you did. I saw that tweet. I saw that.
But he's starting to find it. He's starting to get his legs under him. Starting to have a situation where he just kind of calmed down. You know what I mean? It was a whirlwind, like we said, about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
With a newborn, with being traded, moving, trying to find new teammates and all this other stuff, or learn new teammates. And hopefully the last X amount of games, it's a sign of him starting to settle into where he's at. And, he doesn't have to shoot 50% or even a 44%, but 38, 30, that's usually what he's been around in his career. Get to that.
Yeah.
And that's nothing but helpful to the cause, because that's better than anything they had before.
Yeah.
He at least 3-point line.
For sure. Both of them. Maybe I wasn't watching Zach LaVine the same way. And I didn't watch this game twice either. So maybe LaVine was this way yesterday. He was certainly this way against Charlotte. But Keegan looked comfortable yesterday. He just looked comfortable.
Yeah.
Just like I don't know what that conversation with Doug Christie was with those guys following the Warriors game, but there seems to be a whether it's a level of calm, a level of comfort, a level of understanding. There seems to just be a more that offense seems to just look less forced and less clunky than it did, certainly against Golden State, which was kind of bizarre, but what it had looked like, even in the Pelicans wins, even in the games prior to the All-Star break, when, Valanciunas and LaVine and all those guys are just getting here.
It always looks better because they're winning games and then they're blowing these teams out. But I wonder if after that Warriors game, there was talk of staying focused and keeping your confidence.
Do you think it looks better? You don't think it looks better?
No, I think it does. I'm just saying, they scored 130 points against the Pelicans, right?
Right.
But they lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we can nitpick that because they lost the game. I think it does look better. I think these guys do look more comfortable. But I wonder if not only is it just practice time and getting your legs under you like we talked about.
Or maybe it's verbal understanding.
That too.
Maybe it's sometimes you got to, step off the floor and talk to each other.
100%. And I saw in that Warriors game, mind you, it's just one game, but I saw in that Warriors game when the Warriors started to make a run, you started to see some shoulder slump a little bit and frustration set in. And what I saw last night, because the game it took a while for the Kings to get going as far as like pulling away from Utah. I didn't see that. I saw aggressiveness continue to go out there and happen for those guys on the floor. They kept taking their shots. They kept pushing the ball when they had the opportunity and staying with it instead of something goes wrong, maybe slumping your shoulders or, palms up, head to the sky, all this other stuff. And like I said, it's not even something where they're like mad at each other. They're just kind of, man, they scored again Nah, forget all that. Go out there, keep doing what you do. And I feel like we've seen that. Yeah, exactly. That's a great word. I feel like we've seen that in the last 2 days or last 2 games, excuse me. And hopefully that continues, man, because they got some tough ones coming up.
Yeah, as good old JR would say, business is about to pick up here. Is the road trip, the schedule gets a little bit tougher. Of course, you've got Houston coming up. I think that's on Saturday. So I think they go every other day once you get to Saturday. They no game tonight, no game tomorrow, and then we'll have a lot of basketball coming our way. This season is a mess. and I can't remember stuff the way that you do. They've played the Rockets how many times?
Once.
Oh, just
no,
once.
Twice.
They beat them twice, though.
They beat them twice. Both of them were at home. I guess this is the last game because they're not in the division.
Okay.
So, yeah, they played them twice.
Because that was sitting in my head last night as I was thinking forward to the next game. Like, okay, Houston. Oh, that's going to be. Kings beat Houston. They did. How many times did the Kings beat? I didn't remember if it was 2 or 3 or what.
Yeah, the first game was Fox and Dylan Brooks getting into it, and Fox they didn't say nothing no more. That was that game, and then the second game was actually a TNT game, I think. And they just played them well and won. It was part of the 7-game winning streak.
I hate when the Kings got all the wins against a good team. Just I love it in the moment.
Yeah.
But now we're going. This is probably the last matchup, and it's like, oh, all right, man. Let's see what happens. Maybe they just match up well against Houston. Maybe they're as tough as Houston are. Maybe they're not phased by Houston's antics. But Houston, Dallas, which, man, that feels like a big game coming up in a couple of days. And then ends with Denver before coming back here for a game against the team that's it's in the news today. The Spurs are the next home game coming up 1 week from tomorrow. Greg Popovich told his players, I guess in person today, he will not return as the head coach this year. He said these guys are doing a great job, and it appears Greg Popovich's coaching future is very much in question. Reading between the lines, I have to assume his career is over.
Yeah, that's just my feeling.
Probably not fair to assume that type of thing, but again, all signs are pointing to Greg Popovich's career being over, and that doesn't matter. All that matters is if he's healthy or getting back to some form of healthy. But apparently, it was an emotional meeting at the Spurs headquarters today. With Greg Popovich, but that's the Kings' next home game. So you have this stretch of games where, and I think the Spurs played and lost last night, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, lost easily last night. Houston got him.
Man,
I thought about
this is where that MVP discussion comes into play, where it's like, is Wemby the most valuable player? Because apparently they can't function without him.
No, they fell off a cliff and they getting beat up every night. I thought about whether or not we'd see De'Aaron.
I just pulled up the box score.
Yeah.
Didn't see him last night.
It was nasty. I think, and I would advise him, you can't do anything worse to the finger in a week, just as is. Get this out the way.
I still think it would be funny.
No, it would be funny.
I still think it would be funny.
It'd be hilarious. I'd tell him, play, get this out the way, and then shut it down like the next day.
Yeah, it'd be really funny, though, if on the 6th, they're like, yeah, De'Aaron Fox isn't on the plane to Sacramento. He's on his way to see a hand specialist or something in Los Angeles.
Got one game before this. I could be wrong.
Oh, man, really?
Yeah, they got like 2 days. They play on Tuesday, I think, and then they start.
Damn, good.
But they might play this weekend, though. I'm sure they do, actually.
See, this is what LeBron was talking about. This is insane. Holy crap, you're right.
They only have the one game
well,
on Tuesday?
I don't know that they play. Their next game is February 1st, which is Saturday, right? Is that Saturday?
Yeah.
February
Saturday,
1st.
Sunday, Tuesday.
Oh, no. They got a back-to-back.
Well, they're going to lose that one. They've lost 8 straight games with no days rest.
Okay.
So they're losing on Sunday.
No days off. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. We wanted to see something last night. Some of us put our Prize Picks lineup on it.
Oh, well.
That's why our bank accounts are going home empty. We'll talk about that. Domantas Sabonis, what's going on with him? Stilo and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
Saw Eddie up in here, man. I don't know if he's still here, but what up, though? What's up, big dog? Oh, that damn Walker Kessler. Wanted to get boards last night. Mm. Norm Will 3 out of Kings fans feel if Pop retires and Mike Brown coaches the Spurs next year. Yeah. I mean, I can't speak for all Kings fans, but I understand the question. That wouldn't bother me. Good for Mike Brown. Get that opportunity.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be Mike Brown though.
What you mean? You don't think he's gonna be the coach?
No, I think it'd be the brother who's doing it now.
Maybe.
I don't think it'd be Mike though. I don't know. Maybe it would be.
I don't know if that guy's got it.
I don't even know who's left on that bench, to be honest with you. I'm talking with way too much authority. I don't know who's
that the young dude. He did a decent job, but it's I guess he did a good job, an average job, and then you can't judge him with Wemby not there now.
Drew, relax. Someone spilled a water bottle on the court right before that, and that's why he slipped when Thompson shook him. That's all that was.
Woo.
Relax. We're gonna leave him alone.
Hey, they said this is our conference now.
Yeah, okay. You're the relax. The Detroit. Hey, yeah. You know what? You can get the Knicks. I bet you can.
Knicks with the win last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were playing. I said it yesterday. They're playing a sorry team, so they'll probably show up. And I was right.
Yep.
They blew the lead too, didn't
They
they?
did. Yeah, they had to scrap to get that win.
Wasn't even Domas that got me. It was my bitch ass trying to be funny with Paul George.
Oh, Paul.
25.
Oh, well, he back.
Shot 9 of 25, but yeah.
Well, why?
That wasn't the price picks. It was 17 and a half.
Tyrese with 33 last night. Wendy been working today. He was on First Take. I was watching First Take this morning.
See, King of Mactown, they don't ever want to talk about that, though. Only the negatives. Damn media.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, they said Sentinel is back.
Hey.
Sentinel is back.
Hey, the NBA is hella funny, bro. Why?
Yo, that was the fact that every team was posting about a parody account yesterday is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
NBA is hella funny. Hey, Stephen A. Smith was tweeting about it too.
Yeah, he just put Rip Sento.
And they said he was the one that got him suspended. They're not saying like he was, but they're like, he's looking a little suspicious, and he at the funeral talking about rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one that got him suspended. They said it's either him or Kyle Hurd.
Okay. All right.
But the NBA hella funny. Kings got in on it. Said this beam is for Sentinel.
Miami said we'd like to dedicate this win to NBA Sentinel.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Some people were really upset. Even Haters Report was like, "Hold up, accounts posting all kinds of violent, hateful, and racist things on this app, but NBA Sentinel can't post jokes."
See, that's family right there, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's family.
And then you have the wet blankets of Twitter. Why is everyone making jokes or so caught up about this fake account going away? It's only been bad for us. Shut up, bro.
No way.
Yeah.
Who was bitching? Was it Nick Stauskas again? Come out.
I didn't even look. I think one of the Celtics writers was.
Oh, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, you talk about your people.
They're not my people, bro. You know how I feel about the people.
Tell them to go watch Celtics Town and let us have fun over here.
You need to stop disrespecting the documentary.
It's 9 parts.
Yeah, for champs.
Bro, if they don't, that should be 90 minutes.
Celtics Town.
Cut it in half for every championship that they have.
Stop it, bro. Stop it.
But it's not covering every championship. It's just covering one.
No, I'm just throwing out. They got 18.
No, I think it's Is it covering? I think it's
I
covering.
think it's just the last
history
year.
of the Celtics.
I thought it was
It's
just.
last
I
year?
thought it was just this past season. I
Well,
thought.
they're talking to some OGs, so I think it's the.
Well, they're always around though too.
I think it's the Celtics.
They ain't got nothing better to do, so they just lingering around the organization like Paul Pierce. What's
hey.
Sorry, Jesse.
Hey.
Sorry, Jesse.
I think it's the franchise joint.
Celtics Town. Jesus.
Something like that.
Hey, Bill, come up with a dumber name. Celtics Town.
9 episodes. Goodness gracious.
Celtic City?
Maybe.
That might be it.
That's even worse.
Yeah, okay. God damn it, you two. The documentary is called Celtic City.
What did I do? He brought it up.
Celticsville. Call it whatever you want.
Okay, Celtic City isn't much better. Like Celtics Town is awful. If let's see, you're a fan of we'll launch episode 1 of Celtic City, a 9-part docuseries that takes an extreme deep dive into the history of the winningest professional basketball franchise on earth.
All right, settle down. Aren't the Lakers up?
What do you mean?
Don't they have more?
No, they no.
Wow.
Oh, last year.
What have I told you? No,
didn't it?
everything about the Lakers.
Whoa.
Yeah, thank you. Everything about the Lakers has been them chasing the Celtics. Winning Time was a series about them. Hey guys, the Celtics are really better than us. Let's try to chase them. Starts with them chasing and ends with them chasing because they lose. Like all the Lakers have done is chase the Celtics.
They tied them until last year, though, right?
I guess, but it's like if you're in second place the entire time, like it's not really a close race.
Hey, how many y'all got in color TV?
How many do you have?
I don't have
how many
any.
Let's talk about you. Let's talk about you. Actually,
I'm a Kings fan.
Let's talk about you. Yeah, let's talk about you. Punching above your weight class right now.
Well, we do have the gold tag. The Clippers don't even have the gold tag. They don't do that no more,
though. Okay. This is so confusing. I forget there's still an actual HBO channel. That confuses the crap out of me. There is still an actual HBO channel.
Right.
So for you dinosaurs that have HBO, you could start watching on the 3rd. For the rest of us, the new episodes start streaming. It looks like this weekend and run through April 28th.
Winning Time greater than Celtic City.
That's fine. I don't care about a second Celtics documentary.
When is Nick City coming out? Watch that.
How about we come up with a different name?
Nick's Borough.
You're just
Nick's documentary is just gonna be
for that one. You could just run back Charlie Brown missing the football every time he tries to kick it for the next
one.
It's the guy outside of what was the catchphrase when the Knicks got
bong.
Good? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
That was the Brody outside the garden.
Yeah.
Okay, that it's gonna be that.
Bing Bong City.
Man, I don't know why, but
maybe that's a club in Vegas.
I don't know why. I'm not okay with this. Whatever's going on right now, I'm not okay with
Kings. Well, I was about to say Kings would be like the Bean, but they might try and get like Cowbell or Cowtown or something like that. I think like the Beam
down in the valley.
Beam City is there.
That was awful. now like the Beam, I think like the Beam has almost killed the whole cow thing.
It's not even the cow thing's not even a thing anymore. I feel like.
Well, they do have cowbells. They hand out cowbells.
Well, yeah, but that's like
it probably doesn't. I mean, I guess if you say, I mean, it never really changes. Like Natomas still looks the same in like terms of when you fly over the airport. There's not a ton there.
Just added a Starbucks next to that Nations Kenny was talking about.
No, Natomas actually kind of.
No, Natomas is, but when you fly into the airport, like you still see land. Well, woodland, and you still see fields and lands. And
there's a part where you hop on the freeway near Natomas. It's like between there and the arena, the old arena. It's like it's just grass and
it's not until you really start to land that you go, oh, I used to live right there. Or, there's houses here. Like, okay. Cowtown, whatever.
That's about to end. You see all that stuff they building back there, like neighboring the airport.
Oh no, I mean I believe it. There's nothing but
crazy.
Space there. There is nothing but space there.
They got streets already ready. The street lights, the houses.
What I know I've never taken it, but they used to not have an exit besides the 99 split off. They used to not have an exit between Del Paso and the airport. Now there's the one that takes you to Amazon.
Yeah. Facts. And the airport is putting setting upgrades out there, man.
I guess another rabbit is on the way. We're going to spend a bunch of money on a stupid ass rabbit for you guys to take pictures of.
Maybe throw a rabbit next to the exit right there.
Pictures galore, I promise you.
It's going to be like the welcome to Las Vegas sign that people do. Welcome to Sacramento, and it's that stupid ass rabbit.
The fabulous city of Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm. The funny part about that sign is that is an entirely different part of Las Vegas.
Well, they got 2 of them.
Oh, do they?
They're hella far away. They book in the strip.
Oh, I didn't think, but that's not even on the strip, is it?
Yeah, it's hella far from the strip though. Like it's hella far. No, I shouldn't say it like that. But like Mandalay Bay,
it's hella far from the strip, or
from where we look at the strip.
Okay.
You get to Mandalay Bay, and then maybe you can see it from there.
Really? Because
Yeah.
Mandalay Bay is like the end, because that's where Allegiant is.
Mhm.
Okay, well, it's across the street, but it's there.
Right.
Oh
I'm
yeah, I thought it
exaggerating.
was I thought it was somewhere completely different.
Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. I think you can see it from Mandalay.
What's that street? It's a street, like it's a famous street, but it's not like the strip. Like it's like
talking about Fremont Street.
That's
Fremont.
it. That's it. Isn't that where the sign is?
Yeah, they got one there too.
Because people were like, "Yeah, no, it's a little crazy down there."
It
Like,
is.
It's a little crazy down
Once
there.
you get to Circus, it starts getting crazy. Trust me, I know.
Well,
I went to Circus one time. I was like, "Yo, get me out of here."
Circus very regularly, like, just it's not even voted the worst hotel in Vegas. It's just like, don't go here.
You think anyone's been to Circus twice? Like
To
you go,
stay?
yeah. Like you go to Circus once. Like, all right, that's enough.
You know who I
I
think
ain't never
gets.
stayed at a Circus.
You know who I think
I've
gets,
been to Circus. I never stayed there.
You know who I think gets rooms at Circus are people who are like, well, we're not even going to bed.
Yeah, we're just gonna be out.
We're just gonna be out.
I need somewhere
And
to
then-
lay my head.
That's
at
it.
5 a.m. real quick.
That's it. And those are the people who are like, yo, spend $7 and go to Circus. Yeah, you know we could die there. It's at that point, by the time we put our head, it won't even matter.
Yeah, Circus is. But I'll go back because
You gonna leave with something too.
well, I ain't gonna stay. I ain't gonna lay my head there. But I'll go into
Better
some-
not.
It's
At
good
least-
for the kids.
Better
The kids
not
love
on a pillow.
it. The kids love it. The little amusement park of it is pretty cool. It's not even that. It's just like the carnival.
Okay.
But it's cool. It's cool. They got a Popeyes in there.
Need Sam to relax real quick. So there's no disrespect to Natomas, but it's Yuba City. Don't do that. To
Oh
us.
no,
Don't
stop
do
that.
to
No,
us.
sit down,
What?
Sam.
Show some respect.
down.
That is
Sam.
disrespect.
Sit down.
Take a lap, Sam.
Yuba City's hella far.
To the wall and back, Sam.
Yeah, fence and back.
Yeah, I stayed at Circus in Reno when I was 21. Not recommended.
Reno's an interesting place by itself. Yeah,
Reno is
it's an interesting place.
I haven't been to Reno in
I hadn't
Couple
been
decades.
in a long time, and I went last spring. I was like, damn, it's just how I remembered it.
very forgettable.
That's how I remember it.
Very forgettable.
The basketball tournament is there though, so you know it's good. It's a good time out there, but yeah. Yeah,
We're
man.
gonna have to send Domas to Reno and get him some
Oh.
old school G League team.
No.
Send him to the
Oh,
big,
God, I'm playing with the big
send him
horns.
to the big horns and let him get some run out there.
Domas putting up 60, 20, and 10 in the G League.
Domas on his rehab assignment out there scored 87. Man,
Did you see that video? I want to talk about Domas, but did you see the video the Kings did about what's the highest? They were asking the players what's the highest they'd ever scored.
I did.
DeRozan
Yeah.
said, I don't know, 60, 70, 80, something like that. 80.
No, isn't it 40 something? What, didn't he just do it?
Well, they said it on any level.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Because who said 62 in grade school or something?
That was
like
Zach
that?
Levine.
Zach
I think,
Levine.
in
That's who
sixth
it
grade, he
was.
said.
That's who it was.
Markelle Fultz scored 59 at Dykeman. That's like basically Rucker. It's the new Rucker. I don't know. I mean, shout out to him. They said any place.
What's your career high?
Oh, good question.
I scored like 52 in a rec league game one time, but like in like an organized game, it's 36. I think. Yeah, 36.
We'll tell the 52. Don't worry.
Yeah, just tell 52.
Any level.
Career high 52.
And we have 4 players. It was 4 on 5.
Okay.
That was when I was young, though. I was like 23. I could run around and do that. I barely got energy to get 25 right now.
Oh, Old E with a good question. What's your career high for steals?
That is a good question.
Does anyone keep track of that?
Prize Pick says more or less 1.5.
Oh, you're gonna lose if you say less. I'm like, am I in the books for steals at East Bay?
I thought we were going to get another player comp.
Average like two a game.
Shay.
It's true. Like yeah, defensively, who are you like?
De'Aaron. Average 2 a game. Let the league steal.
Yeah, that's why KC gonna ask for a trade here.
They let go of the coach. He's like, I'm out of here.
KC gonna go join. It's gonna be KC and Joe in the morning over at the morning roast.
It's probably like 6 or 7.
Okay.
Me and my homeboy Brian, we used to have a friendly competition about getting steals. Like if there was like a 50-50 ball out there, like we'd damn near fight each other to go get it because we were trying to see who can get the most steals. So it was probably like 6.
It's good stuff. I'm gonna need someone to get with Domas and say, hey, let's have a competition of getting you back to a 20-point per game score.
My boy's struggling right now.
Strangely enough, he actually took 12 shots last night. He was
none of them look good.
Characteristically inefficient.
Yeah, none of it. 0 for 4 from 3. All his threes look tough, man. I was like, man, it's in my man's head right now, man.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Just the way those
three
shots,
or the shots in general.
I think the shots in general, but you could see it on the 3 ball. That he's just fighting it a little bit. I don't think it's something that's going to last, but he's not in rhythm right now. He's not as we would say for like a quarterback, like Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. He's not seeing it right now. He's just not seeing it. And I think it's something that, will maybe last another game or 2 or something like that. And then he'll get back to it. But right now he's not seeing it, not feeling it.
You think this is something where the personnel they have now is just kind of like he's kind of forced to just take a back seat?
No.
Like Zach and DeMar are players who kind of got to get theirs.
Yeah, but when in Charlotte, he had the ball a lot. Like against when
maybe more he's facilitating here.
Yeah, like, and I don't know. So that's what I just don't know. I feel like I know that's a Domas choice. Like Domas gets the ball in position and he decides what he's going to do with the ball.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah, and so like it's you look back, really in the first half, he didn't play at all in the fourth quarter when Levine went crazy against Charlotte. He had the ball a lot, so it's not like we're going down the floor and Domas isn't touching the ball. Domas is deciding to do what to do with the ball. That game was far more of something you see from Domas. Domas is going to make the right basketball play, or what he perceives to be the right basketball play, 9.8% times out of 10. He's going to do that. And that's what he did with Charlotte last night. It looked, I don't know if I don't know that I noticed like it, being in his head, but last night was like, man, it just looks clunky. Like he just looks weird.
Yeah, he's not feeling it right now. He had a moment. I can't really pull it up for the audience, but there was a play in the first quarter where somebody gave him the ball at around the elbow, and he was by himself. That should have been a 14-foot jump shot right there. And there was Walker Kessler. He was like in a tough spot because they had a guy that was going backdoor. I think it was Levine, and Domas was right there, and he just kind of didn't know where to go, but he was backing up more and more because he thought Domas was going to pass it. And just 14-foot jump shot was right there for him. And Domas kind of like had the ball, wasn't even sure whether to dribble or attack or shoot. Dribbled once, still wasn't sure, and then like tried to pass it and turned it over. It was one of those things where like that I looked at that like, man, he just he's just indecisive right now. He's not sure what's going on, what he should do. He's not feeling it right now. And I think it's something that'll come back, but it's just one of those moments right now. Just one of those moments. He's not feeling it right now.
I don't think it's anything to worry about. It's just a little frustrating because you kind of want a constant, right?
Yeah.
And if it's like Levine trying to find himself, yeah, that's fine. Working Laravia and cool, like whatever. Like you need a constant, and Domas is normally that guy.
Yeah.
Like, look, Keegan's not hitting threes, fine. Levine not hitting three, whatever. Malik, that's fine. You've got Domas, and that hasn't really been the case. Thankfully, they've had the other guys, but that hasn't been the case the last couple of games.
For a point of reference for that play, I found it. If you go, for anybody that's by a computer or anything else like that, go to NBA.com, go to the box score of that game yesterday. Just click on the turnovers tab for Domas. It'll show all his turnovers, and it's the last one. And it's just indecisive. He wasn't alone in this one. He tried to throw an alley-oop to DeMar.
Well,
that's what he tried to do,
okay.
and ended up turning the ball over. And it's tough. You see the gears turning in his head right now. And like I said, I think it's something that he'll work through and he'll figure out. But yeah, right now it's just a tough spot for him.
What was good too last night is that Valanciunas was really good.
Valanciunas was really good. JV was really good, man. That's a badass right there. I like my boy JV. I almost tweeted out or talked about today the whole Buddy Hield thing. Hey man, sign this guy. I think he got a year left, right? It was a two-year, $20 million deal. So, hey, JV, stay here, man. See, I love seeing him in the game.
KC sending the Kings into the apron to keep Valanciunas around. Kings into the apron to sign Valanciunas to $10 million deal, going to cost them $40 per year. Kenny Caraway, general manager.
They know what happened with the Warriors and Kelly Oubre.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like, I think it was like it cost them like $70 million.
Yeah,
it was like a $15 million deal.
They were so far above
that was crazy.
Tax. It just killed them.
But yeah,
but that's what but that was the whole point in having a player to kind of back up Domas a little bit, right? Is that's that. Well, you had 26 points off the bench. They all came from two guys, but still, you had 15. You had two double-digit scorers off the bench in Keon and Valanciunas. Like, how's Keon's ankle? Played 33 minutes last night. Bro is just fine.
Just fine.
I'm starting to think he didn't play in the second half just because it's like Keon and Charlotte. We're fine.
I feel like I might have heard like he was willing to test it out and they held him back a little bit. Maybe I'm making that up. I don't know, but I thought I heard that. And they said, no, we're not going to push it. But yeah, he 33 minutes last night. What would you say he had 11?
He had 11 points.
11 points last night. Yeah, he's straight. He's straight.
Yeah, 11 points, 4 or 5 shooting, 3 of 4 from 3. Valanciunas, those guys off the bench, man, they were effective. 6 of 7 for Valanciunas, including a made 3.
He got that. That's my boy right there, man. That's my boy. Now he got the 3-ball cooking.
There's gonna be a starting lineup controversy here with Valanciunas putting up numbers like that.
That boy JV did all that.
Would Domas be more effective off the bench? Check out my new podcast here, Kingstown.
Kingstown.
King City.
I mean, if Domas would stop being selfish and just go to the bench.
That's what it is. Domas just selfish. Valanciunas clearly a better fit. Just clearly a better fit. I mean, how much would this open up Malik Monk if Valanciunas started?
Malik Monk is another one. He had a sneaky, pretty good game last night, man. 13 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists. That's a nice little point guard game. He had the 3 turnovers. I think all 3 of them were missed alley-oops.
But does that count as a turnover?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, the ones that he threw, yeah.
Oh.
Because they got the ball or went out of bounds when he threw those 2 alley-oops.
You say still had the 3 turnovers. I think he'll take the 3 turnovers. The number that seems to bug him is 4 and 5. Those are the ones that he'll like. I mean, 3 turnovers, 35 minutes, primary ball handler. Not the worst. It's not the worst. I'm sure he's pleased that, he's not in that 4 or 5 range that he's been in the last few games, because he'll be quick to point that out. I hear you. I kind of thought Malik was just there. Not bad. Yeah. I just thought he was kind of there. I'm not worried about Malik. It's funny. The team shot 52%. Let me get the exact. Yeah, thank you. They basically shot 53%, and I didn't feel that during the game at all. And I think part of it is probably Domas and Malik. I think those are the guys I kind of have my eyes on the most.
And the game, it didn't bother me. It's the NBA. There are guys on that Jazz roster that are like, oh, he actually can play. Like Sensabaugh, Collier, even Clarkson, even though he can throw it in Salt Lake City yesterday, or in the Salt Lake yesterday. But Kessler, I like Filipowski, even Keontae. But it probably also felt that way because that game stayed a little closer than probably people expected it to for a little longer than it did. It was a 2-point game halfway through the third quarter, wasn't it? And then I think that's when it got to 2, that's when the Kings opened up and never looked back. But, probably for 2.5 quarters, people were like, hey, would you start blowing this team out? Like, what the hell's going on? And they couldn't never really get away from them. And then they finally did. So for me, I can't speak for him, but maybe that's why it didn't feel like they were shooting as good as they ended up shooting.
Okay. In defense, the Great Salt Lake isn't that big.
Never been there.
Well, me neither.
Oh.
I just had to look up. Wait, is there a Salt Lake in Salt Lake City? Well, there, of course there is. This is the Great Salt Lake.
That's what it's called, the Great Salt Lake.
The Great Salt Lake.
And there's salt. I think what's his name? Tony Jones was talking about like, people go there. There's salt in the lake, literally, obviously. And I think he said they drink from there or something. I don't know.
What did they do that for?
It's Utah.
Well,
better lake, Salt Lake or Folsom?
Folsom for life.
Yeah.
Is there still a Folsom Lake?
I think it's back.
Do we need to put some salt in it?
I think it's back now.
Okay.
Because at one point that was kind of scary.
At one point that was nuts.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah.
Bottom. I think it's back though.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Welcome back, Folsom Lake. We'll come back. More basketball to talk about, more Kings basketball to talk about, Doug Christie to talk about. Doug Christie now 17-10 as the Sacramento Kings head coach. Let's talk about that. Steele and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We got a little East Coast, West Coast type of beef going on in the chat house, but it's Yuba City versus Natomas.
Okay. Like, what are they talking about? Like, they're standing directly behind Jesse, and they're clearly like involved in an important. They're like, what are you two doing?
Hey, Chester, chill out, man. They're fine.
Chester, relax,
Yeah,
bro.
settle down.
Damn, yeah. By the way, you do need to watch Paradise.
You saw
Okay.
I was not episode 7, but I was rewatching episode 3 because, like I said, I got kind of lost in it. I rewatched it. Like it's yeah, you need to watch it.
People going crazy over that show.
Yeah, I think this weekend I'm gonna try to get to episode 7. Charlie actually told me this morning he got to episode 7. He said it's crazy.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
he confirmed. Like in my Fire Monty era, episode 7 was nuts. I don't even know if I want to watch it because now you guys like David. Episode 7's crazy.
Nobody has once said, either here or on Twitter, who's this guy? They said, oh no, man.
Who the hell is that guy?
Tyler.
We're just putting randoms on TV.
The hell is Tyler?
Oh,
sir,
man.
what is your full name? Who do you know here? Yeah, who do you know here, pal?
Do you have a credential?
Yeah, you got a credential?
Yuba City, I'm not going to disparage it. Outside of playing a basketball game at Yuba City community, I've never spent time at Yuba City, and I don't plan on it. But no disrespect. Natomas, you guys stop disrespecting. Plus, Natomas is getting that Top Golf. Show some love. Show some love. Even though Top Golf is pretty expensive. But I'll go to that one. And no shade to this, but instead of driving all the way out here, that's a long,
Top Golf at the Tom's gonna be way better.
Yeah, that's a long way to drive to overpay for a bay.
If anyone that makes these decisions is listening to, throw a gas station next to that Costco, please.
Yeah,
like you went halfway. Like you gave us the Costco, throw a gas station there too, bro.
That's like Levi's not putting shade on the stadium. You built the stadium.
Exactly. Yeah, just finish the job. I'm out here paying $6 at Chevron.
You got a Costco card? Or you guys got a Costco
My
card?
fiance has a Costco card.
I wish people could hear how abrupt these commercials come to an end sometimes. Jesse's like, yeah, I got a Costco card. We're back. All right.
Hey,
Still got work to do.
Hey,
Yeah, no doubt.
Shout out to the city of Sacramento. Did you see the trailer drop this morning?
Yeah, I did. I saw
Yeah.
Sean Cunningham tweeted it.
Yeah, man. Sacramento the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Trailer dropped. I don't know when it comes out, probably this summer or something like that. But I saw obviously the Tower Bridge. You saw the water tower.
Mm-hmm.
Dive bar.
Saw
Dive bar, and I saw Gunther's.
Okay.
Gunther's ice cream. So
Okay.
I Michael Cera is how you say his name, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like it. He's pretty funny ever since Superbad to me. So I would probably eventually watch anyway, just because he makes me chuckle. But definitely got to go see that.
It'll be like one of those dumb funny movies that we like, I think.
The ad said it's like Superbad for 30-year-olds. So
Okay. I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Definitely got it. But definitely our boy WCW, he tweeted me the gif of Leonardo. Yeah, he said that's all of us during the trailer.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna be doing the whole movie. I wonder if they're gonna come to Meadowview.
Well, it doesn't because someone just group text us. The movie Sacramento looks way wider in Sacramento. So I'm guessing they don't go to Meadowview.
They stayed in Midtown.
I'm guessing they stay
I wonder,
out of your
speaking of Leo, him and Tiana Taylor.
Wild transition.
Well, we just said
Wild.
Leo.
Well, no,
it's me.
I got it.
Speaking of Leo, him and Tiana Taylor did a movie down there. I wonder if it was.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either. But I wonder if it was like in the movie, they're like, yeah, we're in Sacramento, or they just shot in Sacramento.
Sacramento, the new LA? People are asking.
That's what they're saying.
Okay, Lake Show.
That's what they're saying.
Whoa, what does that have to do with the movie?
It does.
KC brought redacted to the West Coast, and he brought LA to Sacramento.
Wow.
Oh, wait, Casey, I got you back.
Thank you. Yeah, I wonder. Like you said, I wonder if that movie's even coming out. But yeah, I wonder if they're in Sacramento or they just shot scenes and used that Sacramento. No, and every time we talk about shows and movies with Sacramento, I got to give a shout out to The Mentalist. To this day, the only one that was set in Sacramento, even though they never filmed in Sacramento.
What movie?
The TV show, The Mentalist.
Oh, The Mentalist.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They never shot once in Sacramento, I don't think, but it was set in Sacramento.
I don't think I ever knew that show was set in Sacramento.
Yeah. I don't even know if they mentioned Sacramento.
Well,
But you could they have like the picture of downtown in the window, like of the building.
Mm-hmm.
So you knew you were in Sacramento, but I don't know if they ever stepped foot in
The
Sacramento.
Mentalist. Was that TN?
CBS.
Yeah,
Oh, it was
one of those,
CBS.
yeah.
Word.
CBS,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It was a good show, Oldie. It was a real good show.
Oh, I don't doubt. I mean, I remember it. I just don't think I ever saw it.
Jazz used to watch that. That's how I kind of got hip to it.
Great info from our source. Even Stevens was in Sacramento as well. If you're in the Disney Channel, I believe it's one of them old school shows.
Even Stevens. I think I was out of the.
It was like late '90s.
I was out of the
what
Disney
is
Channel
Even
game
Stevens?
at that point.
It's like a late '90s Disney show, maybe early 2000s.
Yeah, I was out of the Disney Channel game at that point.
Yeah, charismatic in the
Man.
chat house. Got that
Even
one.
Stevens
I don't think I
was set in Sacramento.
Oh, look!
That's
at,
first I've learned.
Oh, look! Oh, this looks like the type of show that guy would watch. What is this?
What does that mean?
Oh, this is strong. Like this looks like a boy. What is that show? Boy Meets World.
Yeah.
Knockoff. This is like the Kirkland version of Boy Meets World. What is
It
this?
You
had
might not
3
be wrong,
seasons.
actually.
Had 3 seasons.
A 7th grade misfit.
Oldie says anyone over 35 doesn't know that show. Talking about Even Stevens.
No, I don't know Even Stevens.
Okay, yeah,
I
y'all
don't know Even
y'all
Stevens.
got me.
But shout out to them, set in Sacramento. All right. Pulled up the first full episode on YouTube. I want to see if they ever show Sacramento.
Shia LaBeouf is the star of this show.
Yeah, I think that was like when he first got his first big break or something.
Huh. How about that?
After Paradise, we'll all start Even Stevens.
All right, man.
You know what I do want to kind of rewatch? Is he
three
at Arden
seasons.
Mall?
Ooh.
I'm looking at Even Stevens right now. I think he's at Arden. He is at Arden.
Oh, so they were there, huh?
This is the shoot.
He's at Arden.
Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. Everyone pull up an episode of Even Stevens. So what is this?
I'm pretty sure he's
Oh.
upstairs at Arden Mall. It's episode 1, season 1, the pilot episode.
Mhm.
10 minutes in, he's at the mall. I think this is Arden.
All right. 10
Episode
minutes.
6 is someone getting lost at the Cal Expo.
Okay, I see you. I don't know how. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Oh, wait a minute. No, this is not Arden.
No,
this is LA because there's 3 stories.
Oh,
here.
don't do
Oh,
that.
no. Oh, boo.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's 3 stories?
Because I got it playing. I don't know. He might be at Arden.
Oh,
This is Johnny Rockets. I think he's at.
this looks like the upstairs at
No,
Arden.
you're right. I thought I saw 3 levels.
And we got people saying Kenny might have to retake his Sacramento card test.
Wow.
Nah, that's not.
Okay.
That's not Arden. That's 3 levels. That's
No,
not
hold on.
Arden.
Okay, you know, so we go.
Yeah, no,
well,
that's 3 levels.
no, hold on. 11. No, I got
It
the
was
marker.
so much cooler
I
2
got
minutes
the
ago when it
marker.
was Arden.
No, I got the marker. We're gonna do this as a family. Even Steve, this is what we say this was episode 1.
Episode 1, season 1.
Episode 1.
Yeah, no, this. I'm looking dead at 3 levels right now. Sorry, guys.
Wow. Okay, hold on. Okay, we muted. Let's go.
Played us.
Let's go 10. I got it. I got it
played
marked
us.
at 10. Hold up. No, there was this. How'd I miss it? Stand by. God damn it. Now it's running an ad.
You're
You got
Even
it.
Stevens leader.
Hold on, we got I think is there a live Snow White?
That sounds about right.
There is a live Snow White.
Is it out? Or is it coming out?
It is March 21st.
Oh, okay. That sounds about right.
Shout out Snow White.
All right.
Now, all right. Now it's looking like it. You know what I mean? But now they
Is that Arden?
It looked like it. I don't want to ruin.
And
the
if you
dream.
get the urge to pick your nose, just say no. That's the dialogue that's happening on this show. So we're not Arden.
Not our. Well, go to.
I'd like to remind you, I haven't been to Arden in maybe.
Why don't we just lie and say it is?
We can. But
Like I said,
real
like
quick,
3 minutes ago it was, and it was so much cooler.
Go to 11. Go to 11:45, and you clearly see it's a 3 level mall.
Man, how long are they in this mall?
Right, yeah, about right there. Yeah. And then they start walking, and unfortunately, it's 3 levels. There's 3 levels, so they're probably somewhere in L.A. Look at that. That's
Oh
3
yeah, that
levels.
looked more like the gallery. Come on, man. That ain't no Arden Mall. This dude, Kenny. Yeah, how
did I know it was 3 levels before? I thought they were just upstairs.
You just be saying stuff. Is this Arden Mall?
I was all excited for what?
That's
Man.
that's like when they have like Sac State. They used to have Sac State on NCAA football, and you would play at Sac State, and it was this glorified version of the stadium. They had an upper deck, and it sat like 50,000. Like they're probably saying there at Arden.
They might be fun. Yeah.
I was low-key kind of shocked that San Jose State Stadium in NCAA 25.
Yeah.
That was kind of crazy.
Yeah. Sac State gonna get there.
Shout out Sac State.
Yeah, they gonna get there.
Kenny Capaway.
I didn't cap.
No,
I asked the question,
20
and then
laps.
I looked, and I said, "No, it's not. That's
No, you said, "Is this Arden Fairmont?" It is. It is.
Yeah.
That's like Vince McMahon. 1, 2. He got yeah.
Julio's got it right here. Julio's got it. Fence him back for KC. Fence him back for that one.
This is like a 9-story mall.
that mall.
Man.
The Mall of America. Lex Luger coming on any second.
Yeah, if we keep scrolling, Hulk Hogan's going to be in the ring.
Yeah, Trojans. I think
We're going to pass Hulk Hogan's pasta shop that he had at the mall.
Trojans, I think you are right. I think that is Glendale. Homeboy, you lived across the street from Glendale Galleria.
Wow.
Nice place.
We stray further and further from being a sports show every day. You know that? I was thinking about that yesterday.
We're a lifestyle show.
Exactly.
What part does Even Stevens fit into the lifestyle?
Even Stevens, he probably stayed in Carmichael. Probably where he stayed. How does Domas fit into Even Stevens? Does he find a shooting touch?
Well, like the dialogue says, if he has the urge to pick his nose, just say no. So.
If you have the urge to pass the ball, just say no. Shoot it.
And Domas, if you have the urge to lay it in, just dunk on someone.
That's what he did last night, though.
Yeah, he did.
That was nice. That was a nice play.
Domas dunk more when he get ahead of steam than when he backs someone down.
Hey, freight train coming through.
Yeah, he will. He'll put it down. Put it down, big fella.
So
as, Bill Walton used to say.
So here's something that I've looked at with this Kings team. They had a situation after the trade, and it depends on what you want to do. Like, you can add Portland if you want to or not. Just for my argument's sake, I won't. But you had a stretch of 7 games where you were going up against where is it at? You were going up against New Orleans 3 times. You played Dallas, you played Charlotte and Utah, and the Warriors are in there as well. In that 7 games, they went 5-2. I don't think that's that bad. You know, saying like, hey, I understand people are like, nah, man, you got to win all those games against the Hornets and the bad team, put the Mavericks in there. You got to go 6-1, and maybe you lose the Warriors. I get it. I get it. But 5-2 in that stretch that's okay. That's okay for what we were asking from that team.
Sure. I think a 5-2 stretch
at any time.
Yeah. Like, I think there's 2 things. The what you said, the loss to the Pelicans is tough. You know, they've actually won a couple of games since that Sacramento game, but
get the hell out of the Spurs.
That's tough. And I don't just think it's the Warriors game. I think it's the way that game looked.
That was nasty.
And it was at home. I think you know, when you pull back, it's like, okay, you're right. 5-2, 7-game stretch. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. They did lose to Portland.
But I remember why I didn't add those 2 games, because
what was the other one?
wasn't here. LaRavia was the first game here. And the reason why I didn't add Portland is that New Orleans game was the first game of the full roster.
Okay.
And when we saw how LaRavia came out and did his thing. So since they had the full roster that they have right now, they're 5-2 in those games.
Okay.
And I think I think it's pretty good. We're not having a parade for it or anything, but when you talk about kind of handling business, I think that's good. You can say they handle business in that situation. That may be the last point where you could say they handle business, because you wouldn't say that at 4-3. But 5-2 in a 7-game stretch, I think they did okay. Let's see if they can build on that.
Sure. I mean, and that's all you could do. Like, you could narrow it down further. Say you've got 2 wins in a row. How can you build on this? You've started off the road trip with a victory. How can you build on it? Like, you can look for little micro levels of growth, as far as you want. Speaking from a fan perspective, I think I think the frustration of that Warriors loss was pretty great. You could have buried the Pelicans game. You would have been frustrated, I think, still, but you could have buried it with the strong outing out of the All-Star break. After the break, guys looking a little closer to what looked like versus Charlotte versus Golden State. The fact that you would have won the series against them, which means you would have had that half game lead on them no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Then, now you go into the Charlotte game. Had you just played well in that one, Steph breaks your heart at the end or whatever, it's like, all right. You still have that like underlying feeling of, man, the Warriors are ascending.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't feel like the teams are going in the opposite direction, but you feel like, man, the Warriors are ascending. This sucks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, got to bounce back versus Charlotte. Whereas getting roughed up versus the Warriors, the way that they did, made the Charlotte game like, all right, they took care of business. Well, they had to. Just got their ass kicked at home.
It was also frustrating, too, because you're coming off the All-Star break. So if it was 4 games in 5 nights, it might feel different, but you had all this rest.
No built-in excuses, except the first game out of the All-Star break is it's tough.
That was a built-in loss right there.
It's tough, man. There's like 82 built-in losses in like NBA thinking. But yeah, from just a recent perspective, you look at it like, yeah, it's fine. It's just I think Kings fans also, again, I don't think this applies to players or staff or coaching or anything. I think this applies to fans and fans only. Is fans look ahead. So they're looking at almost not just victories, but banking victories. Mm-hmm. Like, you've got to beat Portland when you're at the time significantly better than Portland. Portland again, turn things around here a little bit, but you got to win that game. You got to beat New Orleans in this stretch. You've already beat them a couple of times. We're going into the All-Star break. You got to beat them, not because of the Charlottes or even the Golden States or the Utah. It's because, okay, well, now we've got Houston on the road. This Dallas game is really important. I don't know what Dallas is. I really don't. And you got Denver. And then it gets way worse. Not immediately with San Antonio, but like it gets way worse later in the month. And then you're out on like a 20-day road trip or something crazy like that. It's a slight exaggeration, but you're out on like a 6-game road trip or something.
Yeah, it's super lopsided too, because you're home for like 2 weeks and then you're gone for like a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And those tough teams that the road trip, ironically, actually has the easier schedule than the home games. The home games are like all playoff teams and like Thunder, Boston, Cleveland, all that other stuff. And the road game,
not marginal playoff teams either.
The ones.
Yeah. And
the road trip, actually, I think Cleveland's in there and Detroit's in there, but you got Charlotte and Washington again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man. And then also with that New Orleans game, losing to New Orleans in general was frustrating. But then you talk about the way you lost it. You had that game in the grasp of your palm, and you let it out. You let it get away. Mm-hmm. And I think they were up 5 with 2 minutes to go, or 7 with 2.5 to go, or something like that. DeMar misses those shots. They couldn't get a stop, and then you're forced to go into overtime. And the way that game played out adds to the frustration. So I understand the frustration, but after yesterday, I kind of tried to pull back a little bit and look, hey, the stretch against teams that you had to take care of with your full roster when you finally got it, 5-2, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll put it to you like this: if you would have told me at the beginning of the Pelicans game, you go 5-2 in that stretch, I'd be like, all right, kind of wish it was 6-1, but I'll take 5-2. That's good. That's good.
Doug Christie now 17-10 as the Sacramento Kings head coach. As we outlined yesterday, they were 13-18 when he took over. 5 games under. Along the way, 7 straight wins. Trade your franchise player. Deal with all of the fallout that comes with that. And still, you go and get a polarizing player like Zach LaVine. You go and get another what's the offensive type player in Zach LaVine, and a player that you like, by the way, if you're Doug Christie, a player that you really like, and you're left to kind of, juggle all of this. You're adding Valanciunas was a plus. We think adding Jake LaRavia is a plus, and you've got to figure this out all along the way. And then you mentioned, okay, well, since the new group has gotten here, they're 5-2, and man, to me, above all else, that speaks to what Doug Christie is doing. It's not 7-0. We didn't think that the Kings were going to be able to maintain, that level of playing when Doug took over, but it's what they desperately needed. They needed to dig out of that sub 500, ditch they were in, and they did it. And he's been able to, at least as best he could, build, try to build off of that. But 17-10, man, that's a solid record. And that's, we said this yesterday, the domino is the front office. But to me, Doug has earned a chance to be this team's coach.
Well, man, think about this, man. He's got, in his tenure, he's got a 7-1 stretch and a 5-2 stretch. It's pretty good. And sandwiched in between there is the turmoil of your star player asking out and then playing shorthanded and then trying to add guys. When they played bad, it wasn't like they were whole, you know what I'm saying? And they just were playing bad. There's always been something going on with Doug Christie's teams, and he's found a way to, like you said, get him to a 17-10 record under his tenure. That's pretty good, man. I think for a few different reasons, he, for sure is going to be the Kings' next head coach. Number one, I think he deserves it. Number two, I think the Kings may be looking at if they're being real with themselves. Shout out TC.
I think TC's on the line.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to you in a second, TC. But like being real with themselves, it's not a desirable job. People were mad at you guys around the league. Coaches were mad at you guys around the league when you fired Mike Brown. So you may have to, and I don't say it, disrespectful to Doug, but you may have to have Doug Christie be the coach, because there might be people out here like, nah, man, don't fool with Sacramento.
Does keeping Doug around but letting your front office go make your your GM job a lot less desirable?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
absolutely. Yeah, because a general manager is going to want to hire his coach.
Doug, I think, is the right coach for the Kings, but he's in a tough spot because it's
just
kind of like, it's almost as if, I don't know if he's tied to the front office or not, but it's like if you keep Doug around and look for a GM, that's gonna limit your search, I feel. Then you talked about it, like you already have a rep as the Kings.
It's either going to limit your search, or it's going to put Doug and the front office at odds immediately. Because if a general manager begrudgingly takes the job with the idea of, well, whenever he slips up, I could just fire Doug Christie. That sets, whether it outwardly sets his relationship with Doug, into a bad spot immediately. It might not happen outwardly, but he knows in the back of his head that's going to keep them at odds. Doug's thinking the same thing.
Right.
This guy didn't hire me. He's going to want me out of here the first time I slip up. That's what Doug's got a lot of history in this organization to point to say that's what this organization does.
And it's like, if you keep Doug around and say you keep the front office around, say you don't get the results you want next year, it's like, all right, time to move on from the front office. It's like, are we moving on from Doug then? Like, you just held him for a season and a half, and that's it. Like,
you hope not. Like,
Doug is absolutely the right guy if like this was like a rebuild, or like you kind of put him in an impossible situation.
You could, it's tough. It's tough for everybody involved, because then you have to interview candidates. Like if you're, I assume, Vivek, and you want Doug Christie to be your head coach, but you want to start the new front office off on the right foot. It's like, look, I'm hiring you to do a job. Now, I don't know that Vivek would actually do this, but I'm hiring you to do a job. I would like Doug Christie to be our head coach. He has my utmost support. However, I'm hiring you to do a job. If you want to conduct coaching interviews, you can conduct coaching interviews, but I need Doug to be the first and last one. If you decide he's not the right head coach for this team, I'd like an explanation why, but I'm going to trust you to make this decision. Now, as I'm acting this out loud, I realize immediately Vivek's going to hate this general manager if this general manager doesn't hire who he wants. So there's no scenario. I can't figure out a scenario where this is good unless a general manager comes in and goes, no, I really do love Doug Christie.
And how would he even know? How would that general manager even know that?
Watching.
Because he's bloody
or he knows. Or he calls Isaiah Thomas. I'm not trying. I'm kind of being funny, but not really.
Yeah, right.
Like, remember how Isaiah was raving about Doug Christie?
Yeah.
He was like, yo, when I found out I was in, I don't know what general manager talks like that, but like, yo, when I found out I was interviewing for this job, I called Isaiah. I called people who knew Doug Christie.
Hey, Vladi, you want to come GM again?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Get your jokes off. It's all fun and games till the press release goes out. It's all fun and games till the press release goes out. Real quick, I want to get TC in here, but the 7-game stretch, I think we forget this. 7-game stretch includes wins over Dallas, Memphis, Golden State, Miami, Boston.
They were cooking.
They lose to Milwaukee. Come back, beat the Rockets, Wizards, and the Warriors again. That's a 10-1 stretch. Before they hit, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, their worst stretch of the season under Doug Christie, which is a 2-6 stretch.
And that started on that road trip, huh?
Yeah.
And that's when everything started.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly it. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two?
TC, what's good, baby?
Oh, man, just vibing. Fired up about that game. Zach got people remembering who he is, right? Not saying that we wasn't saying he was a scrub, but he reminding everybody that he's a dog, right? I like that, man, for sure. JV coming through. Malik throwing alley hoops from half court, bro. Hey, I'm for it. Listen, D-Lo, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to take us on a downfall because everybody laughed at us, right? We was laughing at people in the beginning, Warriors, and then they found their step. Now they laughing at us. We going to have the last laugh, bro, by making the playoffs. Mark my word.
That boy TC talking that talk. I like that, TC. Yeah.
We appreciate you, TC. We'll come back. Sara Hodges is here. This is exciting. I had no idea you were going to be here. I didn't
know you were going to be here either.
Like,
I thought you were going.
No, it's all good. No, it's a true story. No, boy, see, it doesn't matter. You're here. We're gonna have some fun. Sara, I don't even know where Sara Hodges be at anymore. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
No. I think I did text you that and had you for 115.
Okay, good.
I'm like, I didn't know you were coming in though.
You thought I was on a flake?
No, I did. I thought you were gonna be on the stream.
Oh, why would I not come in?
I didn't know where you
I didn't even know if you lived here no more.
Yeah, I didn't know where you were at. I thought you were going to be on the stream.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's good to have you here.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy? How are you? So good to see you.
Just trying to, What's up, Jesse? I just don't have headphones, I guess.
You don't need them.
You don't need them?
No,
okay.
Okay.
You
good.
Woohoo! So,
right.
So that's what you thought, but it's better that I come in, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
I won't be talking Sac Sports as much anymore, so
I know
it's a little bit of a challenge, but I'm excited.
Bay Area Sarah.
Okay.
You good?
I'm good. I'm a little bit hungry. I haven't really eaten today because I just got up and you know how it goes. No, I'm good. I have gum in my mouth now.
Sara don't eat no donuts.
I would actually, the other day I was craving a donut and it was late afternoon. And I was like, should I just stop and get one? But I didn't.
What
Just because I know this group, I'm gonna just go ahead and close this tab right here so you don't see how thirsty they are.
What's your favorite donut?
I just like chocolate glaze. I love anything I say, I feel like is gonna be taken any which way. So
that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Chocolate glaze.
Yeah.
Do you like cake donuts?
In general, I'm like a chocolate person. So I just like, I wouldn't really like go get like sour candy or, you know, I mean, I would, but like, it's not going to be like a top pick for me.
The other day, we had dinner or whatever at the house, and I was like, man, I need some chocolate like
sweet.
now. And I was like, we didn't have none in the house. I went through like Reese's Valentine's candy. He only had fruit stuff and all this other stuff. And then he had these Nutri-Grain bars, and they had chocolate on it. I got to that Nutri-Grain bar like I was a fiend or something like that. I was like, man,
It's good.
Yeah.
But probably some good stuff in there, some bad stuff. Yeah. Woohoo, D'Lo and Casey.
It's been a minute, man.
You just disappeared on us.
Yeah.
Dude, I was like, I know, I kind of did.
Yeah,
I think just like how like everything just like the way it was, like I was like, okay, I need to take like a mental break from
We're coming
life.
back, Sarah. Hang on.
Yeah.
Sara Hodges is in the building
Live
with
in
us.
the building. Yeah.
Crazy.
Where have you been?
I've been up and down the 80, going from SAC to San Francisco, working in the Bay now. I'm not at CBS anymore. Sad. I'm sure if you guys watch, you probably have noticed. I know you guys know that. Or if you follow me on social media, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, I've just been like going to the Bay, working there. It's
Big
been
Draymond Green girl over here.
Yeah, I'm with the ops now. I know that hurts. It stings a little bit, you know, but no, it's a big opportunity for me to be, you know, in a top 10 market. So I'm super excited. I'm anchoring there. I am with the ops. I know that's hard. I cover the Warriors now, but at least I'm still covering the 49ers, Giants.
What kind of consolation prize is
maybe.
that?
Well, that's a little bit. You guys,
You know I'm a
49ers
Niner fan, but we talking hoop right now.
That's
And
fine.
like you said,
I
you
can
are with
still-
the ops.
I am with the ops. It's been fun watching the Warriors. As of late, definitely
They're good.
better. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
good. Yeah, they definitely are.
I saw you were all over the place for All-Star Weekend. How was that?
It was fun. The celebrity game was lit. Like I did the green carpet, so you know it's like the red carpet mock, but it's the green carpet. And so I knew Jerry Rice, Barry Bonds were going to be coaching against each other. So I already knew my storyline was going to be like, who's the bigger Bay Area GOAT, right? Jerry Rice, Barry Bonds. I had so much fun with everybody, like on the green carpet talking about it. The celebrities, there were like the amount of research and studying I had to do for this green carpet event because the celebrities were like YouTubers or TikTok stars.
All I knew was
I'm old.
Shabuzi. I was like, hey, that's Shabuzi. And that was about it.
Shabuzi, I didn't even get to him. I'm so sad. He did like the first like 4 people. And when I tell you, like I did my homework, I studied each person and like I had like note cards with their picture on them because the only people I really knew were Terrell Owens, Jerry Rice, Barry Bonds. Besides that, like if you're not playing sports, I probably don't know you. And it's like country stars and stuff. But it was cool getting to know everybody. Drewski was funny as heck. Like he has these auditions that he does on YouTube where like, you know, he'll have somebody walk in and then he just starts roasting them. And so I wanted him to roast me. I thought like this is going to be so much fun. Like, you know, for me, like even with the comments, the chatty house, like I don't care. Like I just like don't take things personally. I grew up with all brothers, so like super thick skin. But Drewski, so I'm like, I go up to him, I'm like, okay, All-Star Edition, like roast me. And he was like, oh, like he couldn't roast me. He like wouldn't do it.
He was frozen, huh?
He was frozen. And I was like, is this the first time you've been like not able to talk? Because usually he just like roasts everybody, but it was fun. Terrell Owens was great.
T.O.
Well, more importantly, who is the Bay Area GOAT? Is it Barry, Jerry, or Steph?
Ooh.
It's tough. My first thought would have to be Jerry.
Just because of like the rings he brought, maybe.
The rings he brought. And there was a discussion on Twitter the other day. Like he's the best football player ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I asked him about like what his contract would look like if it was like 2025 Jerry in his prime. And he was like, he was like 400 million.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. Wide receivers don't make that money. The better question is, what would Barry's look like?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Barry would sign like $1 billion contract.
If Barry signed, well, he was great in his entire career, but if he signed after 2001, that was like a contract year. Oh man.
And that's another thing. Like I think these athletes, from that era are proud that they played in that era, but they have to be a little bit frustrated about the money.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
There's no way you're telling me different. Like Jerry tried to say that. Like he was like, I love my era of football. I'm like, Jerry, I love you, but we both know that you will want the bag. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
Yeah.
I know I would.
It's crazy though, with all three of those guys, they're the best at what they did. Like Jerry's the greatest wide receiver ever, might be the best football player ever. Barry Bonds is the best baseball player that's ever lived, in my opinion. Steph is the greatest shooter we've ever seen, and inarguably one of the greatest basketball players we've ever seen, inarguably the greatest shooter we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And they all played 90 minutes from here. That's crazy.
And we didn't even mention Montana.
And the cool thing about Jerry is
I don't think he's in the conversation with those three.
No, but he was.
He's great. He's great.
We talk about we've narrowed down to Steph being the greatest shooter of all time. Yeah. Outside of Brady, that's probably the greatest quarterback to ever play.
Yeah,
Montana.
Yeah,
that's the Bay Area.
I was going to say about Jerry too is he did it for both Bay Area teams. So
he did.
That's
y'all really trying to stay claim to. Y'all really trying to stay claim
Who wouldn't?
Oh man,
Who wouldn't?
Well, somewhere Seahawks fans are like, yeah, that's two. Oh, that's our guy.
I know.
I'm just saying we're saying Bay Area legend. He played for both teams in the Bay Area.
He did. Took them both to the Super Bowl.
Right.
They only won one though. But that's a whole nother. I ain't here to get into specifics.
Well, that's why he says that he is better than Barry. Like that's why he's the greater GOAT.
He might be. He's the greatest football player to ever play, and he's got the rings. Barry ain't got the rings, man.
Exactly. That was the whole argument.
But Barry, my boy. That's my boy. I know you talked to Jerry before. That was your first time talking to Barry Bonds?
Oh my gosh. So Barry wouldn't do the interview on the green carpet. He was like saying no. I think like one or two people got the interview with him just out of like luck, right? And so I was kind of frustrated because I really wanted my storyline to be like them talking trash and then me going back and forth of them like trash talking. Mm-hmm. But since I didn't get Barry, I was like, this isn't going to be as good as I wanted it to be, But because other people spoke on it, it was fine. But after the game and Barry won, I went up to him and tried to get an interview. And he's like, you could tell he didn't really want to do the interview with me. And I don't know if it was his wife, his girlfriend. I just don't know. But she was like, pointing to me. And he was like, I don't do this. And I just started talking to him, like basically like trash talking, like what Jerry was saying, just to kind of get him hyped, get him more comfortable. And then he did. So he did the post-game interview with me. I'm pretty sure I was the only one who got him after the celebrity game, after the win. So I did it after. Yeah. And he posted me on his Instagram, which was crazy. I was like, this is insane. My family was so ecstatic about it. They're like, Barry Bonds, like, what the heck? Like, this is crazy. So little things like that. I think it was like, so All-Star weekends, obviously like such a time to like have fun, like, but I was working and mentally I was just like, I just want work to go really, really well. Like I go out all the time. Like I could care less about the partying. Like, yeah, it's fun, but like, I just want work to be like magic for me. And I felt like it was. So that was just, the best part.
That's awesome.
I don't even know why I'm doing this to myself. Sarah was at the Steph party.
Did you not go?
No, tell her why you didn't go. No, tell her how you left your charger or something at a hotel room and didn't go.
My phone was about to die. I thought I had been charging it. I wasn't. And Bonte hit me up like, yo, I'm about to pick you up.
He was at the after party with me. Like after the Steph's party, there was another party we went to.
He was supposed to pick me up. Dang. And he was like, yeah, I'm about to come get you.
Yeah.
And my phone was, I didn't want to be in San Francisco with no charge.
Why? You only went out one night, right?
Yeah, I was only out there, one night.
You're tripping. You should have just went with no
I should have.
I feel like this is my first All-Star weekend. And so I wanted to, obviously, like I said, my work to be good, but I also wanted to like play a little bit because I know that like we're not going to get this opportunity very often. So it was fun. It was okay. The Steph party was cool. Too Short performed, that was legendary for me. I was like right in front of him. So it was so much fun. Like I was raised on Too Short. My stepdad like loves him. So I took a picture and video and sent it to my dad, and he was like so excited.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Sarah Hodges,
so you having a good time?
Just in life?
In the Bay Area? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Bay Area is cool. Like it's a bit of a drive because I'm still living here in Sac, but the times that I go to work, it's just naturally perfect because I leave here around 1. There's no traffic. I get there like hour 30, and then I leave so late. There's no traffic. So it's like an hour and 30 each way. I just listen to music, get my mind right, make some phone calls, whatever, hour and 30 just goes.
Yeah.
And the people I work with are so cool.
That's dope.
It's different. You know what I mean? Like it's, I think here in SAC, like I wore so many hats, I'm editing, I'm producing, I'm writing, and then I'm putting on my makeup and rushing to set. Like Raiders games get done, I'm sending the highlights, I'm rushing to set, straightening up, like hoping the video sends and everything's good, because there's nobody that's gonna save me. It's only me to save myself. I mean, maybe Jake obviously helped me out a little bit, but like there's been plenty of times that I did highlights just cold because my scripts, I forgot to click out. If you don't click out because I'm updating scores and stuff, then it freezes, so there'll be nothing in the highlights. Luckily, I'm a Raiders fan and I pretty much know everybody, so it's fine. But like, it could be a little bit nerve-wracking. So I have help there.
The whole original crew I started TV with left.
I know. Marshall's about to be back here for opening day. Not to work. I wish.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
I wish.
what? We just talked to him. They didn't say that.
You know who she sounded like, and I'm gonna have to change her name. Sarah Fox. That's what she sounded like.
Why?
She's like, oh yeah, it's just so much different here. And
okay, let me tell you the difference between me and De'Aaron Fox.
Oh God.
Okay, first of all, since we're on the subject of this, I've worked in how many different markets? Let's say, just throwing it out there, 6. Mississippi, Alabama. All my producers, people that I don't even talk to anymore, I would never unfollow them on social media. I don't care. They were a part of my journey. They were a part of my life. They're my support system. They got me through difficult times. Like, to me, like, and this is like no shade, De'Aaron can do whatever he wants. I'm just saying that's the difference. Like, I would never do that. All those people I met along the way, I'm away from my family. I'm away from all my friends. Like, I spent Christmases and Thanksgiving with them. And so I would just never do that. If you're in my life, you're in my life. Like, we're locked in for life.
So you think that meant something?
Like I just think like right away, like it was just, I could see like if you like a year goes by or something like that, and maybe they just don't talk anymore. Like I could see like maybe I would be a little bit more comfortable or understanding of that. But like to do it so soon, like tad bit of a shot in my eyes. He explained it different, and that's fine. Like I take people at face value for the most part.
De'Aaron's afraid to stand on business. Just do it. Like
just say I don't mess with
I
them.
Unfollow people. Why? Because I don't like them. Unfollow. I don't need to see your stupid ass story with your stupid ass shirt anymore. Unfollow. We good.
I'm sure you're talking about somebody.
I still work
have
with
no
them.
idea.
Yeah. I still work with them. Unfollow. I don't want to see your stupid ass stories. But like De'Aaron, I just don't want to see it. Or oh no, we're friends. Like, bro, just stand on business.
Yeah. So whatever. I guess that's the difference between me and you, Damian, right? Too. It's just, oh
no, these hoes aren't a part of my journey. No, that's different. No, these hoes ain't a part of my journey. Just because they work here, they ain't a part of my journey.
No, I got you.
They just here in the building,
right?
Taking up oxygen at this point.
Taking up oxygen.
That's all they doing.
I like your little scruffy.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen each other.
It's like low key, like blonde. It has like
that's
no, it's some's gray, but you have different shades here going on.
It's why I never did it, because it's like 50 colors, and now we pull up a video from a year ago, and it's like, oh wow, that looks crazy. That looks crazy. So now
it works. It works. It absolutely works.
Not to get off subject of the sport.
There is no subject on this show.
No,
we ride.
We
talk about everything.
We ride.
So even though you're in the Bay, you still following the Kings. Like, how do you feel about them post De'Aaron? Like, do you like the team? Do you like Zach LaVine, or what you're thinking?
So I think I do like Zach LaVine, and I think like with De'Aaron, I do feel like his ceiling is a bit more high, like just because of his speed and stuff. But like the difference, I would say, like I feel like in the small sample size that we have, right? Like it seems like Zach LaVine is a little bit more of a leader, and I think that that's important and sort of a little bit what the Kings were missing. I didn't really see De'Aaron much as a leader. Like he's a playmaker, but I feel like he's just kind of to himself. Like he's a to himself type person. He's a different type of dude. He just is. And I don't know that like everybody can really understand that. And, I don't know that he's like maybe the most likable person ever. Not that that like really matters on the court, but it kind of does because of the people that you're playing with. You want guys to believe in you, be inspired by you. I know like him and Keegan had like a great relationship and all that, but as a whole, I just feel like, Zach LaVine so far, what it seems like is he's doing better for the team, just, as being a leader. Obviously, lately, the last 2 games, what we've seen out of him, like I'm sure like fans and people were a little bit worried because, like I said, like before, we had a small sample size. It took him a little bit, like you have a new guy coming in, getting used to the system, it's going to take some time. So if they're able to do what they've been able to do the past 2 games, I know maybe the teams aren't as good. You kind of question like, okay, like what was they won by like 40 point or
beat the hell out of
42.
Charlotte.
out of Charlotte. Obviously, Charlotte's one of the worst teams in the league. So like mentally, you're like, okay, is it because they're so trash? But at the same time, like I would see it as a positive because there's a lot of times that the Kings would lose games like that against trash teams.
Yeah, you can't
And
take
the
those for granted.
fact of what they did in the 4th quarter, it was like 23-3 run, 25-3 run, something like that. Like that's not something that you see every day with the Kings. So, I like it. Like I like what I've seen the last 2 games. Obviously, consistency will be the difference maker down the stretch. So we'll see if they're able to be consistent. Turnovers are a little bit of a thing, especially with, Malik and a little bit with Domas and stuff. So, but those things happen. It's
how closely have you been following this Kings season? Because we always talk like this is our 3rd season this year.
Yeah.
The Mike Brown season, the Doug Christie season, and now the post-De'Aaron Fox season. It's all happened since October.
That's a lot that's going on.
It is a lot that's been going on. I mean, I've been following them as much as I can. Like, obviously, I read a bunch, and I cover the Warriors, and they play each other a lot. And I'm interested. Like, I have interest in the Kings, right? Like, I covered them for so many years, so I'm always like checking in and just kind of seeing how things go. But yeah,
you think they can make it through with this? Because it feels like the Warriors are going in a certain direction.
Yeah,
I don't know that the Kings are going down. I don't really know if the Kings are going up, down, or just kind of moving along with the season right now.
Yeah.
Do you think they can keep up? And
when I was like looking at the standings today, kind of just refreshing everything since there's been a few games since I've worked last, I think it's like a play-in opportunity is definitely there. Like them making the playoffs, like I just don't see it, especially with just how the Warriors are playing. I don't see the Warriors. The Warriors
haven't. You mean
haven't
making the top 6? Or winning through the play-in?
No, I don't see them making the top 6. Like,
yeah, I got you.
I see them making the play-in, and especially the way like the Warriors' schedule, the second half of their schedule is extremely easy, and the way that Jimmy Butler has like changed the way that they look, I don't see like if it's going to be, the Kings or the Warriors in that respect. Like I see the Warriors definitely playing better down the stretch. And, I don't even know that the Warriors are going to be a top 6 team. Like, I don't know that. Like, it's just, it's hard to say.
I kind of think they're poised for the top 6. The Clippers who have had a good season.
Yeah.
I can see them sliding enough, not falling off the face of the earth, but sliding enough. You talked about the Warriors and the schedule that they have remaining. It is pretty easy. I think it's one of the bottom 3rd schedules as far as strength of schedule goes left this year. And they're playing good. They're feeling good about themselves. So I could see them sliding into that 6th spot, taking the Clippers out of it.
Yeah.
And like we've talked about here, one of the things that we're really just hoping for with the Kings, if they can't miraculously get into the 6th seed, is just being a 7-8 game.
Yeah.
Give it a situation where one win gets you in.
Yeah.
And you've got, worst case scenario, you've got 2 chances to get 1 win.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's possible. It's just, sports is funny because it's just kind of one of those things where you can have this like opinion and think like this is for sure going to happen, and then anything can happen, so anything can happen.
Yeah.
You just never know.
Well, and
there's
so
many
much of
factors.
And we're basing it off of nothing. Like Jimmy's fit with Golden State. When we first saw that, it was like, okay, it's fine. Doesn't move me at all. Then you see it and it's like, oh, okay, they're pretty good. Then you realize Jimmy's got that like thing happening where he's like, I needed to get out of there. By the way, we're going to talk about your boy Riles later. There needs to be a discussion about your boy.
My boy.
When I heard the cookie story this morning, I was like, hey, we gotta talk. But you can see like he's away from Miami and he's like, oh, he's locked.
Yeah.
He's that Jimmy Butler again. And it's like, now we're trying to figure out things with Zach LaVine him with DeMar again, but now Domas this time. And then you got the Malik component. None of this is based off anything that we've seen.
Right.
We've seen Zach LaVine with the Bulls. We've seen Jimmy Butler with the Heat, and we're all trying to figure out what it means. And the Warriors are a prime example of sometimes these dudes just need to get out of a spot.
I think for him too, it's
Jimmy.
like personal, like what you're saying. Like
Absolutely.
Everything that went down there, how it went down there, it's like he has something to prove. And I think we're seeing that. Like even with Jimmy, like he's staying later in practice. He's showing up earlier in practice. Like that matters.
Yeah.
And he's proving to his team that he's locked in, he's ready to go. Also, I think for him, like, you're with Steph and Draymond. Like, what are you going to tell them? There's nothing you're going to be able to tell. Steve Kerr, there's nothing you're going to be able to say. Get out there, work hard, win a championship with them. Like, that's the goal. That's what he wants to do. And I feel like sort of like, not fully comparison, but like with the Luka stuff, like just what, Dallas was like talking about him being like, oh, he drinks beers and hookah and this and that. Like, he better take that personally, not just because I'm a Lakers fan, but like that they're basically like smearing your name, saying that you're nothing, saying that you don't care. So it's like, you better step up and show up early, lose that weight, do whatever you got to do to prove them wrong. Because if not, you're going to prove them right. Yeah. And so I think that's kind of like Jimmy's take is like, he's not going to prove them right. Like he's going to prove them wrong. And he's unselfish, and I like Jimmy. I always have, but
And the situation with Jimmy, he's got a learning curve that's a little different because Steph is there and they're not asking him to come in here and lead the team like he was in Miami. Get in where you fit in, be a hard-nosed defender, do the little things here and there. We still need you to score a little bit, but comparing that to like Zach LaVine, like, yo, Zach, we need 25 a night.
Yeah.
We need you to hit 45% of your threes like you did in Chicago. That's asking a lot in this transition period.
Yes. But he's been efficient as of late. Like,
yeah, but it took him a little while, right? Yeah. Like Jimmy, the Warriors got Jimmy and they started cooking immediately. Wow. The teams they were playing, Jimmy's role and everything that was going on over there. Zach LaVine, it might have taken a little time because the role he was asked to play might have been a little bit different than what Jimmy was. And I think it's great for Jimmy to be in Golden State. And he probably feels like he's got a lot of pressure off of him. He doesn't have to carry a franchise anymore. He could just go out there, be whatever they need that night.
And I think like you just hit it on the nose, and what Damien's point was earlier is like there's so many question marks around this Kings team, right? Like, so that's kind of the problem. There is some with the Warriors, but like almost Jimmy fixed that. He was like the answer, but there's still a lot with the Kings moving forward, like, with Malik, with Doma, like just little things. So I think, it's just, they're a lot more of a veteran team. They have it figured out. And I think with the Kings, there's just still a lot to figure out. So
your reaction when the tweet came through from Shams Charania that said Luka Doncic has been traded to the Los Angeles Lakers was what?
I just got off set, literally going upstairs, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. Like, I just didn't believe it. And then more information just started to come. I just was like, I was dumbfounded. I was like, okay, how do I feel about this? Like, okay, sit down. Like how, because at first, my first reaction was like, heck yeah, let's go. Like, one of the best players in the league coming to the Lakers, just the type of scorer he is. LeBron kind of needs that, whatever. Yeah. Then it started seeming like, okay, AD's gone, what does this mean? Like defensively for us, like, so you kind of just go through the, the pros and cons. Like I'm sure y'all did with De'Aaron. For me with De'Aaron.
No, we didn't.
No, yeah. I was gonna say for me with De'Aaron, I was like, he didn't even want to be here. So like, I think that's kind of, yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Petty. That was petty.
I mean, we're talking like, I don't know. It's crazy because De'Aaron's really all I know since I've worked.
Sure. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, no, I was ecstatic when I saw Luka was coming to LA. And
you think they can win a championship this year?
The Lakers?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I think they can. It's tough.
I think
7-game series, like,
I'm getting there.
Yeah, they're
not
looking
quite
good.
There, but yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah,
I've been
impressed.
Really
and he's been stepping it up.
Yeah.
It's like he hit a switch, and then it's just been like he found his confidence, he found his stride.
Austin Reeves has a switch. God damn it, man!
He even get thrown out of games like he is superstar.
He sure did. He sure did.
He hit his stride. He's hooping now.
That man is
I'm not mad
hooping.
at it,
Yeah.
obviously.
We only got a couple more minutes left, but
Okay.
Sara Hodges pulls up. Got to talk a little Raiders, man.
Yeah.
You want Shador?
I wouldn't mind it. You know what's interesting? As I was reading that, like, he during the draft may not throw because he wants, these teams to like learn his personality. And I think that's an interesting point because if I were to, the only issue I have with him is kind of like that, like, confidence is good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you have to have supreme confidence, especially like when you play ball at that type of level, right? But like, almost like, I don't like it when it's like, when it's too much confidence to where like it's affecting the people around you, or like every single article is about like beef, or something like that. Like, and I know that's kind of interesting coming from a Raiders fan, since like that's all we do is like, draft and get questionable players who have like a lot of maybe like a dark cloud over them a lot of the times.
Jesus.
But I would like to kind of go away from that. But like the efficiency, right? He doesn't have a great offensive line. Neither do the Raiders. He's able to make plays when it comes to that respect. Like, so there's a lot of similarities that I see where I'm like, okay, I'm down, because if he's able to like, make plays, out of the pocket, be a bit of a dual threat. I think the Raiders kind of need a dual threat. Like, I don't think like they could be like a one-dimensional quarterback where it's just like, okay, an efficient thrower. Like, no, like, I don't know how well that would work for them.
The latest thing I saw is that they saying that he won't get past the Giants now.
They can't make up their mind.
They can't.
That's another thing is like, will we even have the opportunity to get him? That's like a whole nother thing. And I think if I'm not going quarterback, I'm probably going to go like maybe like corner. Our secondary is just so weak.
Quarterbacks move up without fail the closer we get to the draft.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every single time. It is so wonderful to see you. It's a nice surprise that you're here
really?
in the studio. Yeah.
Sorry for surprising y'all.
No, it's all good.
No, it's all good.
I didn't know you guys are going to have me over the Zoom.
Well,
that's what
I don't ask questions.
I didn't
ask questions.
say that. I assumed that. So that's on me.
It's all good. I'm here.
Thrilled that you're here.
I appreciate you guys
this
having
is better,
me.
though. This is a lot.
Sara Hodges of ABC 7 in San Francisco. Man.
Tomato.
Our girl Sara. We'll come back. Much more to talk about, including Joel Embiid.
Oh boy.
Still haven't sent that press release out yet. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Woohoo!
I need to grab that.
Just, working.
What's up, man?
How
are you?
I have to look at my schedule.
Nice to meet you.
I don't work
Come
this
check
week. I
out
don't
the
work
studio
the
real quick.
rest of the month. And I'm going down south for like a week. Not even a week, 5 days. To go see my family.
Oh, right on, man.
It's
We
good.
appreciate it.
listen
Thank
to you
you.
guys like every day.
Thank
Man,
you.
how you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you. I'm on. Yeah.
So Amon,
Girls,
I
my
apologize.
homegirl Sara.
Sarah.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Yeah.
I apologize. Peter, nice to meet you. How you doing?
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you.
So
Thanks for coming. Thank you so much.
I
Thank
love you
you.
guys. I'll let
Love
you
you
guys do your
too.
thing.
Thank you.
So we were just explaining, Amon grew up in this area, a baller down at North Highlands High School, all that kind of stuff. And now he is, I didn't know, fucking major entrepreneur, real estate developer in Oak Park. So he's got a t-shirt shop, Attic Supply, that we're working on here. He's got his own brand called Owl Gang. He owns a restaurant in Oak Park. And then you were just explaining you closed on your third business?
Yeah, so we're opening another, so Del Paso Boulevard, actually. We're actually opening up another facility where we're going to be teaching young adults and the youth how to podcast, how to make music, make clothing, embroidery,
Michigan Wolverines. Did you guys see that game winner from Michigan State last night? That was crazy. That was crazy. So when she opened the door, I didn't know who it was because I'm looking through the screen. I was like, who is that? Is that Sarah? Wait, what?
No, I'm sitting here like, oh, these guys have no clue that she's here right now. Like she's even supposed to be here.
I had no idea.
Big thanks again to Sara Hodges for coming in to hang out with us. It's been a while since we've both on the radio and in real life that we've got to spend time with her, man. So thrilled that she was able to come spend some time with us, and thrilled that we got our man Mitch on the line. Mitch, what's happening, brother?
How's it going, Dame? KC, what's happening?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing pretty well. I miss work sometimes. At least the dogs.
No doubt, no doubt.
And giving people a hard time. You know, I have a tendency to rile people up, but that's just me. Little Raiders, I think it just Matt Stafford will cost something. Either go for Sam Darnold, even Aaron Rodgers. You gotta get a quarterback in this draft. I think Sanders gonna fall, but if not, you might have to get a little aggressive. You get Jackson Dart from USC.
It's your boy.
He played 1 year, then he had to leave. Some guy named Caleb Williams came by. And you know how I feel about Caleb Williams, but I think Jackson Dart, I think he's going to want to be picked in the first round.
Okay. All right. What you think about the Kings? So you have something you want to say about the Kings?
No Devin Carter, what's going on? I mean, you picked supposedly he was the 13th best guy in the draft. You picked him over De Silva, Connect. You picked him over him. Let's see what you got. You need a point guard now, and all you seem to be drafting is point guards. We have two guys, homegrown guys from the last 10 years. You draft people to keep them, not to trade them in 3 years.
Words of wisdom.
It's a good strategy.
Yeah.
You draft them to keep them.
You figure you draft the 13th best player in the draft and he can play for you, but he's not.
Well, he scored 34 in Stockton, Jesse. So now what?
Mitch didn't say anything wrong.
Yeah, no.
You know, I did hear.
Technically, no, he didn't.
I did hear this morning, that Sam Darnold is a possible option. I know you hate that for Sam.
No,
for
I saw that. I don't like it for anybody.
Not even for the Raiders.
I feel like Sam on a team that is. Hey, it's all right. They got something right here. Like, okay, I could see it. That's not the Raiders, unless there's the only scenario where that is for the Raiders is you have a near perfect draft. And I don't even know if that's real. That's asking a lot. I don't even know if that's real. Who has a perfect draft? I'm sure they exist or something close to it, but you need to hit, like, I don't know how many picks the Raiders have. I'll just say 6 for argument's sake. I don't know. You got to hit on 3 of them.
Yeah.
Like, you need 3 starters.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, right. At the very least, you need 3 starters, and you probably need 3 offensive starters. Okay. Like, and if that's the route you're going, you're maybe, you know, I don't know their I don't know their financial situation. I don't know any football team's financial situation.
I know Cleveland's.
But, well, that's true. That is very true. But the Sam Darnold thing, it's the conversation to me is the same as if it's Matt Stafford. The difference is Darnold's younger. So Stafford might be better, but your Stafford timeline, it's like now, like what do you expect to accomplish? Because you need to do something now, and you'll have to draft a quarterback at some point in the next year anyways. Yeah. So there's multiple like scenarios for the Raiders. I don't hate the Sam Darnold idea. I don't think it's his best option. I don't know what all of his options are, but just looking at the landscape, I don't think it's the best one. Yeah. And I don't know that that's the best move for the Raiders unless – and the thing that throws a wrench into all is if the Raiders are at 6 and they look and they go through this and they go, well, here's a scenario where this quarterback is here. We don't like him. What if things break differently and this quarterback is here? I don't really love that guy either. And you start getting through these top quarterbacks, like realistic targets for them, and you go, like, that's not our guy. Then you just throw your hands up and go, well, who is on the top of your draft board? Yeah. And if it's a running back, a receiver, a defensive, if it's something else, we'll do it. And then try Sam Darnold, try Matt Stafford, try, whatever else might be out there for you.
The one thing that I worry about for the Raiders in taking a Shedeur Sanders, or I don't think Cam will be there, but a Cam Moore type guy, is are they ready to have a young quarterback like that? What I mean by that is like the roster around them. We see, I don't think they're this bad, so this might be a bad example, but we see there's nothing in Carolina, and Bryce Young almost gotten his career destroyed in 2 years.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that to one of these young quarterbacks. Like I said, I don't think they're as bad as Carolina roster-wise, but they're closer to that than they are Philly or something like that. So you wonder if, okay, as much as we like Shedeur or whatever first-round quarterback, maybe we're just not ready to take that guy. Let's take a Sam Darnold. Let's take a Jackson Dart in the second round where he doesn't have to come in and play right away. We've got Sam for a year, maybe 2 years, or Stafford or anybody like that. And not only are you probably better right now, but you're also kind of protecting that quarterback and letting him learn a little bit.
The Stafford Brady ski lodge story is crazy. Like, I don't know what I would do.
This is getting illegal.
Better relax,
real
Ian.
quick.
I don't know what.
You get
Well, did we hear the other story about it?
Well, yeah, the other one. There's another one.
But that's all tied to it, right?
The Ian Jordan Schultz story.
Oh yeah, that's
tied.
That's
all
tied to this. That's tied.
Why did
I
he
don't
do
even
that?
know what I would do
You get
if
2-piece with a coffee cake.
if we're having a show meeting at a drinking
Chipotle.
coffee, and all of a sudden Ian Rapoport and Jordan Schultz are nose to nose, and Jordan Schultz yelling at him, "Yo, you do this again, there's going to be a problem."
So Jordan was saying he stole it from him or something.
So that's what I thought at first. I don't think so. So Schultz.
What I was reading is that Jordan Schultz was ahead of this, not like the Tom Brady
Schultz
Stafford thing was his, right?
Had the first report that
Yeah.
Brady and Stafford met at a ski lodge, and he framed it as a planned meeting. Brady was hosting him. They were there together.
Jordan said that.
Rapoport hits the Stafford Brady by chance met at a ski lodge. This was not an arranged meeting. Brady was not hosting, as others have reported.
So I think Brady's agent put that they live in the same community right there, that little whatever rich people call
And
it.
apparently you probably have a lodge there. Like
Yes,
a lot of rich people live there.
Yes.
And have ski lodges there.
Exactly.
You just are here with us because it's basketball
He's
season.
rich.
So
Rich. This is about you right now, pal.
So I guess Schultz confronted him at Starbucks. By the way, Jordan Schultz is Howard Schultz's son.
Who's Howard Schultz?
The owner of Starbucks.
Really?
Yes.
So meet me on my turf. Meet me on my side.
Jordan's not getting thrown out of Starbucks.
Oh, snap.
So Schultz goes nose to nose with him, talking about, if you do that again, there's going to be a problem. And Ian Rapoport's basically like, okay, bro, settle down. Like, we're like, he's like, no. He told him to back up. He was like, no, do that again, and you and I are going to have a problem. And I guess he backed up then. And apparently there's reporters, there's athletes.
Ian called for security as well.
And
I want that out. The Ian Rappaport called for security.
And then
Bruh, see, that's bad job by Ian, because I think Ian is kind of short or something. So maybe he doesn't, have the same bravado. Let Jordan Schultz get in my face. I ain't even no fighter like that. I wish Jordan Schultz would get in my face.
You can't call
in
security.
That situation. Slap the fire out of Jordan Schultz. You crazy? Are you for a story? That's a story, bro. It's a story. Maybe you broke it or whatever. People called me or I called around and they told me their version of the story. You don't own the damn story at that point.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz felt he was being undermined as reporting.
So that's
you'll be uppercutted if you come on my face like that. Come to
Jordan.
can't say nothing on this show.
It's crazy.
You can't even speak on this show, man. This is crazy.
What? What'd you say?
Boy.
What?
What?
Lord.
What did you say?
First of all, I was speaking as Ian Rapoport. This is not Kenny Caraway who was speaking.
Well, Ian Rapoport about to call security on you.
Oh man, you can't say nothing on this show.
Man.
That was
No, you can't say that on this show.
Oh,
Well.
man. Well, look, bottom line is I'd slap the fire out of Jordan Schultz.
Did we dump that?
Yeah. You running out the room was code for all right, fine. Just get rid of that. Shout out YouTube. You guys got that one.
Oh,
Back,
man.
hold on.
Oh, man.
So
Oh, wait.
double tag.
Oh,
double
no.
tag.
Oh.
You're done. Ah, gosh.
Oh, my gosh. I got real tears, man. I got real tears.
So I'm not clear.
Oh, man.
So I guess Jordan was really offended at the not as reported elsewhere line.
Oh, that's what set him off.
Well, like, I mean, it's not that, like, because if Jordan gets the story, Jordan can get the story because he's there. He can get the story because someone at Starbucks told him. Like, you could get this. He could have gotten the story from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Florio. Someone I read it on Pro Football Talk. I think it was Rapoport talking to Florio. Or something, maybe Florio like investigating it on his own.
The instigator.
But he was like, it all accounts are Florio got it from or Rapoport got it from an agent, probably Brady's agent, who probably recognized this is illegal because Brady isn't a team. This is illegal,
right?
So
it's essentially when the Miami Dolphins tried meeting with Tom Brady when he was a player at the yacht.
Except. Didn't the Rams give Matt Stafford permission to talk to other teams?
They did.
Like, what exactly does that mean? Like, does that mean the team has to call the Rams and then the Rams say, like, yeah, okay?
Can the owner talk directly to the player, or does the owner have to go through the agent?
Bro, I don't know.
That's what I was thinking where the issue might be is they gave the wording was probably they gave Matt Stafford permission to seek the trade, but maybe the understanding was I'm giving your representation. Go seek a trade, go find them. You can negotiate it that way. You can't talk to the guy personally. But at the same time, if I'm the Rams, like regardless of the particulars of what I said, I'm giving you the option to go find a trade. So I'm not going to file a grievance or anything else like that because you're doing what I told you you could do.
Well, that's kind of like just the code for it too, is like so like the Niners are allowing Deebo Samuel to go seek out a trade, but like in actuality, it's his agent that's going and looking for all this stuff. So I think there is an official way you have to go about it. I'd have to look it up. I don't think like you can talk directly to the player.
Crazy. Is that Ian Rapoport and Jordan Schultz squaring up over there? Hey, get Kenny's white mocha. Are they about to go?
Hey, that's crazy that happened. I wish I was
nuts.
there for that. Ian called security.
I think Sheffield took a picture of the logo, that Starbucks logo. He's like, head on a swivel, people.
Oh, snap. Goes down at that combine, boy.
You don't mess with these media people.
Yeah, Jordan was wild for that. But I've seen Jordan on Instagram a couple of times. That doesn't surprise me. He seems a little aggressive.
I don't know. Your boy Jay connected me with Jordan once, or not once, several times, like on the in a previous life. I thought he was a good reporter, good dude to talk to.
No, he seems good. I just the way it just didn't surprise, and I don't know him at all.
If you felt,
I don't think he needs to fight Ian Rapoport or anything.
If you felt someone was trying to undermine your reporting, would you go confront them about it if you saw them? Because in reality, that's what he did.
Pal, you're asking the wrong person.
Well, I know you would. You probably, yeah.
I'm about to confront someone over using pocket watching on that show in the wrong way.
Kenny, you're the more level-headed person, yeah.
I mean,
what would cause you to confront someone?
You never know. I'm a wild card.
Okay, what if you had a
I'm
report?
a wild card. Some days it wouldn't, some days it might.
What if
I
you
don't
had a
know.
report and
But-
so and so was like, "Yeah, Kenny doesn't know what he's talking about. This is false. Kenny just doesn't know what he's talking about at all."
Well, but it was a little more passive aggressive than that. Because
Yeah,
he
I'm
didn't
trying-
say Jordan. He said,
Well, I don't think Kenny would
like
fight.
others have reported. This is what happened. This is what happened. There was no hosting like others have reported. The
Man.
others was Jordan.
I feel like Kenny would just like go to the mic and just talk on the show. Like you guys would just talk on the show at that point.
Yeah, I think I would probably address it with the tweet, or if I got a radio show, I'd talk about it on the show. And I might confront that person. I might be like, hey, I try to see what the deal was. I'm like, bro, why you do that? Like, you come on, man, don't do that. And then maybe if it escalated, it escalated. But it seems
What
like,
would it take for you to get in Ian Rapoport's face? Would you square up with Ian Rapoport in the middle of a Starbucks that your dad owned?
if he talking crazy?
I don't think Ian Rapoport was talking
That's
crazy.
what I'm saying.
Though.
Like, I don't think he warranted that. All
That's
the
not like Ian
I don't know.
situation-
Did Jordan Schultz take an L here? Because like he kind of met him at his dad's house. like that part, like as I was reading the story, it's like, wait, you met him, like your dad owned Starbucks. You happened to meet him at the Starbucks. Like you knew you were safe here, pal.
The better question
You
is,
didn't really. Yeah, you know what?
did Jordan have to buy coffee?
He should
Oh,
have
no
a car.
chance. Yeah, no
should-
chance.
Well, it's not like his dad owns that Starbucks. Like his dad.
My dad owns Starbucks. I ain't never paying for a Starbucks.
Oh.
I could be in Timbuktu.
I think Jordan confronted him at Starbucks because he knew he wouldn't get in trouble.
Oh man,
I think that's
Didn't he get
that's
in trouble,
crazy.
though?
I don't think so.
Jordan?
No,
I thought what
no, they just kind of separated them. Went about their day.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
thought
they
like
got-
the combine, the NFL. I don't know. That's how it came across my
The
timeline.
headline: Jordan Schultz verbally accosted Ian Rapoport at a Starbucks in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I guess he didn't get in trouble, but yeah, if it's just that, I'm not gonna go crazy on Ian. Now, if I confront him and how I confront him,
Schefter's tweet's funny though. Schefter got a rare W with that one. That's funny.
Can you imagine? I think Algata, this is his name in the chat, says baristas hop over the counter and start defending Jordan Schultz.
they start jumping Ian. The baristas start jumping Ian with Jordan. Yeah, Jordan did a little too much. He did a little too much.
If you're really
I
about
get
it,
it.
meet him at Chipotle or something. Not where your dad works.
I understand him.
Well,
wanting
I
to
don't
have a
think they met
conversation.
there. I think he was just going to get coffee.
It's a little
and Rapoport was
I don't
there.
know. It's a little too coincidental that your daddy owns the Starbucks.
You
and all
think
that.
he went to Starbucks to fight Ian Rapoport and not to get a cup of coffee?
Like I said, your dad owns Starbucks. It's like Starbucks isn't really gonna go at you for fighting at their place because your dad owns it. There's no real repercussions from this. Jordan Schultz knew he was safe.
Well, could have got arrested.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I would have been like, Schultz, bitch. Schultz. Does that name mean anything to you?
I work for the city of Indianapolis. I don't care, sir.
Yeah, well, my
get
dad
in
is
this
rich
paddy
everywhere.
wagon.
Ian Rapoport might have been set up.
Oh, it was an inside job.
Yeah.
Howard Schultz net.
Oh, let me get. Is it?
This
Can
is not
we-
official. No, this is
No,
not
I
official.
don't.
You're still
I
on
don't even know how to.
suspension,
I don't
low-key.
even know how to.
Just have a guess. Just have a guess.
No, you're well.
He's on
gotta do?
suspension. He's on.
Oh, come
No,
on. Let's
no,
go.
you're.
Let's go.
Nah, pal, you're on. You're
For
on
what?
Brother, you're
For
Rafael
cheating.
Palmeiro.
You cheated
cheat.
twice.
You
in the
lied
same
under
day.
I didn't cheat. I'm ready. I'm here to play. I'm like Jameis when he was suspended. I'm coming out for warm up.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm defending the belt today. We'll see
Yeah,
maybe
you're-
tomorrow.
You're definitely. You're
Jameis
good.
was suspended and came.
Howard Schultz in uniform. Hey, get your ass to the back, bro.
And he had to say, "What are you doing?
Get
Warming
outta
up,
here.
coach. You're suspended."
You tweeted like yeah, just like Casey. You cheated twice in this 10 minutes.
I didn't cheat
You
at all.
You cheated twice in the same
Didn't cheat at
segment.
all. Didn't cheat. I'm beating those allegations.
How much do we think Howard Schultz is worth?
I would say
50s of 50 billion?
Yeah, I was gonna say 45 billion.
You got what? No,
Hundreds of billions.
3.7 billion.
I don't know
Oh,
what.
yeah,
I don't know how much. Like
Yeah, know how much $1 billion is?
Well, I don't know how much
You're just throwing around 50.
All right, pal. Me and KC don't like dwell in billionaires and how much they're worth. Like that's your stuff. Okay, yeah.
How much is the Amazon guy worth? He's in the
Bezos.
Is he the richest person in the world?
I think he is.
No, Elon, I thought it was.
No, I think Bezos got him. Maybe bro is worth.
Well,
walking
maybe
around.
it's His Excellency.
227.5 billion.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
What do you even do with?
What do you mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, you were like, how much do you think $1 billion is? Yeah, a billionaire. I expect you to be up in that 200.
You made it seem like the billion.
You be up in them 50s.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I'm talking
I mean, to be
about.
fair, Schultz is living in the poorhouse. Well, Elon is worth more.
In the poorhouse.
My mistake.
What is Bezos 250?
I think I said 260, 227.5.
Elon probably like.
What about the guy that owns Twitter?
President Musk is 364.3.
Where's Ballmer? He's like 120 something, huh? I think Ballmer's 120. I want to say 127.
Ballmer is 119.3. 119.3 billion.
Ballmer, I saw a 60 Minutes special on him. He does a lot of, I guess you would call it philanthropy, like just giving his money away to like different organizations and stuff like
this
that.
was Ballmer?
Mm-hmm. And different,
he gives it to Clippers.
him and his wife. He said he's big on like
paying for Doc Rivers to have oranges.
He said he's big on like, what am I going to do with all this money? Like, why have all this money and not give it back to people and stuff like that? I was like, oh, okay, Ballmer, I didn't know that about you.
Oh no! Oh, Bezos may have lost money. He may be down to 197 billion.
Oh no,
that's crazy. That's a difference of $30 billion.
Damn, what the hell happened?
What the hell did you do that?
You
lost $30 billion. If he got divorced and only lost $30 billion, his lawyer is the greatest lawyer ever.
Algada, he's hot right now. He said Ballmer's a brokey. Brokey.
No, the one who's really broke is Howard Schultz punk ass.
Schultz needs welfare.
How you create Starbucks and you this poor?
They look at Schultz like he need food stamps.
Imagine a family member being a billionaire.
Well, Carlos is.
Yeah, it's true. You don't even like us though.
Nah.
Just one of you. I don't. How is this possible? How is this dude only worth? What we say, 2-point-something billion?
Yeah, 2.5.
And he started Starbucks.
Step your game up, bro.
How much is Walmart worth? That guy.
Oh, that's Kroenke, huh?
Stan Kroenke?
Yeah.
Stan Kroenke.
Or no, Kroenke, he married into the Walmart family. That's what he did.
What does Stan Kroenke own? I mean, he owns the Nuggets, and Stan Kroenke is 16.9 billion. Damn. He married into the Walton family. He married, and I don't.
That's a come up.
I don't know who to search for. James Bud Walton. I don't know who to search for Starbucks.
Yeah,
I mean, not Starbucks.
I don't know who the wife is.
Walmart. Net worth of 118.9 billion.
Woo!
Also one that says 102 billion.
I gotta step my game up.
You're almost there.
No, stop. Don't do that. That's you. Stop playing.
Yeah, you got to teach us your ways.
Yeah, stop playing. I'm not building.
How do I build a vacation in my backyard?
Building a resort.
Yes.
What? Come on, man. I'm just trying to make it.
How did we get here? Oh, Jordan Schultz and Ian Rapoport fighting. That's what it was.
Let us slap the mess out of Jordan Schultz.
Well, can't wait for that clip.
There would have been some furniture moving.
What is Vivek's net worth?
Ooh, is he?
So I don't think they have.
I would say 1.3.
So that can't. What's the team worth now?
1.3.
Yeah.
So this says.
Well, let me change. I'll say 2.7.
It is low. I remember we looked it up once. I don't think it's above 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust celebrity net worth. I'm trying to find like a posting on him, like an article, and I can't because I don't have him as a billionaire.
Well, that doesn't seem accurate.
The Mark Davis of owners.
I keep.
Well, he's buying franchises.
Yeah, he has to be a billionaire. There's nothing written on him though, so I can't. All I can see is these 700 million, 800 million. Like none of these are Forbes articles or anything like that.
The Enigma, Uncle V. Who was the Enigma in wrestling? Wasn't there somebody that was the Enigma?
Yeah, you're thinking of Christian. They call them the
charismatic Enigma. Yeah. That was Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Christian's best work is in AEW.
Yeah, he's as mid-card as
Christian been killing it in AEW.
I'm too rich for these wrestlers.
Your boy loves Christian.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll say that's the only way huh?
You love all these whack wrestlers.
Yeah, like Christian's as mid-card as it gets. Let's be real, bro.
Christian, if he didn't have Edge, he wouldn't have made it.
Just take me off of the group text and send it directly to them.
Bret Hart sucks.
You about to get lit up. You about to get lit up. Just take me off of the group text.
Is he secretly Canadian?
That's your boy. You guys went to school together.
We did. I don't know what I got there in 4th grade. I don't know where he was at before 4th grade.
Oh, maybe he was
in Ottawa.
Okay. From Winnipeg, idiot. That's a deep cut. You don't get that line.
Oh, that was season 5. Stop.
It's not even from The Office. That's a Chris Jericho line.
What? I know.
You had this has been a bad 30 minutes for you.
Yeah, run the rest of class, bro.
Man. Acting like there's a substitute teacher.
Yeah, be better.
We'll come back. This Pat Riley story is,
oh man,
bruh. You wonder why Jimmy and the Warriors are cooking right now. Plus, we got to talk about Joel Embiid.
Pat Riley, man.
That's all here ahead. It's Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, that's a good call.
They're saying that Christian is Captain Charisma.
Yeah, and Jeff Hardy was the charismatic Enigma.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Close enough.
Well, whatever. What was he? Captain Charisma? Oh, that's right.
The Hardys were on NXT the other day.
I saw a clip about that and didn't click on the video. NXT, they did something with Ricky Saints just down there, didn't they?
They had a tag team match, I think. I'm all in on Cody turning, by the way. If he doesn't turn on Saturday, then I'm just completely done with it.
No, it's not going to be Saturday. Can't be Saturday.
It has to be Saturday.
It's going to be WrestleMania. It might be the day after.
No, turn him now.
He's going to lose. And I agree with have him lose and turn on Raw.
Make it interesting finally.
Yeah, Cody's just, it's not it. It's not it. It's not it. We need a different angle, different way of going about things.
Sal, yes, Tank will knock him out in under 4 rounds.
Yeah. Sherrill in Baltimore, what's going on? Yeah, Tank, easy work. Although Tank, I said it yesterday, he got 1 foot out the door, man. He got 1 foot out the door, and it's like.
I think how you feel about Canelo is how I feel about Tank.
You like him?
Yeah, he was one of my favorite fighters and stuff. He just hasn't fought anyone since Ryan or even before.
I wish he would have, before he leaves, fights one of these guys. Shakur would be great. They got enough heat right now. This should be Shakur, then Tank, and Ryan Devin too. T.O. You see T.O. You saw T.O. With the sucker move.
I kind of blocked those guys out.
You didn't see what
I think I saw you tweeting about it.
So T.O. been talking crazy, right? He's been talking like racial crazy for a minute. And I guess they were over in Dubai and Bud was there. And Bud, they I guess they talked, and Bud gets a video and he puts his arm around T.O. He's like, hey, man, tell him what you told me, man. Tell him what you told me. And he goes, oh, yeah, man, I'm just trying to sell a fight. He's like, yeah, so I ain't got to fuck him up. I ain't got to fuck. You heard it here. I guess Bud pulled up on him. And he's like, oh, I'm just trying to sell a fight. He's like, yeah, tell him what you told me. Theo a sucker.
Yeah, he's just trash.
He's a sucker for that.
Michael, his run started off cool, but for me, I feel like it's kind of teetered off a bit. I feel like.
Nah, it's
once they put Solo up against him and stuff again, like recently, I was like, oh.
Michael, his championship run has been trash. Name one thing that happened this past year with Cody in a title fight.
I think he started off with AJ Styles.
The only thing I remember is when
who did he have at SummerSlam? Not helping out here.
He almost killed KO or KO almost killed him?
KO almost killed him, I believe.
That's the only thing. That's the only memorable.
Oh, by the way, KO versus Sammy, part 32 this weekend, I believe.
Oh, snap.
I think this one is a no holds barred match, so that's the whole new cool thing here.
Yeah, Jad did. Yeah, he did. He pulled up on him. And T.O., he should never say another word after behaving like that.
Elk Grove Kia talk line open for you, 916-909-1320. Bad night for your boy on Prize Picks. I was expecting a bounce back from Domas. Didn't get it. And I laughed a little bit too hard at Paul George.
Oh, PG. It's Paul George, not Podcast P anymore. He's Paul George.
Shut down the podcast. Player. Yeah, I took an L last night. I did have Keegan Murray getting more than 1.5 assists. He got 2. I did have DeMar DeRozan get more than 3.5 rebounds. He got 6. But I needed either Paul George or Domas to come through for me, and neither did. So another L for your boy.
I took an L myself. Nobody really came through for your boy yesterday. Well, Domas's under or less, came through. Keegan played well. I had Keegan at 5.5 rebounds. He finished with 6.
There you go.
The Walker Kessler, he got more than 12.5 rebounds. Malik Monk, I had him at above 6.5 assists. He only had 6. And I was actually real close to winning everything now that I look at it again. Zach LaVine, he needed 23.5. He only got 22. But I'm back at it.
Okay.
I'm back at it tonight. And I'm getting the lineup together as we speak. But one thing I'm really looking at right now is they got Zion Williamson tonight against the Suns. 23.5 points. I'm going more. Phoenix don't defend. And they definitely don't have nobody to stop Zion. Zion, when he plays, he gets buckets. We've seen it firsthand. So I'm looking at that. I'm also looking at the big matchup in Milwaukee, Jokic versus Giannis.
Yep.
And Giannis at 29.5 points. I'm thinking about taking more because Giannis takes these things seriously. Like he wants all the smoke. He wants to let everybody know that he's the best player in the world. So I think he's going to come out ready to play. Either way, lineup will be done soon. Your lineup could be done soon. And when you do, make sure you put the promo code KIFM in there and you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with that first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
So we're doing that every time now.
That's the most, people be calling for it.
Literally no one has ever done that. Not one person has
Zabo.
Okay. Well, Zabo clipped the video.
Oh, Zabo, wild boy for that. Come on, Zay. Come on, Zay.
You had to know Zabo was going to get that on the internet. Speaking of Paul George, again, you talk about him shutting down the podcast. He 25 and some change last night, but the Knicks lost, or excuse me, the Sixers lost. Again, they fought, but they lost. They've lost 9 in a row. 11 of 12.
Oh my goodness.
They have to be the league's biggest disappointment. And they're 2.5 games out of the play-in spot.
This goes back to getting rid of conferences, East and West.
The
How is that
entire
team 2.5 games?
Well, because the entire conference playing group in the East is under 500. I mean, 6 is above. Once you get to 7, though, you're at 29-31. That's Orlando. Miami is 27-30. Atlanta's 27-32. Chicago is 23-36. Then you got Brooklyn at 21-37. They are a game and a half out. Then you got Philadelphia at 20-38.
So let me ask you a question. If you're Philly, what are you doing? Are you trying to, the higher ups? Are you like, hey, let's try and get into this play-in and see what we can do? All we got to do is get in, and maybe we could do something
because I don't know that Joel is tradable. In fact, Joel's not tradable.
I agree.
I don't know if Paul George is tradable. I don't. So your best bet: rest, lose, and draft. Wait a minute. I feel like we've done this a million times. Do they have a draft pick?
They do. It's top 6 protected, and it goes to OKC if it's 6, 7 or lower.
I don't think they're getting. Let's see who's got a worse record than them. Toronto.
1, 2, 3. I think there's 5 teams probably have a worse record.
Washington, Utah, Charlotte, New Orleans, and Toronto. 5 teams exactly have a worse record than they do. They're 2 games away from Toronto right now. I would shut down and I'd send guys home. I don't know who's left on that team. Go home. Yeah. You've got the measles. Go home and heal. You've got COVID. Go home.
Send Paul George home, man. Like, hey
Paul, go do the podcast, dog.
Yeah. Go back to me. What you mean you stopping the podcast? Go back to
go
it.
do the podcast.
Yeah, it feels like this sounds a little dramatic, but it feels like the immediate future of this franchise hinges on whether or not they can keep this pick. Because you don't pick right now, like you mentioned, you don't have any tradable assets outside of Tyrese Maxey. So how are you going to get better at all?
That's your future. Like that's who you're building around.
You've got Jared McCain who'll be coming back, who was trending to be rookie of the year when he left, so that's good. But who knows how he comes back, which I think he'll be fine. But who knows how he comes back, and not having a pick this year. Yeah, I think you got to shut it down. 20 wins at this point might already be too much.
If you don't have that's right. You need to start now.
Mm-hmm.
You need to start right now.
Yeah.
If you fall to 7 in the draft, you might not have any hope. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You've got to shut Joel down at this point for his own good. And like, I know the thing is, well, that might not make it better. Yeah, I know what it's not going to do.
It's not going to help.
It's not going to make it worse. Yeah, just let him sit. Like, it's not. Come on. Okay. It's not going to make it better. Fine. Have him like go on a diet and lose weight. Maybe that helps. Mm-hmm. Just don't do it through basketball.
Talk about taking Ozempic.
I don't care. Do that too. Do
something, man.
Anything other than what you're doing right now, because what you're doing right now isn't working.
And as you bring it up and you talk about it, we talk about it here. It is pretty dire. Like, what the ramifications of losing this pick is, because you laid it out perfectly. You can't trade either one of those guys. So you can't trade either one of those guys. Everybody else is just kind of like random role players. So they're not like really tradable assets. And then you don't have the pick. How are you going to get out of this without having to, like, where I don't think you would do it at all. Like, I think I wouldn't do it. The worst case scenario, you need that pick just so you have another asset to trade if you want to.
At worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would make the pick, but
yeah, like, you need a body who can play.
Yeah. So
they got 55 due to Joe next year. Make sure I got the years right. Yeah, 55 due to Joe next year, 51 due to Paul George, 37 due to Tyrese Maxey. Kelly Oubre has a player option for 8.3. That's the next highest salary. They have a couple of team options they can get off. You could probably lose that. I'll operate under all those player options picked up. You got about $170 million committed to salary next year.
Wow. What's the cap again? Do we know?
The cap
is it like 230 or something like that?
Oh, that's not it. Hang on. Let me get this year's cap. 2025. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
I'm watching the Sacramento trailer again. It's on my screen.
Is that right? I got it at 100 and.
Oh boy.
154. Is that
my
right?
gosh. Are they already over the cap?
Well,
with
hold on.
I guess you'd be pretty close to it with those three.
Salary cap 154, luxury tax 187, first apron 195. Those are the numbers for next year. Second apron 207. That might have been the number you were thinking of.
Second apron. Yikes.
So
they're already a tax
I don't
team.
know. Yeah, I don't know how you do this. You have you tax team, you got 3 players making 55, 51, 30. That's $140 million right there.
Goodness gracious. You hadn't even filled out the rest.
You're gonna have to beg all of these players to not pick up their player options. You're not going to be able to pick up a player option on any of the other players. That'll get you down to 8, 13, 16, 17. That'll get you down to about 150 something.
Let me ask you a question. I don't. I want to be perfectly clear. But do you have discussions about trading Maxey and turning a Maxey into a young player and a draft pick?
I don't. He's 24 years old. He's the young player.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
You have the young player.
I wouldn't either. Yeah.
I mean, there's one exception though. If you can get the young player and a top draft pick, like this year, and I don't even know. I don't know. To me, I feel like you don't trade Tyrese Maxey.
What I'm with you. Just conversation sake. I'm with you though. What if Houston says we'll give you Jalen Green, our pick that's from Phoenix, and our own first rounder
this year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man,
is Tyrese Maxey your one?
I think like a number one,
someone you build around. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's
better than Fox.
I think I don't want to talk crazy because Fox is. I think they're on the same level. I think they're about
pretty
the same
close.
Level. So
Because I wonder, if you're gonna stick around with Max, you're sure, that's the guy you want to build around. Because if not, then maybe
Tyrese
I do take the other deal.
27.2 this year.
Man, but and it's not his fault, but it's amounting to nothing.
Yes, it is, and yes, you're right. It's not
right.
He's the lone bright spot. Him and the Eagles. That's what Philly got right now. They got Tyrese Maxey and the Eagles.
So it's almost akin to some of the worries we have here in Sacramento. Say that trade was on the table and you just keep Maxey. That's cool, but you have no future. At the very least, you got Jalen Green who's going to give you 20. You got Jared McCain coming back. And you got an opportunity for a future. And I'm asking this assuming they lose their pick this year.
Yeah.
If they keep their pick, then I think all that is off the table. You could work towards that. But I wouldn't do it because I really like Maxey as a player and I believe in him. But they're in such a bad situation. I don't think you can rule it out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get that Jalen Green type player and another starter or another player who will play minutes for you, real minutes in addition to those draft picks, because you got to field a team.
Yeah. Well, look, we were talking about how realistic it is or not. We were talking about what Fox will fetch you from Houston. And we were talking Jalen Green, Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmore, and a first rounder. If you could get that from Philly, maybe 2 first-rounders because maybe people think Maxey is a little better. You got to at least have the conversation.
I think
you
I would
got
trade
to
him.
think about it.
You would?
Yeah, I don't think he's a 1. I'm deciding. I'm thinking in my head right now. I'm like, is he closer to Fox or is he closer to Jalen Brunson? I think he's closer to Fox. Like that type of player. It's a really solid number 2, I think.
Are we sure Jalen Brunson's a 1?
You've been telling me. I don't know. Yeah. No, Jalen. Jalen Brunson's like leading the 3rd seed in the Knicks. So like I'd imagine, yeah.
Jesse, look at the TV real quick while I answer that. You know.
Okay. All right. Settle down.
Oh, brother, you're not gonna get me mad about what is it, February 20. I'm not gonna get mad about February 26 losses.
Oh man, that was interesting to see. But I think all 3 of those guys, Brunson might be a little better than both of those guys. But I think Fox, Maxey, Brunson are all on the same wavelength. Like I said, Brunson might have took a leap with how he played last year.
Well, because like we kind of talked about, like, Brunson's impacting wins. Like he's kind of taking that team, you know.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, Maxey, and it's not even, the crazy thing is it's not even anything about Maxey. It's the situation they're in that forces you to have these conversations because their situation is nasty. Oof.
And you know, I don't know what Joel's future is other than constant trips to the bank.
Yeah.
For the next 4 years, that ends.
That hip will be fine walking into Bank of America.
They could wheel him into Bank of America. It won't matter. Because in 2028, when he has to pick up that $67.2 million player option,
my goodness,
my man gonna be all good.
My goodness.
But I don't know.
You said 62?
No.
58?
No.
What'd you say?
I said 67. I said 67.2.
Oh my goodness.
That's in the 2028-2029 season. And it's adorably labeled as a player option. As Brian Cruz says, that's a hell of an option. Yeah.
I want to see real quick before we leave Philly, like what else they got going on. So,
nothing. The answer, sir, is nothing.
McCain,
they got Jared McCain, by the way.
It looks like they're in a situation. All right, if the pick doesn't convey this year, they still got to worry about it next year. So say they keep their draft pick.
Okay.
Next year, it's top 4 protected. Or OKC gets it.
Okay. Like that's okay.
That's
so the pick gets even better for them next year.
Yeah.
That's okay. I feel like you need something now.
Yeah, I agree.
You need something now because if somehow you can get something out of Paul George, you're going to get it next year. If, like, Joe's probably, that's probably not even a point of discussion anymore. Whether, like, I'm not talking about Joel anymore, like years out. I don't know when or if he's going to be available. Yeah. So right now you try to capitalize on Paul George because the year before Joel picks up his $67.2 million option, Paul George is going to pick up his $56.5 million option. And they're going to have 11, 12, 13 million dollars, maybe $114 million dedicated to those two players.
Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Make a phone call. Yeah, Reese. Yeah, get on that Dr. Dish right now. What'd you say? 56 for Paul George?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now. 1,000. Get 1,000 up now. While you're at it, work on your pitching when you're done. Thank you.
Pitching is the way to go. Reese just texted me, Dad, I can't. You broke the shooting gun.
Damn, that's crazy. And then look,
he's still texting. The only time I'm allowed to use it is when my stupid dad is at work. No, he's sending text. Up and tell him to stop trying to turn me into a pitcher. Yeah, No,
The dots.
He's texting me from his iPad. Yeah.
I look at Phoenix.
I wish you were my dad. Now I know how Dominic Mysterio feels.
The Philly situation, as I look at it, obviously they need to make sure this pick conveys now, but they don't have control. Like when you talk about trading, they don't have control till 2030. It's all tied up in like, OKC just owns them for the next 3 years. And then Brooklyn is in there. And then a pick swap with the Clippers is in there.
What if OKC just said, dude, we'll give all of this back to you. Just give us Tyrese.
Well,
you have to think about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you don't want to do business with Oklahoma City, but
they hold all the cards. Like I said, that
for the entire league. Yes. They hold all the cards for the entire league.
That scenario that your boy Bill Simmons brought up isn't the most outlandish thing. If they were like, all these picks we have here, Washington, you get 6 of these picks. Give us the number 1 pick. Oh, man. Would you do that if you were the Thunder?
I think about it. Yeah.
Get Cooper Flag.
I think about it.
With this team, right? Yeah, because at the end of the day, like, what am I going to do with all these picks?
Mm-hmm.
And even if I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for Giannis, like I can still only get one player.
It's like, do I want a bunch of first round picks or do I want the first round pick?
Damn.
Allegedly.
They're set up great. They're set up the best in the league, huh?
I mean, it's
Utah's
such
got
a yeah. I mean, the circle. I mean,
got a lot too.
Presti was already, doing a good job, but the Clippers put them in a position that they can just feast on, and this is where I think Sam Presti deserves just endless amounts of credit. The Paul George thing happens, or as it's happening, immediately goes to Russ and says, what do you want to do? Because we're headed in a different direction now than when you signed that contract. It's not your fault. We're not upset. You did nothing wrong. Paul's leaving. We're getting a haul for him, but we're not going to be very good. So what do you want to do? And gave him the option to leave. He leaves. They go out and get a deal for Russell Westbrook. Now all of a sudden they have these just massive level of picks. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think did he go to Houston for Chris Paul? Or am I mixing that up?
Yeah, Westbrook did.
So he goes to Houston for Chris Paul. Chris Paul comes back. Don't they make the playoffs?
The bubble. They played each other.
Right. And then they ship Chris Paul out of there.
Yeah.
Because everyone was like, Chris isn't going to play in Oklahoma City. Yeah. He goes and plays in Oklahoma City. They make the playoffs. They ship him out of there. They get capital back for him. Mm-hmm. And they found a way to stay relevant's the wrong word. They found a way they were relevant. They found a way to stay strong for an extra year.
Mm-hmm.
And gave a year of added value to Chris Paul, but gave Shea a year with Chris Paul and then shipped him off.
Man,
that's brilliant.
This
is just
perfect.
Sam Presti is the executive of the century.
He really is. They have done it perfectly. I know I ask this question in various ways often, but they did all that, but they did have like 3 years where it was just nasty, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think people would be accepting of that here in Sacramento? Because one of the reasons they were able to do that in OKC is, one, it's OKC. It's different. They still worried about Boomer Sooner more than anything over there, and the Cowboys, and that's their focus. And they had just come off 7 years of being relevant, playoffs, all this other stuff, and all right, it's over. We're gonna take. You think it'd be okay here in Sacramento doing that?
Do you have Shea? Because I feel like that's a really important component. Then yes, I do.
But you need Shea to do that. Like
you have to.
They couldn't have nothing.
You have to have the guy. It's like over the last few years, and we'll get to this in a second. I don't want to mess up the Pistons had Cade, right? Like you have to have a guy. And the NBA loves Shea. NBA media love you had a guy to where it's like, see this through. It'll be just fine. See it through. Draft smart. See it through. You've got your guy, and they were all right.
Yeah,
everyone was right.
Yeah, I think in both scenarios they would be able to. I like your scenario a lot more, having at least the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if they stripped everything down and got I guess it's still kind of the same thing. But like if you sold everything off and you got the number 1 pick this year, and that was your guy, like that was the only guy you had left.
Yeah,
I think or number 3 pick or something like that. I think they'd be accepting of. There's enough people who
you have to have a single thing to latch onto to get through the the 20 and 62 seasons.
Yeah.
You have to have something you love.
Yeah.
And Shea's the guy that Oklahoma City loved. Shea would be the guy that Sacramento,
Yeah.
you have to have that Shea Gilgeous-Alexander that you love.
And there were a couple of games I remember vividly seeing with OKC where they were at home, and there was like 25 people there. There was no. I was like, oh my! Like you could hear the coaches calling things out. Like it was.
Correct. But that's Oklahoma City. That's not.
You don't think that would happen here?
I don't.
You think they'd still show up?
I don't. Yeah. If you have the guy, this team showed out through lean years. This city showed up for lean years. The one thing, well, 2 things you can't do. You can't threaten to leave because they'll just say the hell with you. And 2, stop raising ticket prices on people.
Oh yeah, you couldn't do that.
Yeah. In fact, give people a reason to come to the arena.
Yeah, you better go. Carl's Jr.
You better go.
Be able to get a
who
ticket
did the food thing?
Well,
was it Ishbia?
Yes.
Do the $5 bit. Yeah. Yeah. Your concessions. You still have the fancy restaurants at the Golden One Center, but your concessions are $5. Stop charging people $10 for beers. $10, $20 for beers. Stop doing that.
Yeah.
We'll come back. I mentioned Cade. I want to talk.
Beer drinker, Damian Barley.
Wow.
Always Modelo time with Dan Barley.
Modelo
time. All right. I want to talk about Pat Riley at some point today.
Man, I want to hear this guy. I think you've seen more than I've seen. I want to hear what you see.
And Detroit. The Pistons have won 8 in a row.
The new rulers of the East.
Took a little.
Better cut that out.
Took a look at their last few years. We'll pass that along to you. Kings coming off a victory last night. It's Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Big beer guy.
I was talking to Casey about the last break when you were out. Does Cody need to turn on Saturday?
That'd be awesome.
I think so too.
That would be awesome.
Johnny G, I legit can't tell if you're joking or telling the truth. That's insane.
I actually believe you.
I believe him too, but it's almost like unbelievable.
Because I'm thinking 20, 20, 20-ish, and 16-ish. I absolutely believe you. Oh, that's gross, Johnny G. Goodness gracious.
Meanwhile, they got
that's
those
awful.
same 3 tall boys for like $10 at the liquor store. NBA prices or sports prices in general.
Crazy. Travis Kelce coming back.
This will be his last year, I think.
Sorry, I was craving candy so bad yesterday. I brought 2 pieces in with me. Sorry to sit there and chomp in your ear.
Did you have any waffle fries?
No, I didn't. Is that Chick-fil-A? Is that what that was?
No, it's from some place.
Oh.
There's little tenders and fries. Garrett Crochet, keep it real G. I was looking at tickets for this yesterday. I think it's in September they play.
Yeah, I want to get out to some games.
I'm looking forward to this baseball season. You know what I realized? I guess this is more so for Jesse. Good old Sutter Health Park gonna be on the show this year.
Oh yeah, I was playing the show yesterday thinking about that.
I was like, oh snap.
Yeah.
Oh, the game?
Yeah.
The Tower Bridge is gonna be on the show. That's crazy.
They had a home run off the Tower Bridge in the show.
That's gonna be crazy. Damien's high-rise condo is
It's
gonna be on
true.
the show.
Wait, that's
crazy.
Dame's house. I heard in the game. There's Dame's kind of like Wrigleyville. Dame's watching the game from his balcony.
They're built, and also they're building some little kind of. You passed West Sac lately? They got some things going up over there.
I'm hyped for the season this year.
I'm being told I got to make a trip to IKEA soon, so I'll be out there.
Shout out IKEA.
Well,
what you mean? A little too cheap for you?
Okay, no, I don't want to put stuff.
Too
No,
regular?
No. You guys are jerks, man. I
You
don't.
know you got expensive taste.
No, I don't want to put stuff together.
Understandable.
That's why, because I'll ruin it. I'll go to IKEA and pay $100. Look, you save so much money, and then I ruin it because I.
Next thing you know, you
put
chip
the
your
screw-
stairs.
Well, you're not wrong. Now I got Karosh out here trying to find someone who could. They all say the same thing, Dave. I think that we might be able to, but they matching the color and the gloss, like that's all they got to do. It's like, damn it.
Yeah.
I've only been out here once.
Let's just find out it's like a special made
I'm
color. and
sure it
gloss.
is. Like it's awful.
You know they sell food at IKEA?
Yeah.
Don't they do the Costco gimmick where you go get like a meatball or something? Here, try
That's like
it.
their thing, yeah.
Well, I usually get they got the glizzy there, the cheap glizzy.
Well, Leezy's here, so that'll make him happy.
Take down 3 of them according to that soundbite.
No.
But yeah, IKEA is okay with me. But yeah, you do got to put things in directions. Sometimes they're very good directions, and you can follow them accordingly. Other times they have like a stick man holding the board,
man,
and it's like, what part is this?
See,
what am I supposed to do
So
here?
you need to be like me and KC though, and have someone there who likes to build stuff, where we don't have to be involved.
Wait, does Crystal do that too?
Oh yeah, she loves that stuff. She loves
look
it.
at
Hey,
this.
but look, quiet as kept though. Your boys I put together a lot in that house, man. Anything that comes from IKEA, I put together. I put together 2 fireplaces. Boy done a little work out there.
You put together a fireplace?
Yeah, 2 of them.
How does that work?
They got
it's like a little plug-in, it's a glorified heater, but it looks really cool.
Exactly. And then they got the image of it's not exactly a picture, but they got like the illusion of a fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
no, those things are kind of dope. You have one of those in your front room, right? That I think about.
That's the I put them both together. The other one that's in
it's your fanciest room.
Yeah, 2 fireplaces, huh?
Well,
2 fireplaces, 14 TVs.
Heaters.
How many fireplaces you got, Dan?
No, they're heaters. What are we talking about?
1.
Yeah, just 1, like a normal person. Me, I have 0 because I'm still trying to get there. But 2, huh?
They're heaters. So then I put it together. This thing is.
Ask me about fire pits, though. Oh, just wait a month. Woo-hoo-hoo, just wait a month. Ask me. I'm like LeBron James. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4.
Everybody's gonna have their own personal.
You gonna have the hot coals back there like The Office too, or no?
Nah, I'm gonna go that far.
That's what I was gonna say, like The Office. But
yeah, what episode was that?
Episode 17.
What did you win
3.
when you walked on the coals?
You won the pencil sharpener.
You know, it's close. That's close. That's close, Kenny.
Close.
Well, I can't remember exactly, but I remember.
You win a Sebring.
That was his car. He had what's
regional manager salary for a year.
Somebody came? Was it Dwight? No, not Dwight. Somebody came and helped him clean it out because he thought he was taking the girl home.
Very good.
Hey, yeah, that's good stuff. That's props. We'll give you props.
It was Ryan. It wasn't Dwight, but it's very good.
What was the flavor of the sports drink?
Well, it was blue, wasn't it?
Blue's not a color. Or blue's not a flavor.
That's what it was, though. That was the discussion.
And then it goes, it's blue,
like blue freeze or something. Yeah, blue eyes. Oh yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, put together a little bit. No, I didn't put together the stairs like she might have, but yeah, put together a little bit here and there.
A
little bit.
Can you just send Jasmine to my house and be like, Jazz, can you fix this?
That would be better though. Better. Plus, she could just figure that out. I need instructions. So if it doesn't have instructions, I'm not going to be able to freestyle anything. She freestyles. Oh man, yeah, we can put this together. The little deck thing, she had that idea out in the back. Like
Oh, you got a deck now?
Well, I've always had a deck.
That's get it right.
Well, no, well, that's where the courtside seats are. That's where the Spike Lee seats are. That's the only fancy
that's
thing
right,
I
because
got.
you have a basketball court.
Yeah, I got a basketball.
Do you have a basketball court in your backyard?
Well, we don't have a community court at my apartment. I got to go to the park.
I got a. It's not even a half court. It's almost a half court.
No, that's a low-key underrated thing about your sports complex. Is like you threw a court and that's big time. You felt the need. Hey, let's throw some seats out here.
Yeah. Don't you also have turf back there?
Yeah, there's turf.
Okay,
there.
So he has
a backyard.
Field.
It's just a regular back.
He
I
has
don't have a field.
field.
It's just a backyard
and a court.
Yes, it's a complex.
It is.
You have netting as well to keep.
That's right.
The basketballs and everything else.
Well, yeah, I don't know. He doesn't need that anymore because he's got the gun.
Oh yeah, he's got the gun.
He's got the $10,000 gun to just shoot the ball back to him.
It's not $10,000.
I don't know. The first time I saw a shooting gun, it was at the old practice facility at Arco Arena.
I've only seen those at NBA
that
facilities.
Was like 20 years
the
ago.
The second time I saw one, it was on Pat Summit Court at the University
that was
of
like
Tennessee.
15 years
ago.
Shooting
Kenny
gun
just
anywhere.
has one in his backyard.
Yeah, you can get them anywhere now. What are we talking about?
Does your shooting gun pass the basketball back to you like a rebound if you make it?
Yeah.
Does your shooting gun go?
Yeah.
Let's go, KC.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Doesn't talk to me.
You're like LeVar Ball, man.
That's true.
I just saw Ryan.
You about to drop an album next summer.
Well,
I'm surprised you don't have a studio at your house.
Whoa. I need a studio. I need something. I need to get out of my room with my desk and stuff. I got to figure that out.
I think what you mean is Jazz needs you to get that stuff out of the room.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Only 4 years of Jazz wanting you to get that stuff out of the room.
Jazz is the queen of like coming up with this great idea. Like, oh man, this fits perfectly. This looks great. And we do all these things to get it together and get it to work. Then about 2 weeks later, I'm tired of this.
Oh, that's me.
Like, wait.
Yeah, that's
wait,
me.
what?
Yeah.
That's what she did with that fireplace downstairs.
Yeah.
Said that thing was heavy too. And I put that together or whatever. And she's like, I think I want something different.
Mm.
Well, this thing signed a Joel Embiid like contract. It's not going.
It's got a player option for $67 million.
It's not going anywhere.
Untradeable, baby. Untradeable. So what'd you do? Is it still there, or is that why you have a second one? Oh,
no, it's still it all fits, but I think the contract is coming up. It's okay. We can do whatever we need to do with it now. Okay. She's got great ideas too. Just got to make more money.
Okay. Oh, that's cute. We know that's not true, but that's cute.
Broke, man. I'm broke, baby.
Warriors in Orlando tonight. Pelicans in Phoenix, Minnesota at the Lakers.
I asked the insiders this on the handoff. I'll ask you. There's 4 games that are worth noting for the Kings.
Is Denver the other one? What's the other one?
Oh, no, maybe it's just.
Oh, well, yes.
Yo,
there
Charlotte
is.
and Dallas.
Yeah, I purposely ignored that one.
Understandable. How many do you think the Kings get? We're saying like the Kings get a good result in.
None. No, I
don't think the Lakers will beat the T-Wolves?
Oh, I forget the T-Wolves are in this conversation.
Oh, you didn't
right.
even call them out.
I forgot. I forgot the Timberwolves are in this conversation. No, I said Minnesota's at the Lakers. I forgot they're 7th.
Yeah. The Kings are. James said if the Timberwolves lose, they'll be tied in the loss column. That's crazy to think.
If the Pelicans get the Suns, then just get them out of here.
Yeah. So the Pelicans, that Pelicans have won 2 in a row.
Yeah, playing good basketball. And tonight is a Zion game.
It's a Zion game. Okay.
Tomorrow will not be a Zion game.
I still expect Phoenix to win that one. I'll take the Lakers over Minnesota. Give me one of the 4.
Just get one.
I get one of the 4. I don't like I can't put anything on it. Last 2 times I've watched Orlando, it's been like
I got my eye out for Charlotte. Charlotte is a bad basketball team.
Buddy, that's bold.
Charlotte's a bad basketball team. But like I said earlier, if I was MFFL, hashtag MFFL,
Mavs fan for life.
Yeah, I'd be a little nervous. I'm like, so they just going to get beat up by 30 every game? No. Like at some point they're going to play good.
Well, they just might lose by 10 tonight.
Well, maybe. But that means it'll be tight for a little while.
No.
Be a little nervous.
Usually, yeah.
You gotta hope. You gotta
Easy
hope.
there, pal. We see what you're doing, all right? Play on.
You gotta hope that their one good game was the Lakers game.
Yeah.
Their one good game out of 7 was the Lakers game.
That's crazy. They beat the Lakers.
They did.
Oh my God. They really beat the Lakers.
But now I'm not predicting.
Yeah.
Just got my eye out for it. I think I'm with you. I think one game. Orlando's a little interesting too, but
that's in Orlando, so we'll get that. We get that one in about an hour. We're not watching it though.
Oh no, we got a game tonight.
Yeah,
we gonna get it tonight, man. This is the night. This is the night. It's going down in Durham.
It's never happened before.
It's gonna happen.
Literally has not happened yet.
It's happening tonight.
Everyone watch Duke North
Have
Carolina.
You had a conversation yet, or like nerves going on, frustration?
Like for this game?
Yeah.
No. I got a call the morning after their last loss. I'll get one tonight if it doesn't go right.
Will you get a call if it goes right?
No. No. I do. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. I sometimes like she'll call and it'll be like, whew, finally. Like it might be, but normally, nope. Like if you ever heard, like if I'm ever on the phone with Coach Lawson and you just hear my end of the conversation, it's hilarious because it's literally me just sitting. Nah, I know. And it is like I don't want to say too much about her. She like for 10 years, 15 didn't cuss. Then she became a coach.
Kids will do it to you.
that was it Louisville? It was a game we were watching.
NC State joint?
No, it wasn't NC State. It was one recently, but it was one you and I were watching together. and they lose late. And I have never heard her that frustrated before. Just frustrated. Really, really. I was like, never heard you talk like this. Like MF and like, oh my God. Okay. All right. So it's Duke, North Carolina tonight.
Tonight's the night, though.
And Duke is
what we're referring to,
in the Cara era. They are
tonight's
over.
the night, though. Like Crisscross said.
I hope for all of our sake it's the night. Y'all gonna see me walking in on the stream tomorrow. Like, no, I know.
Get cursed out.
I know. Sometimes I feel like I did something wrong.
Oh man, they gonna get him tonight though.
I hope so. But yeah, that's where we'll be at 4:00. But it is Golden State and Orlando at 4:00. The big one that you mentioned earlier, coming up shortly after that, the national televised game, Denver and Milwaukee. That's the only nationally televised game tonight. Minnesota and LA is on NBA TV. But TNT, they got Denver and Milwaukee, and that's the one tonight. Jokic and Giannis.
And see, and speaking about that only nationally televised game, first of all, did you see we lost the national TV game? The Kings got.
Honestly, I have paid less than zero attention to the Kings national. The first one that they had snuck up on us.
Yeah.
Or snuck up on me, at least.
They got 86 out of one. They said,
what game was it?
Clippers game on March 9th.
Okay.
Got them out of the paint. But they still on
Completely
TNT like
forgot.
2 days later.
I'm not even blaming that on us. I'm blaming that on the Clippers, even though the Clippers are perfectly fine.
I think they changed it with like Cleveland and Milwaukee, I think it is. They're now the.
Oh, well, okay. I understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I completely understand.
But yeah, we're getting to the point where the NBA and hopefully this won't happen with the new TV deal. I'm about to be afraid of college basketball now. And we're going to get, I think it's like a week or 2 weeks where we don't get like TNT games on Thursday.
That's right. That's right.
Championship week starts next week, so I think they still play then. But once the tournament starts for 2 weeks, they don't do nothing.
Is that being
Partly
afraid or
because
being respectful?
It could be a little bit
because they're partners.
It could be like how we talked about a couple weeks ago, like in a way working together here. Like this is our future.
Yeah.
Let's make sure they have a full platform.
I think the NBA is only afraid of one thing.
And that should end next year.
It should. I don't know that it will.
Amazon is Thursday though, right? Or no, it starts.
Amazon
afterwards.
is Thursday after.
Yeah, it starts afterwards. Damn, who would get the game? I don't know. I think they still are afraid.
Wait, is Amazon Thursday after the?
Yeah, because they can't go on the same.
Yeah, right. But Amazon has other games throughout the year though, just not the Thursday.
I think they're Friday.
Okay.
I think they're Friday nights. Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah. This new deal is going to take some time to learn.
It is. There because it's NBC, ESPN, and Amazon. Yeah. Damn.
And like somewhere out of nowhere, we found more football games for Netflix. we just found them.
To the original point, yeah, I think you only get one. I think the Lakers will beat Minnesota.
Lakers beat Minnesota. Okay. All right.
But the Kings had a nice little night last night.
They did. And it was important because this trip is going to get tougher. Like they've got Houston coming up. That's on Saturday. Then they're going to go every other day with Houston, Dallas, Denver. Then they're back at the Golden One Center to take on the San Antonio Spurs. And that game, I know that's the De'Aaron Fox game, but that game sure does look different than it did, when we first looked at the schedule the day of the trade. San Antonio is struggling. Obviously, there was news that Greg Popovich addressed the players today in person for the first time. Spurs went so far as to release a statement announcing what has been reported, I think about a week or 2 weeks ago, maybe it might have been longer than that, from Shams Charania, that Pop won't return to the sidelines this year. And his future as the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs is very much in question. We think his career is likely over. Of course, that is just us speculating. All we really concerned about is Greg Popovich's health. But that game doesn't feel the same anymore. It's De'Aaron's return. There'll be an emotional component to it. But San Antonio's starting to look like a bad basketball team. They're starting to look like a team where it's like, oh, you're not competing with them for the play-in. They're a bad team that you need to beat. And you're going to have to do that. You don't have a lot of bad teams on your schedule moving forward. They're kind of lining up to be one of those teams that you got to beat. And that Dallas game coming up on Monday.
Yeah, man.
Feels like a big deal.
It
you
is.
talk about tying in the loss column. If the Lakers get that win tonight, and James was telling us yesterday, we're kind of getting to the point where you don't really look at the win-loss categories anymore because the games aren't even. You just look at the loss category, and we could be this thing is as close as it could possibly be in the loss column.
As crazy as this season has been for the Kings, they're 2 games in the loss column away from the 6th seed.
And that's 26 where the Clippers are. 27 losses is where Minnesota and Golden State are. Dallas and Sacramento are at 28 losses apiece.
And I they're right there, man. They're right there. And I know the schedule gets tougher and you got to play some tough teams. But that's just what it is. Like I'm a full believer and proponent. I wish we had the Warriors schedule, but we don't. But I'm a full believer in you're gonna have to play these teams regardless. So
yeah,
if you can't beat them on this schedule that you have, how you expect to do anything in the playoffs or playing? So beat them. Go out there and beat them. Prove it.
People keep talking about the Warriors schedule. I know there's strength of schedule, all this. They got Orlando tonight, or Orlando.
This road trip is kind of trash.
Philly, which
I think the only good game is
that game is on ABC, by the way. The Golden State Warriors, which is fine, versus the Philadelphia 76ers.
Oh my gosh.
A 20-win basketball team on ABC.
That's after Philly was on national TV last night.
Gross.
And then they opened up the second half of the season.
They did. Yep.
This is getting agreed.
Losing by 30.
And they take the Kings off.
They got Charlotte. They got your New York Knicks on March 4th.
Come on, guys.
Brooklyn.
They'll play hard.
Then they host Detroit, Portland, Sacramento, New York, Denver, and Milwaukee.
That homestand.
Well, Jesus,
crazy.
and Toronto, but that's a lot of. That's how many games in a row is that?
7-game homestand.
It's a 7-game homestand.
That homestand kind of.
This has got to even out somewhere. There it is. I was like, where are the road games? Here they are: at Atlanta, at Miami, at New Orleans, at San Antonio, at Memphis, at the Lakers.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That homestand's tough.
Yeah, that homestand is a little.
Detroit, Portland's fighting.
That. Yeah.
You are fighting with Sacramento. That's a nationally televised game.
Taking a bus to that one, guys.
Okay. Enjoy. Yeah, right. You're getting on a bus. Then they got the Knicks.
Wow.
And then Denver.
Jesse, what do you
think? And then the Bucks.
Jesse, what do you think about that Knicks Warriors game?
Yawn.
What's the Warriors record? Oh, it's 4 games above 500.
Oh, Knicks have no chance, man. No chance. If you're a good team playing good basketball, you're going to beat the New York Knicks.
Oh, my God. Hey, man, stop taking shots at my boys, man. Come on,
I'm telling the truth.
Don't do that.
I'm telling the truth.
Not wrong, no. Not wrong. But yeah,
I don't think the Warriors schedule is what everyone's making it out to be. And I'm looking at the teams and not using numbers with this. Like
that homestand is
that's tough. That's a tough stretch that Sacramento is involved in. The crazy thing is, well, it's not crazy. They play Portland on the Monday, March 10th. They don't play the Kings until Thursday.
Of course. The Kings, the new 49ers. Everybody gets rest before they play them.
I'm afraid to look, but something's like, yeah, that's the second night of a back-to-back for the Kings. No, it's the first night of a back-to-back.
No, that's great.
Kings.
Great.
They play on the 14th.
I'm about to say they play on Tuesday.
They play they play the Knicks on Monday. Then they're off Tuesday and Wednesday, so it's not that bad. But then they're in San Francisco on Thursday. Then they're in Phoenix on Friday.
Good. We got to get on the plane. This is great. No, this is great.
Those are 2 kind of big games.
Yeah.
Golden State on Thursday, and then the Suns on Friday. The league really does hate Sacramento. They really do. That's hilarious. Oh, where's LeBron James? This is insane.
Right.
This
to your
is
point
insane.
about the strength of schedule, Montankathon, the Warriors are at 20th for their strength of schedule, and they go by win percentage left. That's what.
But it changes by the day, doesn't it?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
All right.
The Kings are second. The Kings have a game against the Wizards, the Hornets, the Bulls, the Spurs, the Blazers, and 2 against the Suns left.
Mm-hmm.
The
Well,
Warriors
get the 2 against the Suns.
have 1 against the Hornets, the Pelicans, the Raptors, the Sixers, the Nets, and 2 against the Spurs. Yeah, that's the Warriors. To kind of what you were saying, like for them to be like that drastic, like 2 to 20, and once again another just doing the winning percentage left. It does seem like they have an even amount of easy games left and all this other
Yeah,
stuff.
it's just our killer is the 17th to the 25th.
Yeah, well,
that's the killer because that's. Go ahead. Sorry,
I was gonna say even more to that. They got 2 against the Cavs. The Kings too.
They do, right?
That's tough.
Yeah, and one of them is in that stretch. They have the Memphis on the 17th, and this is the stretch we've been talking about for weeks. Cleveland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Boston, Oklahoma City. Those final 3 are 3 and 4 nights. The homestand ends with Portland on Thursday, the 27th. Then they get on the road for winnable games. There's Orlando, there's Indiana. You mentioned the Washington, Charlotte again, and then that game at Cleveland, that game at Detroit. And then they close out with 3 at home. Denver, the Clippers, which you survive all of this.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Clippers right there.
Clippers with the 5th hardest schedule as well.
And then you got Phoenix.
Who has the 1st hardest schedule?
Really?
Yeah. They've got 2 with Boston. It's not that far away. It's not that far away from the Kings when you talk about the toughest opponents, but the easiest opponents is the killer. They've got 2 against New Orleans, 1 against Toronto, 1 against the Bulls, and 1 against the Spurs, and that's it.
2.
Everything else is
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nationally televised games left
for Phoenix.
Yep, including 2 ABC games.
Oh
my God! Dump this. Phoenix at Dallas, bro. What?
Oh my goodness.
We'll come back. There are 2 things we are going to discuss: cookies and the Pistons. The cookies are a basketball story. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Shout out to those that celebrate. We got a Shrek 5 trailer teaser this morning.
I saw someone famous is the voice in that.
Zendaya's gonna be
Zendaya. That's who it is. Yep. That's who it is.
Eddie's back in there. Michael Myers is back.
Was
Shout out Cameron
Eddie
Diaz.
gone at any point?
Nah, but it's just they got all the originals back. Chris Matt was on yesterday. That's on YouTube.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. The projected salary cap in 2034 is $364.6 million.
Goodness gracious.
Cap's going up.
Goodness
Cap's going up.
Oh man.
The second apron is $489.9 million.
Yo, this money is ridiculous, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This money's getting crazy.
This Zabo. Come on, man. Zabo crazy. Zabo crazy.
Snap.
Hey, chill out over there.
Oh, yo.
Hey, wild. I gotta.
Oh man. Where I didn't even see where it at. Hey, that was crazy. No, that was wild.
Oh man, this show is a mess.
That was wild. I can't even front. That was crazy.
It's out there on the internet.
I know. We definitely talking cookies, talking Detroit. But real quick, did you see what was going on with Cameron and Ocho Cinco?
Now it's kind of getting it's too much now.
They need to. My boys need to work it out.
Well, now we're gonna get an answer back from Cameron.
You know that.
No, he said it on the show today, I think.
Oh, he said he's about to like tomorrow.
Yeah, because their host was.
Don't go at a rapper.
Well, they already did. Cameron took a shot at him first, and then Ocho. Ocho's wasn't even that bad, to be honest.
He didn't even go at him. He just was
didn't.
he stood his ground like Ian Rapoport or something like that.
Well, I hope not.
Not
based on the clip I just saw on Twitter.
Their host was really instigating today.
Yeah, stat baby.
Picking things that Ocho says, like, yeah, he said that. We also said like this, and that too, where it wasn't like really, it wasn't hate, like how you said.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, that answer back will be coming.
Oh, come on, Cam. Hey, Cam. Come on, man. Cam is my boy, man. Like, stop beefing.
So, wait, what did Ocho Cinco do?
So,
is his name still Ocho Cinco?
I think he's Chad Johnson.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I thought so too. Okay.
He had said something had happened, and Cam like addressed it. He was like, "Yeah, you used to say you was coming from my spot and all this other stuff, and then we tried to get you on to the show, and you told me talk to your agent, and I'm trying to deal directly with you." And then he just, I just don't like you. I don't like you, dog. It's simple as that. I don't like you. And then Chad responded. Chad was like, "Yo, I don't have no problem with you. Like, I said I wanted to take your spot because I looked at you as like the bar. Like it was a sign of respect. It wasn't, I'm trying to get at you." And he's like, I got love, man. I don't come in here hating on nobody. Like, it's all good. He said, but if you really want to see me, like, I'm not hard to find. Like, we can do whatever you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh man, come on, man. Come on. Y'all chill out, man.
You know who needs to chill out is your boy Riles.
Oh, that is my boy. That's my boy.
Dwayne Wade told a story on, I think it was an Underdog podcast.
Yeah.
About the moment he knew that the Heatles might be coming to an end. The moment he knew that LeBron James might leave Miami. And I'm like, oh, okay, I let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells this story about, LeBron, notoriously meticulous about his body, his health, his diet, all of this stuff during the season. And Dwayne said every trip is exactly the same. LeBron gets on the plane with a bag of his food, because he doesn't eat what the plane makes, which is wild because I feel like they would make what they told LeBron to do. But his chef makes it. Like LeBron's chef makes it.
Yeah.
And then he gets on the plane with his bag of cookies. As someone who eats cookies every single night, I can relate. I can relate to LeBron James, Jesse. I'm a lot like the king.
Finally comes out.
Like the king.
So Dwayne's telling this story, and I guess it gets to a point where they get on a road trip, they're playing cards, or they're playing some game, and Bron asked the flight attendant, like, "Hey, can I get my bag of cookies?" And he's like, "Hey, like, where are my cookies?" And the flight attendant has to come over to him and said, "I'm sorry, we're not allowed cookies on this flight anymore." And Dwayne Wade explains that was a directive from your boy, Pat Riley. And then this might be peak Dwayne Wade storytelling. He says LeBron pushes the table back and sits back in his chair. And I thought, man, did we just lose our dynasty because of cookies? He said that was the first time I thought LeBron James was going to leave because they took the man's cookies away. And then he goes on to talk about Pat Riley, and he was like, man, we had been to the finals. Like we really, Riles was micromanaging us too much. And now you see, what happened with Jimmy Butler and all of this. And it's like, he really took the greatest player of all time's cookies away.
That's crazy.
The man's cookies.
That was so uncalled for.
Did they say cookies weren't allowed, or did Riles eat the cookies?
No, I don't think. No,
I must have made that up when I was watching the clip.
No, I thought I saw that. I thought I heard D Wade say that too. That
Riles ate the cookies.
Yeah,
no,
I thought he said he ate the cookies. I'm gonna watch the clip back.
Yeah, watch the clip back because I don't think that's what happened.
I think the caption might have said that, and maybe D Wade said something different.
Someone said to him, "No, someone told him no more cookies on the flight."
Either way, that's ridiculous. I mean.
Well, one is like a joke. Like if okay, you ate my cookies. Okay, okay, that's funny. Don't do it again. But like, okay, ha ha ha. The other one is, your routine doesn't work for us anymore. We think the cookies might be hampering our win-loss.
That's aggressive
category or whatever, and
that's an aggressive shot right there. Pat Riley, I understand the Jimmy Butler one. I don't understand this.
LeBron, man, there's this book Windhurst wrote about it's LeBron, but it's LeBron like in a business sense. I can't remember the exact name of it. It's on my Audible. I'll find it. It's really good, but it's about like it's not like the trajectory of LeBron James, the basketball player. It's more like the trajectory of LeBron James, the businessman. And I think it's in this book. Go ahead, Jesse.
You're right, by the way.
I thought so.
Yeah, it's Mandela effect or something. I could have swore Dwayne Wade said Pat Riley ate the cookies. Like I was looking forward to all day talking about Pat Riley and the cookies.
Yeah. No, it really is a Mandela.
Yeah, like I literally just watched the video back 3 different times, like that specific spot. Yeah, Dame's right.
Did somebody put that in the caption?
I don't think so, no.
Because
no, I thought I heard him say he ate the cookies.
I saw the same thing. And he didn't say it at all. That's hilarious.
I don't know what y'all are watching. I mean, I would have found the story of Pat Riley eating the cookies funny, especially if LeBron maybe overreacted to him. But saying you're not allowed cookies on the flight anymore,
no, that's aggressive.
Is crazy. And so Windhurst wrote the book, and I think it's in this book where Windhurst says that when LeBron, it could have been an article. I could be mixing things up, but at some point when LeBron called Pat Riley to tell him he was leaving Miami, Riles said something that upset LeBron in a way no one else ever has. And I can't remember what it was. Like, and I don't even know that it's ever been revealed what it was. But I remember that line specifically, that Pat Riley pissed off LeBron James in a way that no one ever has before when he said he was leaving Miami. Now, publicly, Raul said, "Oh, you don't leave when things get hard." He said that after the finals loss, and it was very clear who he was directing that to. And it's like, man, like I get Pat's pretty. Pat's really respected, as he should be. But what's seriously, what's the discussion of Pat Riley? Go ahead, Jesse.
Ask your question because I think I have an answer for it after.
Real quick. I think where we got crossed up, Jesse, and I kept seeing this is one of the captions says D Wade says LeBron was pissed when Pat Riley took his cookies.
Okay, that might have been it.
So like we're looking at that as like
he took them away.
Yeah, right.
He took them away.
No, ask your question. Yeah.
What's Pat Riley without LeBron James?
I think he's still the same.
Yeah, I do not think that's true at all.
We got to the.
I don't. He
3 finals with 3 different franchises.
That's as a coach.
Well, he got back.
I'm talking about the executive.
He got back
he
with Jimmy.
won with Miami.
Yeah, he got back.
So that's
with
the
Jimmy.
one where let's tell the whole story.
The coach there.
Let's tell the whole story, Doc. Yeah, he was the coach.
I mean, okay.
And why was he the coach?
Because he
threw Stan Van Gundy to the curb.
He proved to be right.
And why did he throw Stan Van Gundy to the curb? Because he thought the team was good. They were able to get Shaq. He was like, hey, we got something here. Oh, I can add to my legacy. Without LeBron, that's his one. Not saying he's a bad executive or anything along those lines. He has a history. You talk about been to finals. He's won finals, coached Magic, built that Knicks style of play in the 90s. Then did the same thing with the Miami Heat.
He basically built that organization.
Helped the Heat win a title.
Because he was there with Hardaway and Mourning.
Yeah,
like he built
absolutely,
that organization.
absolutely. And then that would be it. The executive part of Pat Riley, I think the conversation's different.
I think he's. It's all hypotheticals. I think he still builds teams that get back to the finals. Like he has him getting 2 titles. So let's go with that. He has 2 championships, 2 finals appearances with LeBron, Bosh, and that whole crew that goes there. Is that team in the same position to build those post-finals teams, those post-LeBron finals teams without LeBron going there? Of course, you can't answer that. Well,
it's all a hypothetical. It's all, hey, Pat, calm your ass down. These players have made you stars.
I think
a star. These players have made you a star.
What were the Heat once the Big 3 was done?
They were middling at best.
Yeah, but not very long. So they tried.
Well,
but
then
Chris
also
Bosh had to retire.
Yeah.
And he signed Jimmy as a free agent, right?
Yeah, he stole Jimmy from Philly. I think he's certified.
Yeah, I think so too.
Without LeBron James, you still think he's certified as an executive?
I think he figures out a way still to get it done.
I think he does. And I could be biased because I like Pat Riley. But I think he's certified and verified.
Steven, he didn't build the Lakers, bro. Jerry West did that. He coached the Lakers. He ain't build the Lakers. He ain't even build the Lakeshore or the style of play. Someone else did that. So no, again, I'm not taking away from Pat Riley, the coach. I'm not even talking about Pat Riley, the coach. I'm talking about Pat Riley, the executive.
Now, how much?
Because we talk about how things. We talk about how things end bad with Jimmy. It feels like a lot of stuff ends bad with Pat Riley too. Remember, Dwayne Wade played in Chicago and Cleveland. LeBron James left. Jimmy Butler went through what he just went through.
Pat a little cutthroat. Now the LeBron thing, I don't know, but Pat a little cutthroat.
Pat was right though with this Jimmy stuff because that just stems from Pat not want to pay Jimmy like that contract extension and Jimmy throwing a fit.
And I'm sure
that's not my point, Jesse.
I'm sure D Wade wanted that same type of thing. He's like, bro, you're kind of finished out here, and you went 40 million, whatever the max was at that time. I can't give you that. And then D Wade probably like, Kobe's getting it or something. Like, you're not Kobe.
Well,
you're not Kobe.
Yeah, but I am.
But you aren't.
But I am. I won you a championship.
You did.
I won you 3. But I won you a championship.
You won me 1.
That's fine.
Let's
that's
see.
fine,
That's
Pat.
what I'm saying.
That's fine, Pat.
That's what I'm saying. We can't.
That's fine, Pat.
Why are we doing this, D-Wade?
No.
Why are you saying you want me 3? You want me
Dwayne,
1.
Because you just paid Hassan Whiteside $100 million.
Hassan Whiteside is not 35, Dwayne.
Pat.
What you want me
What
to
are you, Kenny Caraway? What was there, a bidding war?
What you want me to do? You want me to give you $40 million a year?
Yes.
And okay.
Yep.
All right. Look.
Yep. And
You
I'll
go-
retire.
Look, D-Wade, you go prove me wrong. Go ahead. You go to Chicago, go to Cleveland and prove me wrong. Ball out. Make me look like a fool.
Does giving D-Wade that money hinder you as far as building the team going forward?
Probably.
No. Because that team, Dwayne Wade's final year, like, no. What's to stop you from doing?
What was his final year, D-Wade?
Dwayne Wade's last year in the league was Dwayne Johnson, KC's boy. Dwayne Wade's last year in the league was 2018-19.
When they got
played
Jimmy,
72 games that year.
Didn't they get Jimmy like 17, 18?
Right around there, right after.
So you might not have been able to do that.
I think Pat Riley's vindicated.
Vindicated.
Who else was on that basketball team?
Jimmy went to Miami 1920. 1920. So
hold up. Y'all want to do this?
Let's do it.
No.
Okay, what are we doing? I've been ready.
No.
We gotta hurry this one up though, because I gotta cut running back.
Okay. All right. Hassan Whiteside, the former number 33 overall pick in the draft. 33. 10 years in the league. Drafted by you know who? The Sacramento Kings. 10 years in the league for Hassan Whiteside that ended with the Sacramento Kings in 2020. His peak earnings were $25.4 million paid by your boy.
Shout out to him, the legend.
Pat Riley. That was in the 2018 season, $25.4 million. That was his peak. The former number 33 overall pick in the NBA draft, drafted by your Sacramento Kings, 10 years in the league. Career earnings for Hassan Whiteside is what?
Yes, sir. He ain't even, I'm putting it down. He ain't even writing one yet.
He's multitasking.
I've got all my whiteboards are done, by the way. I need
Okay.
like a piece of paper.
Give me the picture.
KC says 123 million.
All right, give
Jesse
that to
says
me
103
right now.
million.
He made peanuts those
He
first
only
few
made
years.
$3 million over the other 4 years of his career.
They signed him out the YMCA, bro. He made peanuts to start.
He made $1 million with the Kings. Give me that win.
And Jesse's right.
Wait, what?
Off by barely 700,000, 102.3 million Hassan Whiteside's career earnings.
Go ahead, talk to the
All
people.
of
I
that
gotta
was
work.
paid by your boy Pat Riley.
Yeah.
That was the whole point in that. Don't pay Dwayne Wade. Pay Hassan Whiteside his career earnings.
How Dwayne Wade do it at the end of that career?
Dwayne Wade is just fine.
Right.
He finished his career with the Miami Heat.
Yeah,
I'd love to stick around, but
that tells you right there that. It
Go
doesn't
ahead,
all
Jesse.
end
I
down
would
with
love to
that.
stick around and boast about my win, but I won't do that. So, Dame, go ahead and just read the records, I guess.
No, it is 6-2 right now. But the funniest part about this
That's nothing.
is how I had to scratch Kyle out because Kyle just quit. He just walked out of the league. It is 6-2 right now. Of course, no one is moved by this based on what happened at the last
it's nothing.
WrestleMania.
It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Your boy, I think a 12 out of 13 win streak is.
Well,
is
we
right
do
around
know
the
that
corner.
Kenny Carey was juicing last year.
I was
Oh,
not
yeah.
juicing.
Yeah. Well, last year, he tried to juice this year,
I
but
would never.
you got
go.
caught with the
Hold
needle
on,
in his
hold on. Hey,
arm.
hold on, Jose in the chat. This PWL season's wrap. Chill out, bro. Chill out. Chill out. Relax. Not yet. Not yet. We're going game by game here.
You want to know every week. I understand it. Now I don't understand the LeBron thing. I don't know. Now, I want to ask you this about LeBron. And I like LeBron. LeBron, my dude.
You're about to crap all over him. That is the
No.
truest sign that you are going to
not.
crap
This is my
on
guy
an
right here,
individual.
bro.
Yeah,
That's my guy.
Yeah.
You think LeBron is difficult to deal with?
Yes.
Yeah. Probably.
Any megastar like that has to be.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance.
Like he's not. I'm not saying it like he's a bad guy.
No.
but
I know
just
what you mean.
difficult.
I think LeBron. I think a couple of things happen with guys like LeBron. One, he is. You can argue whether he's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of his generation, and it's not close, right? He is. He's not just like a freak athlete. He's super smart. He's super sharp. He might and Jerry West and all of the guys who, all of the stuff that we talk about, like as he's getting drafted, all of that stuff, like about him seeing the court and his basketball IQ, like all of the stuff that they said about it was all real. Like he's probably the smartest basketball mind in 98% of the rooms that he's in. That includes players, coaches, maybe executives, owners, reporters. It includes everybody. And I think he's gotten to the point where he recognizes that. So I think when you get into that space, you do become hard to deal with.
Well, when you're running a team too, and you bring in LeBron, like the other 11 players on that roster don't really matter. Like
they don't matter as much.
Like everything else is like you're gonna kind of cater towards LeBron and building your team. Like everything is about LeBron at that point too. So I figure that's kind of difficult as well.
And
just what comes with it.
Let me shoot Pat Riley a little bell right here, because you had the theory that Pat Riley took over for Stan Van Gundy because he saw an opportunity with Shaq and them.
Mm-hmm.
I think he took over for Stan Van Gundy because he didn't think he can get the job done. And the reason why I say it wasn't a legacy move is the urban legend is LeBron tried to get Spo out of there and told Pat to go coach.
Can you pull that card again?
If you're ruthless like Pat is, he don't care.
Man,
But even then, Pat told him, "I'm not doing."
He's
that.
also like 10 years removed.
Fair.
Well,
fair.
So that's wrong.
It was like 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah, but it's like 10 years removed, 10, maybe even 12 years from being like a full-time coach. He comes back and he does the championship year. And I think the year after.
Yeah, they got swept in the first.
Yeah. And then I just don't think you could do that again.
Fair enough.
Like I hear you. And by all accounts, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the remark was they left a meeting. LeBron leaves the meeting with Pat and says something along the lines of, "You don't ever get the urge or the itch or something like that."
Bro.
I get it. Pat, maybe don't fit out and fit in.
Hey, maybe that's it.
But that was tough. That's like seeing Cameron and Jim Jones go at it, man. Those are both my boys, man. Pat Riley and LeBron. So I hate to see them end up in that situation. But Pat Riley seems like a guy. The one thing I can say about him, seeing all these situations, it seems like a guy where you're not gonna push around Pat Riley. He don't care who you are.
Yeah, no, that's
so he
accurate.
That may be to a detriment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where he can't see past. Oh, we having a match right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, it don't have to be like that, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it don't have to be a match. Like, let's figure out what we got to do to win. And Pat's like, no, we having a match, and I don't lose no matches, and he'll just do whatever. So that seems to be kind of his MO. That's my. He's not my GOAT because Jerry West is the GOAT, but and then Sam Presti's probably second. But then,
man, I was looking at that earlier. I was like, when do we start having this conversation? The answer is not yet, not even remotely close. But what he's doing right now is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you thinking?
Well, I was just like, if we're just going overall basketball,
I was just thinking.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking like we're talking about like just overall, just his like I don't know, like Pat's won his coach, all that stuff. Like Pat is like it's not part of. He's bigger than that, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I also look at Pat. Maybe not.
Pat's legacy runs through playing, coaching, executives, like all of that. So it's closer to Jerry West than anyone could possibly be,
and maybe
anyone
not
else could possibly be.
Maybe this is fair. This isn't fair, and it's an assumption on my part. But the Lakers was Jerry West, even though he was the coach. I feel everything from New York and Miami. He was the coach, but he ran those organizations as well. Pat Riley did.
Yeah.
So he might not technically get executive credit for the New York years and Miami, but he was running everything.
I mean, he was the president for the Heat. I don't know if he was for New York or not, but he definitely was for the Heat. I feel like he was for New York.
He might have been. He might have been.
Was Pat Riley?
Because I can't think of who
was
else.
Pat Riley traded?
Was Grunfield the GM?
Ernie?
Yeah.
Where'd Ernie go to school?
Tennessee.
My man.
Yeah. There we go. That's a win.
No. Oh, buddy. Stop.
Count it.
Who was his teammate?
Bernard King.
My man.
Come on, that's two.
Bernie and Ernie.
Count it.
Bernie and Ernie.
Didn't they do it?
You get off the elevator at the practice facility, and there they are.
Did they do a 30 for 30? I don't know how I know.
I don't know.
I think I
don't know. I just know him know him from being there.
Bernard.
Let's see, Pat Riley stepping down. Okay. I was about to ask, did he get traded? Accepted a job as a television commentator for NBC. Oh, that was glorious for those that remember that. Before being named the head coach of the New York Knicks.
You're asking if he was traded from LA to New York or New York to Miami?
New York to Miami.
Miami, he resigned via fax. And then took off.
You mean
Miami.
New York? Yeah,
New York.
Yep, that's
he did.
correct.
He kind of walked out on him.
Yep.
I remember that.
Yep.
I remember the outrage from that.
I think. Yeah. So this is why we thought it was a trade. It caused a problem. Miami New York screamed tampering, so the Heat had to send their 1996 first round pick.
They won that
to the Knicks. Yep, and $1 million in cash.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Was this like, maybe I'm making this up as well?
Oh, you've done that a few times today.
Wasn't the rap on Pat Riley on NBC when he was a little too real? Did you ever hear that?
As an announcer?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
Like he was a little too critical of these people.
I don't remember. Well, it's funny to think that Riles was an announcer on NBC and he didn't call the finals?
I thought he did.
Oh, did he?
I think it was Marv, Magic, and Pat Riley.
Oh,
or
okay.
I remember seeing him there. He might have been on with Bob Costas.
Okay.
But I remember seeing him around.
Okay, because I don't. Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game. I don't remember where Pat Riley
all over
came
Pat Riley. And Pat was like, "I'm out of here."
I don't remember Pat Riley came into play in all of this.
Pat Riley said, "I'm out of here." Magic stepping all over my call here.
I don't want this day to go without mentioning the Detroit Pistons. I'm acting like the Pistons have died and we're going to pay remembrance to them. The Pistons have won 8 straight. They beat the Celtics last night. They're 33-26. Last year, this was a 14-win basketball team. The year prior, they were a 17-win basketball team. They haven't made the playoffs since the 2018-19 season. They've made the playoffs twice in the last 15 years.
I don't think they have a win in those 15 years either. Like a playoff
I think they've
win.
been swept in both. Yeah.
I think it's been like a decade since their last playoff win.
Milwaukee was one.
Cleveland was another.
Was Cleveland the other? Yeah. They landed on the draft pick, right? That we could debate their other picks. They landed on the pick though, and that's Cade. And they got somewhat aggressive with their cap money. It's Tobias Harris, Malik Beasley. Like they went out and they signed guys that they thought would be helpful to this group. And I just think it's an interesting thing to look at. Again, this was a team that won 14 games last year, 17 the year before. This was a team, by the way, that Trajan Langston, this is his first year. Trajan Langston, this is his first year as the general manager. Troy Weaver, I think, was before him.
Yep.
They fired the coach that they made the richest coach, you know, in contract form, like ever. They after 1 year, and then they went and got the ultimate interim coach.
Yeah.
They hired JB Bickerstaff, who had just come off a stint in Cleveland, where they decided there's only so far we can get with JB Bickerstaff as our coach. The job looked untouchable. Like no one wants this job. And here they are at 33-26. And I don't know what the point in any of this is. Because
it's amazing.
The Kings aren't going to get the number 1 pick. You know, we've questioned their front office. We wonder if what this front office or another front office or whatever will do in terms of Doug Christie as the head coach. But we laughed at I remembered well, good for Tobias Harris. I remember that was go get that money, baby. Get that money. And then here he is again on a 33. This is a playoff team. Legit playoff, not a play-in team. This is a playoff team right now. This is a team that was not expected to be in the conversation, extenuating circumstances, but still as Orlando. Right? Orlando was next. Now you're looking at Detroit like I don't know how many years you have with this Detroit team. I know you got a lot of years of Cade, but if you get smart and aggressive with signing guys like Tobias Harris, knowing maybe when it's time to move on from them, signing guys like Malik Beasley, knowing when it's time to move on from them, maybe that's another way of building your team, right? The tough part is this goes back to the OKC conversation. This goes back to the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander conversation. You had the guy. They have a guy. It just, you have to have someone. And they have someone that we can build everything around. And as much as, I look at this Kings team and try to figure out ways that you can make things work, listening to what you were saying yesterday or the day before about, well, they don't have to bottom out next year. Here's a way that it could go on forward. I don't feel like this team has the guy. And that's where I just keep getting stuck when I look at this team long term. Again, that doesn't have anything to do with what we hope to happen this year. Truth be told, it might not have anything to do with what we hope happens next year. But at some point, you've got to find your guy. Cleveland found their guy. They had good players there. They had really good players there. They found their guy. That was Donovan. You look around, obviously Denver, Oklahoma City. Maybe people will debate Memphis a little bit. The one exception might be Houston. I don't know who the guy is on Houston. The Houston might be Ime. As stupid as that might sound, they are taking on the personality of their head coach. Houston might be an exception.
Their guy might not be ready yet. Amin might be their guy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's a great call right there.
The Kings, it kind of blew up for them once they realized their guy
wasn't the guy.
Yeah, wasn't the guy and didn't want to be there. Like that's kind of when it ended.
And that's the thing. Like if De'Aaron was still here, I would feel the same way. I don't think the Kings have the guy because De'Aaron has shown like he's a guy. He's a really, really good one. I don't think he's that.
One of the toughest parts about what the Kings have been building over the last few seasons is that we realized, like, you were building it around like twos, rather than guys you thought were franchise.
Like it was never gonna be what everybody like. That's where I get kind of caught up with people saying like, "Oh, even the front, you didn't take the next step." Like, probably weren't going to. I'm was wrong. I'm saying that and thinking that they could myself, but you probably weren't with these guys. They're not those type of guys. You know what I thought about? I thought about you last night, D-Lo, watching the Kings game. And I think we've seen enough to know we're never going to get to this point. But I thought about what you would always used to say about De'Aaron Fox. Like, I don't think De'Aaron Fox knows how good he is and what he could be. And I know this sounds crazy. I kind of had that thought with Zach LaVine. I'm like, does Zach LaVine really understand how good he could be? Is he afraid? Like now we start talking about psychological stuff. Is he afraid of it? Because think about it.
I think being afraid of success is a very real thing.
He's got it all.
Yeah.
Look at him as a basketball player. He's got the height. He can shoot. He's athletic. He's fast. He can dribble. He's almost what you would draw up as a basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Does he? And the reason why I say it might be, we might have our answer because he's been in the league 10 years. Like we know this isn't a young guy.
Yeah.
But you could even look at it in hindsight. Did he ever really understand how good he could be? Because he's got it all. Like having all the tools and being able to put it together, those are two different things. I completely understand that. But physically and talent wise, somebody find a negative in his game. Like he has it all.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll never see like maybe all he could be. But I thought about that last night and hearing you talk about Cade and having the one, it feels like Zach LaVine in another universe could have been a one for somebody. Like he's got it all.
You know what the funny thing this isn't true. I think just for the league, this could be true for sports. This could be true for life. I think there are a lot more people like that than we realize. I think there are a lot of people who like we marvel over guys like Kobe Bryant and LeBron James because of all of the extra stuff we do. Like it kind of became a punchline a little bit. But JJ Watt, like the same thing, like the extra steps that they go to be great. Tom Brady, the extra steps that you go to be the best. We know all these guys by name without thinking. Lightning quick, Michael Jordan, Tim Grover. Like we think about that stuff. We know Tim Grover because of Michael Jordan. Those are so few and far between that you look in the league and you wonder how many guys left something on the table. De'Aaron right now, to me, I think De'Aaron is better than De'Aaron thinks he is. And I'm not sure he's ever going to recognize what he could be in the league. He'll be a really, really good player for years to come for San Antonio. I don't think he'll ever truly maximize how great he is. Maybe the truth is that maybe that is true for Zach LaVine too. Fact is, though, I think it's true for a lot of players.
Is that next level, though, beyond talent and more mentality?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Yeah, for sure.
It's I know NBA players who would tell you they went and got a workout in, but it literally means they went to the practice facility and shot. That's the difference. Like I watched players like obviously I watched how great Kara Lawson became, from her Olympic year into her 6th man of the year with Connecticut. I watched Diggins, Skylar.
Skylar Diggins, yeah.
This is often forgotten because Skylar sucked. Skylar was a super pretty face coming out of college with a ton of attention because Lil Wayne wore her jersey on stage. She stunk. I watched her get better. Like, I know who she trained with. I saw her working out. I saw her desire to be great. Not everyone has that. And some people just want to go home to their family. Yeah. Some people just want to go to the club. Some people want the lifestyle that the NBA gives them. Some people just don't know how to take that next level. That might be LaVine. Yeah. Might be De'Aaron.
And you do just enough to get paid handsomely and put up numbers and all this other stuff. And
no one's ever going to say you're bad.
Right. Yeah.
Some people might say you're popcorn or whatever. Whatever. I can't remember what line Trista used the other day.
That thing was it's gum, bubble gum.
Bubble gum. Yeah. You've got bubble gum buckets.
I thought about that last night though, when just looking at LaVine play, man. I was like, he's got it all, but I think we might already pass the point where he can maximize that.
And we've passed the point where this show can continue. We have to leave. Jesse's making us end it. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, anybody.
Duke. All right, y'all. I have to go to the bathroom, if I'm going to be honest with you, so we got to end the stream. Love y'all. Thanks for the fun today. Vamos cookies. Yes, indeed. That's That's an interesting one. I'm gonna think a little bit about that one. That's an interesting one.
This may continue tomorrow.
Yeah, it might. It might.
Eddie will be here too. Eddie might have some thoughts.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll see you guys tomorrow.